You've heard of a rags to riches story, but how about a riches to rags one? Like and subscribe to hear my reverse Cinderella story. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is Patricia, but since we're friends, you can call me Trisha, but not Patty. I hate Patty. Growing up, I was extremely rich, like next level rich, like Oprah meets Rihanna meets King Charles rich. It was all thanks to my mom, who the world knew as Cheryl. She was the most impressive person I knew. She and her best friend, whose name I won't mention for reasons that will soon become clear, were business tycoons who got a ton of investors and created a huge mega corporation right out of college. Ever heard of Amazon? Their business was kind of like that. Let's call it BFF Enterprises. It employed thousands of people all across the country, and Mom and her friend reaped the rewards of their extraordinary efforts. I aspired to have a BFF like Mom's. As a VIP daughter of a VIP, I was enrolled in etiquette classes immediately. By the time I was 5, I was practically Julie Andrews. You know, the queen from the Princess Diaries, only smaller. I was treated like a princess, with people attending my every need. When I showed an interest in art, I was gifted all of the finest art supplies and was even able to practice by creating portraits of some of the coolest celebrities. I can neither confirm nor deny that those were the celebrities who I painted. Yeah, my life was pretty much perfect until someone ruined everything. One day, there was a huge commotion next door at Mom's best friend's house. All of a sudden, the door swung open and I was shocked to see Mom's bestie in handcuffs. It turned out she who must not be named, that's what I called her, had been stealing a ton of money from their company. Because of that, their business went under and thousands of people lost their jobs. To make matters worse, an angry former employee was convinced that Mom must be to blame too. He put together a whole manifesto and brought Mom to court. Fortunately, Mom was declared innocent. I knew she always would be, of course. She who must not be named was proven guilty and sent to jail. The employee who had lodged a case against Mom ended up behind bars for defamation too. Mom's name was cleared and she and I lived happily ever after. That's the end of my story. Thanks for tuning in. Just kidding. It got a whole lot worse from there. Even though she was innocent, the public knew Mom as the face of the company, and they were mad. Mom and I weren't exactly well-equipped to fight off an angry mob, so the government intervened for our safety, and we were forced to join the Witness Protection Program and completely change our identities. We were given cover stories and everything. So, remember before when I said my name was Patricia? Well, that was sort of the half-truth. I had a different name before all of this mess. A gorgeous name. But that and everything else were taken from me when she who must not be named ruined my life. I was pulled from my life of glamour and ease and relocated to here. Yeah, the house was a serious downgrade from what I was used to. See what I mean about an opposite Cinderella story? I know this is different from what we're used to. At least we still have each other. One day, we'll live in a big mansion again. I hoped she was right. In the meantime, Mom set up security cameras everywhere. She was afraid someone would somehow find out who we were and try to break in and steal whatever valuables we had left. That fall, I started up at my new school. I thought it would be a breeze. I'd never had any problems making friends before in my fancy school, back when I had money. But here, everyone was staring at me as I walked in. I felt like a total fish out of water. What, are you like from Gossip Girl or something? It got worse in the classroom. May I use the washroom? Mayhaps the princess would like a peasant to escort her. And even worse than that in the cafeteria. Look, Gossip Girl thinks she's at a royal banquet. Here, have some slop like the rest of us, princess. I was about ready to blow my cover and demand Mom let us move back to our old life when... Hey, leave her alone. Your mama sure would be mad if I told her that this is how you minded your manners. Wow, thank you for that. Don't mention it. Someone has to show you some proper small-town hospitality. I'm Sally. Patricia. Where are you from, Patricia? I grew up in the big city with a ton of money. My paternal grandparents invented trail mix, but my dad walked out on me and my mom and took all of our riches with him. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to hear that. We used to have more money too, but, well, it's complicated. It's hard, what with being one of 6 kids. Hey, if you'll let me, I would love to help you learn the ropes of a small-town life on a budget. Under Sally's wing, I started to really get the hang of my new life. She taught me all the tips and tricks to finding the best deals while thrift shopping. $5, final offer. The art of sandwich making. The more cold cuts, the better. Even how to use a lawnmower. She was a hoot. While all the other neighborhood kids were riding bikes, Sally would show up places driving her dad's lawnmower. And you don't need a license for this? Nope. Weirdly, though, I never actually saw Sally's dad, but more on that later. Sally encouraged my painting, even if it meant using unconventional canvases. She was the most thoughtful friend I ever had. In turn, I taught Sally all about how to host a proper high tea and even how to ballroom dance. Sally was a total girly girl at heart, and I could tell she appreciated feeling like a princess for once. Over time, Sally and I became inseparable, and we especially loved taking her lawnmower out for joyrides. Hey, instead of zooming around town, why don't you put that machine to good use and mow my lawn? I'll throw you $20. $30. Final offer. The haggling skills Sally taught me were really coming in handy, and that's how Sally and I started earning some extra cash. In the beginning, we had a handful of customers, mostly our friends' parents, who paid us to mow their lawns and rake their leaves. But then, Sally had a fabulous idea. Trisha, you're such an excellent artist. We should offer painting services too. You can even do customized designs. Oh my gosh, Sally, you're a genius. We showed up to the hardware store, excited to get all the materials we'd need to expand our business, but were shocked when we saw the prices. We were in over our heads. I went home, defeated, but then I thought of someone who just might have some good advice. Janessa, the apple certainly doesn't fall far from the tree. I'd be happy to jumpstart this business for you too. Yay! We'll finally have a new way to make money. But first, I want to see your business plan. With Mom's guidance and funding, S&T's Landscaping was born, and with her savvy advertising, our client base expanded quickly. Plus, I was having a blast customizing people's houses with my art. With Sally by my side, I was starting to finally feel at home in this small town. There was just one weird thing. Sally never invited me to her house. She always made excuses why we should meet at my place instead. Oh shoot, I totally forgot. My crazy Uncle Louie's at my house this week. He always brings all 17 of his pet chickens. We should probably just hang out at your house. I fell for it when she told me about Aunt Linda and her 6 boa constrictors, but 17 pet chickens? Yeah, right. One day, curiosity got the better of me. When Sally told me she was heading home after school, I pretended I was going to my place, but I followed her instead. What could she possibly be hiding? I followed Sally to the outskirts of town, the bad neighborhood. Whoa, Sally lives here? The trailer barely looked big enough to hold a twin bed. How could Sally and her 5 siblings and her parents even fit in there? Just then, I lost my balance and fell to the ground with a huge thud. Trisha? Sally, I can explain. I thought Sally was gonna start screaming at me, but instead, she started crying. I'm sorry I never showed you my home. It's just, well, I was embarrassed of this ugly trailer. My dad used to have an excellent job, and we had a big house and a big yard, but Dad lost his job a few years ago and ended up in jail. Ugh! If it wasn't for BFF Enterprises, we would never be in this mess. He was just trying to stand up to their evil owners, and instead Cheryl hired her cronies to make it look like Dad was lying and put him away. It felt like my stomach had dropped out of my butt. Sally's dad was the angry former employee who'd made a case against Mom. Thank goodness Sally had no idea who Mom and I actually were, thanks to our aliases and dye jobs. But why was she blaming Mom when it was really her dad who put us in this mess? I knew I shouldn't say anything or risk Sally getting suspicious, so I ran home before I put my foot in my mouth. Trisha, wait! Was it something I said? I avoided Sally the rest of the week, which wasn't easy. I felt so conflicted. Sally was my best friend, but she hated my mom and blamed her for her dad being in jail. So, I decided to get Mom's advice. I need to talk to you. Sally's dad is your angry former employee who ended up in jail. Oh, come on now, Trisha. What a strange joke. Why was Mom calling me Trisha? At home, she always called me by my real name. Mom, this is serious. Sally has no idea who I really am, or that you're actually the co-founder of BFF Enterprises. Just then, Sally popped up from behind the couch, and suddenly, Mom's behavior made sense. Sally, it's not... I can't believe this. I thought we were best friends, and all along, your family is why my family is suffering? Sally, please, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you ever again. I've heard of surprise birthday parties gone wrong, but never this badly. I probably lost my BFF forever. But Mom was more preoccupied that Sally would out us both. What are you doing? Follow her. Make sure she doesn't talk. Do whatever it takes. I hadn't seen Mom this stressed out since the trial. I tried texting, calling, even showing up at Sally's window, but she wouldn't even look at me. I returned home, completely hopeless. Did it work? Will she keep quiet? She won't even talk to me. Just then, Mom turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Well, not literally, but I'd never seen her this angry. Then we need to move again, now. But this is her home. Sally is my friend. Some friend. As soon as she talks, I'm going to jail. Mom, what are you talking about? Why would you go to jail? The judge said you were innocent. Of course he did. I bribed him. My business partner and I were both stealing funds from the investors because we deserved more. But unlike me, she was dumb enough to get caught and unwilling to do whatever it took to stay out of jail. And Sally's dad figured it all out and tried to get me behind bars too. But I showed him I am not to be messed with. I couldn't believe it. I was so blinded by all of her generosity over the years. I'd never even once suspected that she could have done anything criminal. And I felt so awful for Sally and her family. They didn't deserve this. But then again, how could I choose between my mom and my best friend? What Mom said next, though, made everything totally clear. You got us into this mess. Now you have to get us out. Me? I'm just a kid. You're the one who was so greedy that you stole money and ruined your company and all of your employees' lives. You even let your own best friend take the fall. You cared so much about money, you forgot about what really matters, friendship. Trisha, come back here. My name isn't Trisha, Mom. It's Janissa. So, let me reintroduce myself. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is actually Janissa. Pretty, right? Okay, back to the action. I grabbed the security cameras on my way out and headed straight to the police station. It had our conversation and Mom's confession recorded. The police took my mom away, and because I had just turned 18 recently, they let me take care of myself. And that night, the story was all over the news. I knew I'd done the right thing, but I'd never felt lonelier. The next morning, I woke up to a knock at the door. Sally, you have to believe me. I didn't know about my mom. She told me everything for the first time yesterday. I can't believe you did that for me, Patricia. Well, I had to. It was the right thing. I mean, sure, I probably could have bounced from town to town with Mom for years, pretending to be someone I'm not, but I don't want to be like Mom, throwing my friends under the bus and not caring about hurting other people. I would choose friendship over luxury 1,000,000 times. And, by the way, my real name is Janissa. It took months, but after campaigning tirelessly, we finally got Sally's dad out of jail and back home where he belonged. With Mom behind bars, I was finally free to come out of hiding. Even though I was totally free to move back to the city, I decided to stay put in this small town. After all, this had become my home. I even asked Sally's family to move in with me. Plus, Sally's dad was able to take over the landscaping business. With him in charge, business is booming. Everyone is just so thrilled that he's back home where he belongs. We did have a company name change, though. I'm just so happy to have my best friend by my side.
I used to think silence was peaceful. Then my mom fell into a coma, and silence became the loudest sound in the world. Everything just kept piling up. And worse, it was just the two of us. No rich dad, no secret inheritance, no billionaire auntie waiting to adopt me and fix my life. I tried to stay strong, but when the nurse gently reminded me again that we still had unpaid bills, something inside me finally cracked. I just nodded, locked myself inside the restroom, and finally broke down. I had already sold almost everything I loved. My iPad, my sweatshirts, even the tiny cute things that used to make me happy. What else was I supposed to give? My hair, both of my kidneys? I had almost lost hope. Please, I'll do anything. I'll study harder. I'll stop complaining about homework. Okay, maybe not completely, but I'll try. I won't even call the mean girls at school ugly goblins anymore. Just... please, I need a miracle. Just then, I heard a calm woman's voice speak.
If you want a miracle, then look up.
Wait, like treasure?
You are reading it right. A special treasure awaits you.
Is this a prank or something? Hello? I slowly turned around, expecting a hidden speaker or a hospital ghost with good acoustics. But there was nothing. I did not just hear a bathroom wall answer me.
The wall did not answer you. I did.
This is stress. People cry too hard and start hearing things, so this is totally normal, right? Just then, an arrow beneath the message suddenly started glowing. First I'm hearing things, and now I'm seeing things. What's happening?
Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
Okay. let's say I believe you for 3 seconds. So, are we talking about gold? Money? Something that I could sell for millions? Because I don't need some riddles right now. I need some miracle, or at least some actual cash.
Or some treasure valuable enough to change your fate. Whether it becomes salvation or disaster depends on who finds it first. And right now, you're already running out of time.
Out of desperation to save my mom, I eventually gave in. I followed her out of the restroom, through the hallway, and toward the exit while she narrated every tiny step like a freaking GPS.
Continue forward, and please do not look suspicious. Proceed to the exit. Step over the small crack. Avoid the wet spot. Lift your foot slightly higher. There is an unpleasant object 2 centimeters ahead.
I stepped down, and my whole body froze.
Oh, my apologies. I meant there was an unpleasant object 2 centimeters ahead.
Too late. Soon, we reached a narrow alley between 2 old buildings. Miss, are you sure this is the right way?
The path continues forward. Though I understand your hesitation, narrow passages often awaken the mind's instinct for danger. However, if treasure were always placed in bright, comfortable places, far few people would learn anything from searching for it.
So, that's a yes?
Oh, that pretty summarizes what I've said. So, yes.
I finally stepped into the alley, and thankfully it was only normal scary and not dangerous and life-threatening scary. Just then, everything went silent all at once. Even the dramatic pigeon on the street shut up. Miss Lady Voice? Hello? Are you still here with me?
Don't worry. I'm here. Just keep walking. Do not turn back yet. Step back and just breathe slowly.
I only asked if you were there.
And I answered with additional guidance.
The alley stretched longer than it should have. Soon warm wind rushed past me, and when I looked back, the alley was gone, and I was now standing in an open field under a bright blue sky. Holy yummy cheese balls! Did I just teleport to another place? I also noticed a small glowing orb floating in front of me, shining softly like a tiny star.
Yes, you have arrived in Mondstadt, the city of freedom, a land of wind, songs, nights, and many stories carried through time.
I realized that the glowing orb pulsed when the voice lady continued yapping. So that meant her voice now had some sort of a body? So you mean I'm not somewhere in Europe and not dreaming?
Yes, this is not Europe, nor is it a dream. A world with its own laws, gods, stories, wounds, and miracles.
Why am I exactly in this unfamiliar land? I just want my mom to wake up.
Then keep walking, Sabrina. The treasure hunt begins here.
Fine. If this treasure can really give me a miracle, then lead the way.
Watch out! Explosive encounter highly likely nearby.
Explosive what? Just then, a loud boom suddenly echoed from somewhere near the trees, and a tiny red figure then burst out from behind a bush.
Ta-da! Clee is here!
Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. She is known throughout for her enthusiasm, remarkable explosive talent, and a long history of incidents that are best described as energetic.
Sorry about that. Clee was only doing a little fish blasting. Well, maybe not a little, but the fish tastes so good, so Clee thinks being grounded for a day is worth it. Anyway, are you here for the treasure hunt?
You know about that?
Uh-huh. Miss Nicole told Clee. She said a dear traveler named Sabrina would arrive.
Wait, you can hear her too? And she actually has a name?
Of course, Miss Nicole is the best. And she talks inside heads because she can't talk with her mouth. Mom says she's very smart and very nice, but also talks a lot.
Alice said that?
Yep.
I see.
Clee skipped closer and grabbed my hand like we'd been friends for 10 years.
Can Clee come play with her today, Miss Nicole? Please?
Yes, you are allowed. As far as Alice is concerned, nothing is more important than a request from her beloved daughter.
Yay! But why does Sabrina look so sad? Did someone make you cry? Was it a bad guy? Clee can blow them up! Only a little. Well, maybe not a little, but Clee will try.
I'm not sad.
You are. I know crying faces. Jean makes that face when Clee accidentally causes big disasters.
My mom is really sick. She's in a coma right now. That's why I need to find the treasure so I can buy her medicines and pay the bills. Klee gave me a soft smile and squeezed my hand.
Mom always says love can travel very far, even farther than my best bombs. So your mom's love must still be with you too, even if she's sleeping.
Thanks, Klee.
You're welcome. And don't worry, we're going to find that treasure, help your mom, and only blow up the bad guys.
Maybe we can do the first two without the third one?
Klee will try very hard.
Just then, Nicole's panicked voice suddenly filled my head.
Watch out! Hilly Churls incoming!
Hilly what? Literally 6 seconds later, masked monsters burst out of the bushes, and Klee pulled out her bombs like this was a normal Tuesday.
Jumpy, jumpy, go! Boing, boing, boom!
Yeah! Oh my god, am I gonna die?
Stay calm. Step back. Duck! Now!
Before I could fully lose it, golden light bloomed beneath us.
Moment of birth.
A glowing flower platform rose from the ground, blocking the monsters just in time. Then a calm boy appeared above us and landed lightly.
Mr. Albedo, you came! Klee knew you would.
I heard explosions nearby and thought it would be wise to investigate. Finding Klee here confirms my hypothesis.
Sabrina, this is Mr. Albedo. He's like my big brother, and he's super smart.
Nicole quickly explained that Albedo was the chief alchemist of the Knights of Favonius, and that his knowledge of ancient mechanisms would be very useful for our treasure hunt.
Klee is my little spark knight. I need to keep her safe and sound. Besides, investigating the unknown is certainly my thing, so count me in.
Well, I guess the more the merrier. After that, Nicole led us to Thousand Winds Temple, an ancient ruin full of broken pillars, weird symbols, traps, slimes, and things that clearly wanted me flattened. But somehow, because of Nicole's directions, Albedo's magic, and Klee's little bombs, we made it through. I thought you were just going to lead me to the treasure. You did not warn me about all this. Seriously, did I get transported into a video game world or what?
The world is only called a game by those watching safely from the outside. To those inside it, every path, every danger, every choice is real.
Wow, that was beautiful, but also very unhelpful.
Then allow me to be more direct. Keep moving. Something larger is approaching.
Larger? Just then the ground shook. From the dark corners of the ruin, 2 giant metal monsters slowly woke up. Please tell me those are statues. Please.
Unfortunately, no. Those are ruin guards. Ancient machines built for battle. And judging by the glow in their eyes, they have already identified us as a threat.
Before I could pee my pants, someone crashed down from a broken wall and stood between us and the machines like a walking shield. One swing sent a ruin guard flying back like a stupid little tin can. Whoa, this guy looked like he could punch a mountain and the mountain would apologize.
Uncle Varka, you came! Klee knew you would. Now the big metal meanies are in trouble.
Ah, the almighty Knight of Favonius to the rescue. How timely.
Ha! Miss Nicole! Didn't expect to find you leading children into ancient ruins.
And I didn't expect you to enter by jumping from a wall. Yet, here you are.
Fair enough.
When the coast was finally clear, Albedo calmly stepped toward the broken machines and found a small glowing fragment inside them. The moment he lifted it, the air around us shimmered.
The first clue has awakened.
First clue? Nicole's glowing orb rose into the air, stretched like a flower opening, and became a beautiful woman.
Well, there you are. I was wondering how long you planned to stay as a floating light.
Wait, you're Miss Voice Lady? You actually had a physical form this whole time? Nicole looked at me, and even though her lips did not move, her voice gently entered my head again.
My apologies. Until the first clue awakened, I could only guide you through a small projection of my presence. Now that the path has opened, I can take this form before you. However, for certain reasons, I am unable to speak. This is the only way I can communicate with you. Now then.
She continued yapping for 8 more minutes straight. And from what I understood, she was an angel called N from the Hexen Circle, a circle of powerful witches. She then explained that the glowing fragment was a piece of the treasure's scattered light and could lead us to the traces left across Tivat.
The treasure you seek was broken long ago, its light scattered across Tevat, leaving traces behind. This fragment will reach those traces. The brighter it shines, the closer we are to the treasure.
Across Tevat? As in this whole world of yours?
Several regions, yes.
That means a long trip, but don't worry. With Miss Nicole's incredible sense of direction, we'd never have to worry about getting lost.
Yay! More big adventures!
Wait, no, not yay. I need to go back. I have classes tomorrow and a sick mom in the hospital. Nobody told me this treasure hunt came with a lot of obstacles and a whole world tour.
I understand. Your fear is not unreasonable, but the treasure you seek cannot be reached by standing still. Each clue will bring us closer, and each step will return you to the wish that brought you here.
Fine. For Mom, I would continue this crazy mission. After that, everything turned into the fastest, weirdest world tour of my life. The mute angel continued her directions like an unmutable treasure hunt navigation guide, dragging us across a giant magical map, jumping from one region to another, while I tried my best to stay alive and understand what was actually happening. In Inazuma, the sea was angry, the sky was angrier, and my stomach was fighting for its life.
Storms often remind mortals that control is an illusion, and yet...
Miss Nicole, respectfully, I'm about to throw up into the ocean.
I suggest you give the kid the short version, Miss Nicole.
Very well. Storms pass.
Thank you. That one helped. In Sumeru, we finally got one peaceful break near a waterfall. Albedo sketched the view. Klee showed me Dodoko, and when she said her mom gave it to her so she would never feel lonely, my chest hurt in the softest way. After our little break, Nicole led us to Natlan, where we were nearly roasted alive. Fiery creatures chased us through rocky paths while she calmly yelled directions. And at one point, Varka carried Klee and me like luggage.
This is fun! Uncle Varka is the best!
Hold on tighter!
Every trace we followed made the fragment shine brighter. And by the time we reached Fontaine, it was full-on glowing, like it had finally remembered where the real treasure was hidden. Nicole led us beneath the water to hidden ruins, where the fragment pointed us toward the final trace, the one hiding the real treasure. Freaking finally! Soon, we found a mysterious sealed door, and Albedo figured it out like a puzzle in minutes, using one of Fontaine's underwater mechanisms like it was nothing. The sealed door opened, and I thought we had finally reached the treasure. Behind it were more passages, hidden compartments, and even more puzzles. I swear to God, is the treasure shy or what?
Ancient civilizations valued protection.
Finally, we reached a chamber where a small chest waited on a pedestal. I opened it with shaking hands, but there was no gold, no money, no jewels, nothing I could sell. Inside was just a small, broken, flower-shaped relic. No, we traveled across Tevat for this? For a broken thing?
It is indeed damaged.
We can fix this, right?
Yes, but not with gold, not with force, not even with knowledge alone.
Then how?
This relic is a vessel of hope. It reflects the heart's deepest wish. It was never meant to make someone rich. It was meant to answer the part of a person who refuses to give up.
I stared at the tiny broken flower and slowly understood. The treasure was never something I could sell to fix my life overnight. It was hope. The one thing I had almost lost in that hospital restroom. Nicole said every region had left something inside me. Courage, endurance, wisdom, strength, and truth. I held the broken relic and thought of Mom's smile, her warm hugs, and the little things she did whenever I was sad. I wish for my mom to wake up. I don't need gold or anything. I just want more time with her. Please. Just then, the relic started glowing. Golden light filled the cracks, and the broken petals slowly repaired themselves until the flower became whole again.
You fixed it!
The restoration is complete. The way home can now be opened.
A portal appeared behind us, and my chest hurt when I realized I was really leaving them. They were supposed to be just my treasure hunting team, but somehow they had become my friends. Klee hugged me first and gave me a tiny Dodoko charm.
So you won't forget Klee.
Fear doesn't mean you're weak. It means what you're fighting for matters. Always remember that, kid.
If fate allows us to meet again, perhaps we could continue this conversation over dessert.
You asked for a miracle, but you were the one who kept walking toward it. Remember that, too.
After a tearful goodbye with them, I finally stepped into the light. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the hospital restroom. I thought it had all been a dream until I felt Clee's Dodoku charm in my pocket. So it was real. Everything was real. I ran back to Mom's room. The bills were still there. Mom was still sleeping, but I felt different. Scared, yes, but not empty and hopeless anymore. One day, my seatmate was secretly playing some online game called Genshin Impact, and the second I saw her screen, my soul almost left my body. The characters looked way too familiar. And then it hit me. So I was in a game? That night, I downloaded the game beside Mom's hospital bed. And when Nicole's banner finally appeared, I pulled for her. Not gonna lie, I really miss her voice and her endless yapping about lore and random facts.
Step into the world of Genshin Impact, the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Tivat across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. Experience exciting new adventures in Luna 7 Truth Amongst the Pages of Piranha, featuring powerful new weapons, fun minigames, and exciting rewards to enjoy. Uncover a brand new story chapter in Sumeru. Meet new Wishbanner characters like Nicole, Prune, and Lowen. One afternoon while I was studying beside Mom, her fingers finally moved. Mom?
Hey, sweetie.
Mommy, you're awake. You're really awake. I missed you so much. And for the first time in a long time, the silence in the room did not feel scary. It felt peaceful at last.
I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God! Was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me. Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens. Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked. The devil himself. He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner. Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen. That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us.
Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you.
But Dad,
No buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood?
of course my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him." I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man. Well, the note says otherwise. The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes. We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face. You would do. You were going to be him. Be who? Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him. But Dad, I don't think I can... Kendra, you are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart? I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me. You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him. But how about me as Kendra and my grades? I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class. But no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this. But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine. Did it tickle your soul? Huh? The rhythm, the passion, the climax. Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back, and he started walking towards me. How about this? Did it tickle your soul? I suddenly became mute. This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake? Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious. I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it. I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed. That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy. Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you going to help me with this, or are you just going to play your violin all day? I only help people who can look me in the eye. Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully I was able to control myself until he smiled. You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty. So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start? Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work. For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe. Looks perfect now. He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures. I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive. Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork. He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version. But one revelation made me tear up a bit, and he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space. What? That's not true. He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble. Oh yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear. I could never hate such a goddess like you. Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me. I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend. Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right? Well, that's good to hear. Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her. Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently. That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you? I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious. I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company. I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter. You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval. Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you. He leaned in closer, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you? What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had. Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror. Are you falling in love with me now? What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me. And not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought. Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year. So I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something.
Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him.
I understand, but
you like him, don't you?
What? No, I mean...
Don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever.
As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile.
Can we talk?
I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About
us. I've always fancied you, you know, more than violins.
I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips.
Thank God I didn't pass out. So, did it tickle your soul this time?
Yes.
Finally.
Hi, my name is Gigi, and I'm from Illinois. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I have loved cars. I guess it's because my dad is a professional racer. I grew up hanging out with him at the racetrack, and his pit crew always treated me like one of their own. Don't get me wrong, I'm totally a girly girl. I love to do makeup, get my nails done, shop for the latest trends, and post selfies on Instagram. But given the choice between a hairbrush and a socket wrench, well, you can't fix a car with a hairbrush. The year I turned 16, my dad was in a terrible accident while racing. It was so hard for my mom to see him in the hospital, but I did the best I could to help by keeping my little brother and sister in line while she was visiting him. I cooked and cleaned, and sure, I hated it, but I had been raised with a pit crew mentality. Everyone pitches in. I missed my dad, and I couldn't wait for things to get back to normal. At night, I would watch NASCAR videos on my phone under the covers, dreaming of the day that it would be me driving. One day at school, our mechanics teacher said he was offering extra credit for anyone who wanted to work on fixing up an old car after class. My arm practically came out of my socket as I raised it to volunteer. The boy sitting next to me sneered.
But you're just a girl.
I took a wrench that I had in my zini purse and slammed it on his desk. Okay, flyboy, what kind of wrench is this? I was mad, but even though he was dressed in retro style, I couldn't help but notice his wavy blonde hair and steel blue eyes. He was kinda gorgeous. It was like I was watching a unicorn flip his mane in slow motion. I bet you're all thinking, focus girl, this guy is trouble with a capital WTH. And then he answered as if he was teaching me something.
Torque wrench. I can show you how to use it if you need a lesson.
Oh, no, he didn't. The only lesson to learn here is how to get up from the floor when I knocked you out. The whole class laughed at him. He pushed his chair back and got in my face. Are we gonna fight? The class started cheering. Did they really want to see me fight this gorgeous, annoying unicorn? Hold on, was this guy my nemesis? Smart, gorgeous, and into cars? Just like me? The teacher stepped in front of me before anything could happen while he stormed out of class. I was sent to the office, and he got away. So unfair, right? As I was sitting in the office waiting, I spied him on the football field through the office window. His hood was up, but I knew it was him. I saw him hand another boy a small package in exchange for money. I had no idea what he was up to. I only knew that this is my school, and I had to protect it from bad guys doing shady things.
Since you're an honor student, I'm letting you leave this time, but I don't want any more messes, and I will talk to Diego about this later.
I thought if the principal wasn't going to take this seriously, I was going to figure out what this guy was really up to. After my next class, I was talking to some cute boys about our favorite subject, NASCAR, and they invited me to go dune buggy racing with them that weekend. Diego must have heard as he walked by.
Dune buggy? I guess you can't drive a real car.
I followed him to confront him about his rude comment and saw him walk off alone to a lunchroom table. He took a half-eaten apple out of his pocket and started eating it. I stopped myself from gagging at the thought of eating what looked like something you would find in the trash. Gross! I needed to let him know that I was watching his every move, so I walked by him and gave him a dirty look. What's the matter? Couldn't afford a whole apple? He stood up, and I thought, this is it. I'm gonna wrestle him to the ground and search his pockets for evidence. Just then, my friends walked up to me, congratulating me for standing up to this bully earlier. But before they even noticed he was there, he put his hood over his head and darted away. We heard what you did, girl. Chalk one up for girl power. Girls can do anything. I was loving all the positive attention. I was, after all, the hero of this story, but I couldn't believe he didn't challenge me. I expected more of a fight from my mortal enemy. I was thinking that was the end of it, but the next day, I saw him leaning on a locker and talking to another boy and whispering. As soon as they saw me, they stopped and walked in the opposite direction. My spidey senses were tingling. After school, I waited, hiding under the bleachers to follow him home. I had to see for myself what the deal was. My phone rang, startling me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was my mom. I whispered so that I wouldn't give away my hiding spot. Hi, Mom. I'm kind of busy right now. She asked me to pick up groceries on my way home. I wanted to go to the library. Can I do it after? I felt bad lying to my mom, but I needed to have time to confront this worm, Diego. He came out the back door of the school, walked across the field to a hole in the fence, and slipped through. Gotta go. Love you. I followed him. And as I hid from sight, I saw him walk up to this small, broken-down house. 3 little boys came running out to hug him. It was the first time he smiled all day.
Hi, guys. Come on, let's get you into the house before...
Just then, a loud car pulled up to the house, and Diego hurried the kids inside for safety. A very large, scary man leaned out of the window and just stared at Diego. Diego was clearly intimidated by this man. He dove into the house like he was trying out for the swim team. The car spun its wheels, screeching so loudly I had to cover my ears, and it took off down the street. But before it left, I managed to take a picture of the license plate. I knew he was up to no good, and now I had the proof. The next day after school, I waited for Diego again, but this time, I stopped him before he ducked through the gate.
What are you doing here?
What's going on? Are you breaking the law? Because we don't tolerate that in this school. I mean it, Diego.
Why are you spying on me? Don't you have a life?
I'm super connected at this school. I know everyone. And if you think that you're gonna...
Okay, fine. I'll tell you, but just to get you off my back. That's Leo. He keeps asking me to work for his chop shop where they steal and sell illegal car parts.
I knew it. You're a criminal. Suddenly, he got really calm and touched my arm. We locked eyes, and for a second, I couldn't explain it, but I wanted to kiss him so badly. I know what you guys are thinking. Love him or hate him, girl, but pick a lane.
No, my dad worked for him as a mechanic, but when he found out that Leo was a criminal, he quit. And now he harasses my family all the time because he knows we're poor, but I always say no. My dad raised me better than that.
My mouth fell open like the Grand Canyon. I guess I never thought about him having good parents. I felt like the crumbs in the bottom of a toaster. I wish I could take back all the mean things I said, but instead, I kissed him. Yeah, I was as shocked as you were, and I was the one doing it.
Are you crazy? First you embarrass me in class, then you follow me around like TMZ, and now you want to be my girlfriend?
A girlfriend? Slow down there, Flash. It was just a kiss.
No, this is a kiss.
He kissed me back, and after a second, he shot me a shy smile. But then I remembered why I was there. Hey, you're trying to distract me.
Did it work?
Never mind that. What was all that sneaking around school, handing people mysterious bags?
If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were obsessed with me.
You wish. Now answer the question.
If you must know.
He pulled up his sleeve and showed me a leather cuff around his wrist.
I make these out of scraps and sell them. It's the only income I have since my dad isn't working.
I felt like a monster. I wouldn't have been surprised if I had horns and a tail at that very moment. Guys, has anyone ever said to you, don't judge people until you know what they're going through? I'm gonna get that tattooed on my forehead. I'm sorry that I judged you before I got to know you.
And yet, you kissed me.
I felt embarrassed, but then he started talking, and I got to know that he and his brothers live with their foster dad, who wants to adopt them, but he just needs a steady job first. And just then, my phone rang, startling me again. Man, I gotta change that ringtone. Oh, I have to take this. It's my mom. And without even listening to me, she burst into yelling so loudly that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. You forgot to take out the trash and your brother dumped it all over his bed. Not to mention, I asked you to give your sister a bath. She's so sticky I could hang her from the ceiling. Diego could hear her because it was so loud, and he laughed. When she heard him, she flipped her switch from angry mom to no personal space mom.
Are you hanging out with a boy?
Oh, Jellyfish, I'm so happy for you. What's his name? Is he cute? I was mortified. Didn't she know he might hear her? Mom, I'll be home soon, okay? She ranted on like a teenager on a sugar rush and yelled louder. Don't rush on my account. Hello, Jellyfish's new friend. Ugh, bye, Mom. I hung up and wished I had a time machine to erase that horrible moment.
Parents, right?
I'd better go.
Okay, see you tomorrow, Jellyfish.
Ugh, Mom. Ugh. Well, I couldn't stop thinking about Diego and how they barely had money for food. On my way home, I stopped and bought food to give them. When I got home, my mom saw the extra food, and before I had a chance to explain, she lost her mind. Are you kidding me with all this extra food? Do you want the kids to call you Gigantic Gigi? But no buts. Except your butt'll get even bigger if you eat all this food. I was so angry. And besides, I have a great butt. I'll bet JLo's mom never said that to her. Well, I asked her to calm down, and then I explained to her. After that, she flipped her crazy switch back to sweet again.
Oh, why didn't you say so? Let's go bring these to him.
She grabbed her keys, and my jaw hit the floor. How could she go from steaming hot to ice cold at the drop of a hat? We pulled up to Diego's house, but he burst out of the front door.
What are you doing here? Did you tell child services about me? I knew I couldn't trust you.
Was I dealing with another crazy person? Then I saw his little brother snuggled behind him in the doorway, and I realized he was protecting his family like a lion protects his pride. We just brought these groceries.
We don't need your charity.
Oh, that's too bad, because I brought peanut butter and jelly. His little brothers trampled him like a herd of gazelles. Peanut butter and jelly? Yay! I giggled at their unabashed honesty. Thank you, nice lady. Diego told them to take the groceries inside. Sorry, I might have overreacted. Might have? Okay, I'll forgive you if you promise never to call me jellyfish again. Deal. He reached out to shake my hand, but instead pulled me close, took off his wrist cuff, and wrapped it around mine
To say thank you for...
And just then, my mom honked the horn and interrupted us. Parents, right? Just as we were about to pull away in the car, that same scary dude came screeching around the corner in his loud car. He pulled up next to my mom's car. I was freaking out. Was he going to try to steal my mom's car or hurt her?
Stop. Don't you dare try anything. I will not.
He tried to stop them, but they laughed and scratched our car just to terrify him. Mom ducked me into the car, and she floored it and sped off down the street like Mario Kart.
That Diego is nothing but trouble. You are never going to see him again.
No matter what my mom said, I couldn't wait for school to see Diego. But when I got there, I found out that my mom had called the principal and gotten him in trouble, so he would have detention all week. I tried calling Diego, but he didn't answer. So after school, I rushed to his house.
Better you listen to your mom and stay away from me. I don't want you to get hurt.
I dashed towards my house and slammed the door open so hard that it shook the wall. Everything okay, Jellyfish? No! You got Diego detention, just so that you could stop me from seeing him? You know he's a great guy. And first, you want me to be friends with him, then you don't. Why have you been acting so crazy lately?
I just wanted you to be safe. Since your father's accident, I'm afraid of bad things happening to you, and I just want to protect you from getting hurt. I just love you so much.
Oh, Mom, but you can't wrap me in bubble wrap for the rest of my life. You raised me as a strong, smart girl, and you need to trust that I can make good decisions.
You're right. I guess I'll return that bubble wrap.
And then the next day, she went into high gear and fixed everything. She got Diego out of detention and reported the shady guys to the cops who got arrested. And the next month, my dad got back on track. And Diego's dad got a job with my dad's pit crew, allowing Diego and his siblings to finally be adopted. Diego was so thankful that he made me a PB&J sandwich in the shape of a heart and asked me to be his girlfriend. I, of course, said yes and immediately called my mom to tell her.
You called to tell me your happy news first?
Well, yeah, you're my best friend and the best mom. I love you.
I love you too, Jellyfish.
I couldn't help but be so grateful that Diego taught me not to be so quick to judge someone. You never know, they could wind up being family. Hi, I'm Mishi, and I live with my dad and brother Biku, who's 2 years older. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. My dad was a mountain climber, and our house was filled with trophies and awards he'd won. It was his dream that both his kids follow in his footsteps, so he started training me and Biku pretty young. I was a natural. Biku struggled a lot.
Stop climbing like an old lady, Biku! Care to pace up? We don't have all day!
Dad kept screaming. Biku got nervous and slipped. Meanwhile, I absolutely nailed my first day of training. Dad was so happy, he praised me all day long.
I'm gonna make you the best mountaineer the world has ever seen!
What about me?
What about you? A snail can climb faster than you, Biku. Being a mountaineer is not in your blood.
But it was my first time climbing, and the guy in front of me kept farting in my face. I got distracted.
Don't be a sour loser, big bro. Just accept it. I'm better than you.
Or maybe it was just dumb luck.
Relax, Snappy. I was just kidding. Don't worry. When I become a famous mountaineer, I will definitely train you to be my assistant.
I was joking, but Biku took it seriously and flung his shoe at my head. I ducked, and it hit Dad's trophy shelf, and everything fell to the ground.
Have you gone completely crazy, Biku? It's bad enough that you're an absolute embarrassment, and now you're disrespecting my achievements? You're grounded for a week!
Biku ran to his room crying, and since then, he just hated me for being Dad's favorite. Every time Dad would praise me, Biku would get angry and do crazy things. This one time, he filled my bed with sand, and another time, I opened my bag and saw a huge spider on my books. I was so scared I almost passed out.
Not so tough now, are we?
What's the matter with you? You know I hate spiders!
And I hate you, but I'm dealing with it.
That makes no sense! But Biku just grinned and left. Soon after, Dad started training me, and by 13, I was winning competitions all over town. But one day during training, Dad slipped and injured his knee. He was put on bed rest, and while I stayed up all night looking after him, Biku hardly came to see him. Instead, he skipped school, failed his classes, and started dating this girl in our school, Leela. She was my dad's colleague's daughter, a national-level climber and my biggest competitor. At first, I thought Biku was dating her to get back at me, but one night while I was getting some water, I saw Biku enter Dad's room. I peeked in and saw him stealing from Dad's wallet. What are you doing?
What does it look like? I need money for my date with Leela, and since Dad won't give any, I decided to take it myself. All his money belongs to me anyway. I'm his rightful heir, and you're just an extra.
I'm not letting you steal.
Bite me.
I tried snatching the wallet, but Biku held on to it tight. We fell into a fight and went crashing into Dad's desk. He woke up, and I had no choice but to tell him the truth.
Just when I think you can't embarrass me further, you go ahead and break your own record. I swear I will send you to a military school if you don't mend your ways.
Biku left quietly, and we didn't talk much after that. Dad got better, and we started training for a huge national competition, and every climber in the country, including Leela, was participating. One day at practice, I was slowly making my way up the climbing wall when I heard Leela behind me. Can you move faster? I don't want to stare at your butt all day. I'm sure you can find your way around. I can, but I don't want to. Try the wall for amateurs the next time. You're clearly too slow for this one. What's your problem? It's simple. I hate slowpokes. Leela nudged at me, and I lost my balance. I would have fallen to the ground, but my harness saved me. I was so mad at her, but I decided to get even at the competition and worked twice as hard. On the day of the competition, I felt confident, but just as I started climbing, I slipped and landed on my butt. I lost the competition, and Leela ended up winning the first prize. But that wasn't the worst part, because the next day, I was in the girls' changing room and heard Leela talking to her friends. Why are you dating that loser Biku? He looks like a frog. Well, that frog pays for all my shopping, and he's so charmed by me. In fact, he is so blind in love that he sabotaged his own sister. Totally worked in my favor. Leela went on to say that Biku was the one who scratched the sole of my boot so I would slip and lose the competition. I quickly took out my phone, recorded the conversation, and went outside. Leela looked startled to see me. What are you doing here, loser? It's bad manners to hear other people's conversations. You're one to talk about manners, you lying witch. You've got to come clean to the authorities about the competition or what? You're gonna hurt me, chicken legs? You're definitely asking for it. I wasn't, but I am now. Leela tugged at my hair and pushed me hard. I tried to push her away, but I slipped on something and my head hit the lockers. And the next thing I knew, I was in the hospital with a cast around my hand and Biku standing in a corner. Hot tears filled my eyes as I got up and slapped Biku across his face. I know you ruined my boots to help your sick girlfriend, and don't you dare deny it. I have her confession on my phone. You know, Biku, I always thought that even though we fought a lot, one day you would turn around and tell me how much you love me or that you're proud of me, but all you've ever done is hate me. Why?
Because you spoiled everything. I'm the boy. I'm supposed to get all the love and affection, but I just feel invisible in my own house.
That's not my fault. If you try to be better, Dad would love you too, but you keep messing everything up. That Leela doesn't even like you. She says you look like a frog, and she used you to get even with me.
You're just saying that to hurt me. Leela loves me.
No, she doesn't. She's a lying witch, but you're so dumb and blind that you fell for her tricks and ended up hurting your own sister. I hate you, Biku. Just get out. Biku tried talking to me, but I was too mad to respond. I told Dad everything, and he gave the recording to the authorities. Leela ended up getting expelled, and I never saw her again. The next morning, Dad spoke to his friends at the military school, and a week later, Biku was gone. I missed him, but I guess it was for the best. It took me some time to recover, but eventually, I got better and started climbing again. When I turned 18, I was chosen to represent my school at the International Camp for Young Mountaineers. On my first day, I was pretty excited until I went to my room and saw Leela. You've got to be kidding me. No way I'm sharing a room with you. Wait, Mishi, I'm sorry for what happened. I never meant to hurt you. But you did. I can never forgive you. At least give me a chance to make it up to you. It's too late. I thought I was clear with Leela, but she just got clingier. She left flowers by my bedside, brought me coffee, and left chocolates under my pillow. It was creepy, but I could see she was trying. Then one day during training, the camp instructor announced a challenge where we had to climb a huge wall. As soon as the buzzer went off, I sprang into action, and everything was going great until I saw Leela slip and hurt her ankle. She howled in pain as I rushed to help her up and sat her down on a bench. Why'd you help me? Because you were in pain. Don't think that I've forgiven you. Look, I know what I did was wrong, but I never asked Biku to ruin your boots. He did that all on his own. That's supposed to make me feel better? Biku was stealing from Dad to take you out on dates and shopping. Did you know that? No, I never asked him to do that either. Look, Mishi, what's done is done, and I'm sorry for it. We can either stay in the past and be bitter, or move on and be happier. I guess, but it can't happen overnight. I'll wait. Leela and I slowly became friends. After the camp ended, we went to training together and joined our dads on expeditions. Leela was still competitive, but it was fun having her around. But then, Leela found a boyfriend and she was always distracted. She was bunking training sessions and hardly showed up for work. This one time, we were leading a team to one of the toughest treks, and while I explained the procedure, Leela was busy texting. Okay, so we need to use the hack hammer a lot since it's a steep climb. Leela, are you listening? Yes, totally. Really? Then repeat what I said. Okay, fine, I wasn't paying attention. But we've already been through this so many times. I know what to do. No, you don't. Last week, you turned up late for an expedition. And then the week before, you almost cost us a rescue mission because you were texting in the middle of the climb. It's called multitasking. We are leading a team this time. It's a huge deal. So get your head back in the game or I can go on my own. Fine, count me out then. Leela didn't show up for the trek the next day, and I was too busy to care. After hours of climbing, my team and I stopped at a small cafe. I was waiting for my coffee when the most gorgeous boy walked up to me.
Care for some hot chocolate? It's my specialty.
I love chocolate boys. I love boys who make chocolate. I love chocolate.
Whatever you say. I'm Danish, by the way.
Mishi, Danish and I ended up talking all evening. He was a few years older and had migrated with his family from India. He was running a cafe, but mountaineering was his real passion. And eventually, he joined us on the trek. After the trek ended, Danish and I asked me out for dinner, and we were sitting by the mountains when he leaned in for a kiss. But when we pulled away, he looked worried. Was that not good?
It's everything I imagined, but Mishi, my parents are really orthodox and would only like me to date someone they choose. So until I talk to them first, you can't tell anyone that we're together. Promise me.
I found it a little weird, but Danish was already looking stressed, so I agreed. We started dating officially, and things were going smoothly, but it killed me that I couldn't share this amazing news with Leela, who was still mad at me. So I decided to be the bigger person and get her dessert from Danish's cafe, where I found Leela making out with Danish. What the heck? Get away from my boyfriend. Did you hit your head somewhere? Danish is with me. No, he's not. We both turned to Danish, who looked like a deer in headlights, and then ran for his life. I don't believe this, Mishi. How could you stab me in the back after everything we've been through? I stabbed you in the back? You're the one who never told me about your secret boyfriend, and it's not the first time I've caught you lying anyways. Seriously? In that case, Danish asked me out first, so if anyone's at fault here, it's you. He wouldn't have had to come to me if he liked you enough. Okay, that was harsh. I take that back. Don't bother. Lena flung her bag and walked away. I followed her, apologizing, but she simply ignored me and left. I even tried calling her 1,000,000 times, but she didn't answer. I felt so lost. My best friend thought I'd betrayed her, and the first boy I kissed turned out to be a snake. Just when I thought I'd hit rock bottom, I came home to Biku waiting for me in the living room. What are you doing here?
It's Dad!
Biku told me that a few hours back, he received a phone call that Dad and his team had gone on a rescue mission to Everest, and they were missing.
It's been more than 12 hours since they last got in touch with the base team.
Aren't they sending another search team?
It's a very dangerous climb. No one wants to attempt it.
If no one will go, then I will.
Did you not hear the part about the climb being dangerous? You're not going anywhere.
Stop acting like you have any control over me. You lost that right a long time back. Saying that, I grabbed my gear and left. I took a bus to the mountain rescue headquarters. I was packing up a few things when Leela walked in with Biku behind her. What is this? Some kind of lover's reunion? I heard about your dad and went home to see you when Biku told me you've already left for the headquarters, and now I'm coming with you.
So am I.
You don't know jack about climbing, Biku.
I'm coming from a military school. Trust me, I can do this.
It's too dangerous. Then we'll face it together. That's what friends are for. Well, that and dating the same guy, but who's counting? Leela and I hugged and made up and left to look for Dad early in the morning. When we reached the base of Mount Everest, I gulped. I'd climbed cliffs before, but this was the tallest mountain in the world. It was freezing cold when we started climbing, and at one point, Leela almost slipped, but I caught her and pulled her to safety. We reached the top of the mountain, and ahead was a stretch full of white snow. And then suddenly, I saw Dad waving back at me. I ran and hugged Dad tight as he told me that he and his crew were hit with bad weather and were hiding in a cave till the weather got better. They had a few minor injuries, but no one was seriously harmed. We quickly went back to base before the weather got bad again. Piku saw us and came running.
I'm so glad you're okay, Dad. There's so much I want to say, but let me start by saying sorry. Sorry for being a horrible son and brother. I guess I felt so invisible. I just wanted to get your attention somehow.
And that's partially my fault. I was so focused on Mishi, I couldn't pay you the attention you deserve, and that pushed you away further. And for that, I'm sorry.
And Mishi, I don't know if you'll ever forgive me, but all I can say is I will do better and earn your apology.
It might take me some time, but I'm sure we can work things through. And I'm sorry for screaming at you because of a boy. You're my best friend, and I wouldn't trade that for anything. So what do you say, best friends? Fine, but no hugs. Too late. And that's when I knew that people who are meant to be in your life will always find a way back. Hi, I'm Clover from Oklahoma. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a busy doctor mom who spent most of her days treating patients and performing surgeries. She loved her work so much that when I was about to come into this world, she was busy delivering other babies and the nurses had to pull her out to deliver me first. She's so pretty, like a snowflake. I was born with blue eyes and white hair, unlike anyone in my entire family. And wherever we'd go, everyone would stare at me.
What a unique kid. You should have her tested. Maybe she's an X-Men with mutant DNA.
Oh, go away. Listening to such stupid people and seeing how Mom got scared for me every time, I decided to fix things on my own. I took some paint colors and decided to color my hair all brown.
Oh, Clover, what are you doing, honey?
I don't like strangers coming up to me all the time, Mom. I want to fix it myself so I can be normal like the others.
Sweetie, you are normal, and you don't have to change anything about yourself for anyone.
But they just keep bothering me.
Then give them time. When people see something they're not used to, they get excited, but over time, they'll get over it. Trust me. To my delight, I discovered what Mom said was true. When I started school, at first, all the kids would stare at me, but then they all wanted to be my friend. By the time I was 14, guys would go crazy over me. And even though I secretly liked all the attention, I wanted to focus more on myself and my studies. So I worked my butt off and got into the best high school in Texas. But when I told Mom this, she shocked me with something even bigger. She was going to volunteer in a small village in South Africa and asked me to move in with my aunt who also lived in Texas. My aunt? How come I've never heard of her after all these years? That's because she ran away to marry a super rich guy and got in touch with me only recently. But why her, Mom? And how am I going to live without you? The place I'm going to is very remote with almost no communication with the outside world. That's why I want you to stay with family who can look after you when I'm not here. And you're all grown up, honey. There's a world out there you need to explore on your own. Mom hugged me tight, but I really wasn't excited about her leaving like this. Days after Mom left, I took a flight to my aunt's place. But when I reached the address Mom gave me, I got the shock of my life. My aunt wasn't rich. Instead, she lived in a very small house, and when I knocked on the house door, a pan came flying at my face. What, the flying pans? Oh, darling, I am so sorry. It's just this bratty daughter of mine. She keeps throwing nasty fits. You, come on in. She took me inside, and I could see this house hadn't been cleaned in ages. Yikes. It's just a pet. Don't freak out, princess. Freak out? I wanted to run from this place, especially because I had to share a room with nasty Nia, and she was the most unhygienic of all. So, what's with the white hair? Does it get you the boys, or do you have one of those real conditions like they show in MSA videos? You watch MSA? Yeah, and that's how I know I'm the main character. Now take the couch and don't fart all night. Ew. She was sick, but there was nowhere else I could go now, so I decided to make this place my home. And these people, my family, like Mom had asked me.
The next morning, before Aunt and Nia woke up, I cleaned the entire place to give them a surprise. But when I returned from school, the house was all upside down again. You guys, I worked all night to clean this place. Well, who asked you to do it? And anyway, I couldn't find any of my stuff with everything so tidy, so I messed it all back up. Ugh, this girl was such a nuisance. I almost wanted to call Mom and tell her to come back, but that's when I learned that Mom got stuck because a serious illness broke out in the area where she was working, and the government in that state announced an emergency and sealed it. So when's Mom gonna come back? And is she okay? Yeah, she's safe, but I have no idea when she'll be back. Now tell me, did you clean the house all by yourself? Your mom told me you can cook too. And did she give you any money? And even though my heart kept sinking thinking about Mom, my aunt would keep me busy with the house chores. And just like that, I became a live-in maid for these people. And Nia and I became like siblings who quarreled all the time. What did you do with my boots? I sold them for $40 at school. Profit, you see. Only you ain't smart. They cost more than $400. Oh, you're so stupid. She'd even have wild parties at home just before my tests to annoy me. And my aunt would sleep peacefully on the couch, like a deaf bear in hibernation. God knows how she managed to run the house without money. She didn't give me any allowance, and I decided it was time to make my own money. So I took up a job at a local salon, but then one evening while I was on my way back home, rain started pouring, and I started to run, but just then, a car came and stopped right in front of me.
Camilla, get in.
I kept ignoring him because that wasn't my name, but the guy kept following me in his car and then stepped out. I turned around to hit him, but he held my hand firmly.
Hey, chill. Look, I'm not going to force you to come back with me, but just listen to me once, okay?
He let go of my hand and kept talking to me like I was someone else. Look, sir, I think you're mistaken. I'm not Camilla.
It can't be. You both look so similar. God, is that your real hair?
He then apologized to me and went away, but only after a few seconds, he came back running. What now?
I can at least drop you at home. It's terrible weather, and I'd like to apologize for my misunderstanding.
He seemed like a nice guy, and because of the rain, I decided to take the lift. But on our way home, he showed me pictures of this girl who looked just like me. What's this? Did you Photoshop these? And then he told me something shocking. This girl was a model, but she ran away, and ever since then, he's been searching for her. But I'm not her.
I know. That's why I want your help. Until I find her, do you think you can work in her place? And I'll pay you a lot, too.
Me? I can hardly walk properly in slippers. I'm no model.
But I can teach you. Look, I don't want to force you, but I took advance payments and Camilla ran away with all the money. Now, if you won't do the shows, I'll have to refund triple the amount and I'll go broke.
I felt bad for him, but I had school and even Mom wasn't around, so I politely refused. But then a few days later when I woke up, I saw all the stuff was put out in the garden for an auction sale. Nia, what the heck are you doing with all my stuff? Making more money out of it. Your mom's gone and we have no idea when she's coming back. You can't just stay with us for free. So, who wants this shawl? Hey, that's my mom's. Give it to me. We both pulled it apart and went flying in different directions with the shawl ripping into pieces. I felt terrible seeing this and just wanted to move out now. So I called up James, the guy in the car, and took his offer on one condition, that he'd let me continue with school, and he agreed. He took me to the modeling agency dressed as Camilla, and later that night when I was in bed, I heard a knock on my window. James, what are you doing here?
I'm grateful that you agreed to do this, Clover. So I bought you this.
I stuffed my mouth knowing I had to go on a diet from the next day. But from then onwards, James would sneak into my room every night and teach me how to act like Camilla along with how to pose and walk like a model. He'd even pick me up and drop me back at school. And we'd have so much fun together that it felt like I had a new best friend that I could trust. Then on the day of my first ramp show, I was getting dressed in the green room when I heard a familiar voice. I went out to check and saw Nia was yelling at James. If you don't pay me the rest of the money now, I'm gonna tell her the truth.
Here, take this for now. I'll pay you the rest later.
James went off, but I couldn't help thinking what all this was about. Nia, what are you doing here? And what's this money for? Why should I tell you, smarty princess? Did Mama teach you to be street smart and not get used? Get used? What do you mean? He paid me to make things difficult for you at home after he met you, so you'd take his offer. He followed you that night and knew you lived in my house, so we talked.
You're lying.
Of course, that's what you'll think because you've always thought of yourself as someone superior to me, and as a fool because I lived in poverty. There was no way she was right about this. So I immediately went to James and confronted him about this.
I'm sorry, Clover, but I just wanted you to take the offer desperately, and I couldn't think of anything else.
But why? Why would you do that?
I don't want to gain sympathy, Clover, but the truth is, I have a chronic disease and I need lots of money for the treatment. Here, you can see my medical records.
Oh, James, I'm sorry to hear this, but I'm not yet sure if this justifies what you did, man.
I know. I just wanted to save my life, Clover. I know it was wrong, and I couldn't live with myself knowing I had tricked you into this, but I'm glad the truth came out. And it's okay if you leave, but...
I'm not leaving.
What? Look, I don't want you to think of me as some charity case.
No, it's not charity. What you did was wrong, but ever since, you've just been nice to me, and I want to help you, James. He hugged me tight, and then I rushed to the stage because I was already late for the show. But the minute I got onto the stage, I realized there was something wrong with my dress. Thankfully, the model right behind me saw this and helped me cover it. And the show was a super hit. James took me out to celebrate, and he looked so happy.
God, you were breathtaking today. And so many people wanted to sign you for more modeling jobs, but I refused since you have school.
What? No, you should have taken the offers.
But Clover, I don't want you to compromise on something you love. Besides, I told you it'd only be a few shows and then you can go back to your previous life.
But what if I don't wanna? I love doing what I do right now, and this isn't for anyone else but me. So you should take the offers, James. That brought the brightest smile on his face, and from then onward, I started working harder. I did 2 more shows for big brands, but then one day, something bizarre happened. As I walked out of the changing space, I got the shock of my life. Camilla? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I saw you on the TV and magazines pretending to be me. Why the heck would you do that? 'Cause you ran away with James's money and he needed help. That's a pathetic lie. I ran because James is the biggest jerk on the planet. He used cheap tricks to get me into the spotlight, like messing with my wardrobe, and then wanted to make me do cheap shows for good money that he could make. What are you saying? Tell me none of that has ever happened to you, and he didn't use some cheap tricks to gain your sympathy. He's a big liar and crazy about money. He tricked me into signing some bad modeling projects, and when I refused to do them, he threatened me legally. That's why I ran away. All of a sudden, the ground beneath my feet shifted, and I felt devastated. But I knew I couldn't be weak now, and I had to come up with a plan to teach this jerk a lesson. There was one person I knew who could help me come up with an evil scheme, but she wasn't going to do it for free. So, now the smarty pants princess needs my help. Yeah, the jerk didn't pay me the amount we agreed on. Can you imagine someone conning Nia, the queen of conning? And yeah, I'll help you, and I expect payment. So I want every penny you have saved up, and I want a foot massage. Fine, as long as you take a bath for once. We came up with a plan, and then a few days later, James came up to me with a bunch of documents.
Just like you said, I took on those projects, and now we just need to sign the papers.
Oh, that's amazing. Did you sign them already?
Yeah, I did.
Perfect. Now let's put this on, and let's get you on the ramp.
Camilla?
What nonsense. It's the same thing you've been doing to the other models all this time. Now it's your turn.
What do you mean?
These papers that you signed say that you owe us 2 times the money that you earned from all these projects, and if you fail to pay, you'll go to jail.
What? How's this possible? These papers...
I changed them. I broke into your office while Clover distracted you and changed these. Easy peasy. And I paid her to do that. I'm sorry, but I was desperate too. He tried to run away, but Camilla had called the cops in time and he got caught. As he was being taken away, Nia turned to us. Now, try to be a little more careful next time. Both of you idiots.
You're right. Thanks for your help, Nia.
And Clover, I want the money you promised to give me. Also, I have something to tell you, but no drama or I'll slap you. My mom called and said your mom is back and with my mom now. All right, here's a weird one for you. I accidentally became a teacher at 14. Yep, you heard that right. I taught my own classmates for weeks. Growing up, my parents were super intense about my education. They were both professors at the local university. Dad was a professor of mathematics, and Mom was head of psychology.
60% of kids without a master's degree are said to be clinically sadder than those without.
They were basically prepping me for Ivy League school from the ripe old age of 5.
Mom, can I play in the sandbox?
No, honey. The sandbox isn't going to help you get into a good college. You need to master your ABCs first.
But no matter how hard I tried, I just wasn't good at school. I just didn't see the point. What would I learn there that would help me achieve my true passion? Dancing. Ever since I was young, just the sound of the garbage truck backing up would make me bust a move.
Honey, are you feeling okay?
One morning, while I was choreographing a new dance for the school talent show, my parents stormed into the room like two furious prosecutors ready to deliver a life sentence.
Becca, turn that noise off right now!
I froze mid-move, one foot in the air, and held up my harmonica bottle like it was Exhibit A. It's not music, it's my water bottle.
Excuse me?
Yeah, see? The bottle you guys gave me? It has a built-in harmonica cap, so technically I'm hydrating and being a musical genius at the same time, which honestly is pretty productive if you ask me.
Wait, it does what?
I took a deep breath and blew into the cap. A loud, shrill whistle-like note filled the room. Ta-da! Best present ever!
Becca, put the bottle down. We're serious.
I sighed, but placed it down.
We're very disappointed. You flunked 3 classes and now you have to repeat the 8th grade. And as punishment, we're sorry, but you can't compete in the talent show.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's it? You're not angry?
Nah, I'm used to it. No good grades, no talent show, no future, no husband. I'll be outside, digging my own grave.
Becca, don't be so dramatic.
I picked up my harmonica bottle and played a slow, tragic tune. A funeral march, if you will. Too late.
Ugh, Becca, we're serious. You need to get your priorities straight.
Oh, I have priorities. Dance, talent show, become TikTok famous. Academics are like, 6th on the list.
Well, they better move to first, or else.
Fine. But I'm keeping my grave plot, just in case. To make things way worse, all my friends were all moving up without me. When I started 8th grade again, for the second time, I was totally ridiculed.
Becca, how about you? What's 6 times 6?
220?
I think we need to send Becca back to 3rd grade.
Ha! Idiots. Laugh it up now. Just wait until I'm your teacher. First lesson, Advanced Apologies 101. Homework, begging for mercy. I was miserable, but as I was walking home from school, I heard my favorite song playing, like it had come from the heavens. I followed the noise to a brick building. When I looked through the window, I saw a group of teenagers my age with their own totally distinct styles, taking turns showing off their individual dance routines. They looked happy. I rushed home, ecstatic. Mom? Dad? I've seen the light. I found my calling. I need to join a modern dance class.
Becca, sweetie, how about you find your calling in algebra first?
Ugh, algebra doesn't call anyone, Mom. It's like a spam call. Modern dance is my destiny.
And your grades? What about those?
I'll get my grades up. Straight A's. I'll even tutor other kids. Just let me dance.
Fine, but if your grades don't improve, we're canceling everything.
Yes! Thank you. I won't let you down. Unless it's a backflip. Then I might.
Becca.
Sorry, couldn't resist. Thank you. Now all I had to do was figure out how to pull the grades thing off. I just needed to find Jeannie. Jeannie was a bookish girl who was made fun of at the talent show last year for her terrible choreography. But one day in the bathroom, I caught her practicing a TikTok dance.
Oh gosh, I didn't know anyone was in here.
Look, I know you want to become a good dancer. Redeem yourself from last year's dumpster fire, right? Well, I have a proposition for you. I offered to teach Jeannie how to dance in exchange for letting me copy off her tests. Class was a little intimidating at first. Everyone seemed poised and confident, and I'd never shown anyone my routine before. But when the instructor put me on the spot, something primal kicked in. I just went for it. I had no idea if I was any good or not. And then, as I was mid-spin, I fell onto the floor. Hard. I was mortified. After class, I got a tap on my shoulder. It was a boy from class, and he had a sly smirk on his face. I totally thought he was going to make fun of me.
I like your moves. They're very personal, full of emotion. Deep.
Wait, really? Before I could say anything else, like, thank you, I heard a loud beep. Come on, honey, let's go. Mom seemed to be in a salty mood when I got into the car. Did you have fun at class? So much fun. Good, 'cause it's your last class. You've been expelled. You're grounded for the summer. What? Your math teacher caught you peeking over at Jeannie's desk. She questioned Jeannie, and she told her everything. We're so disappointed in you. I don't know where we went wrong. Jeannie, that traitor. Remind me when I become her teacher to give her detention every time she gets a correct answer. Guess who's staying after school forever, Jeannie? When we got home, I locked myself in my room, crying. My dreams of dancing were crushed. That summer, I was so depressed, I couldn't even bring myself to practice dancing in my room. I had all but given up on my dreams when I bumped into none other than Freddie at a pizzeria, scarfing down my sadness with a full pie to the face.
Hey, I know you.
Hi.
Dance class, right? You never came back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a family emergency.
Well, the next class starts in October. Hope to see you there.
Uh-huh. Now I had to transform into a good, studious learner, or my parents would never let me join the class. So the night before my first day at my new high school, I gave myself a little makeover. I grabbed a pair of scissors, chopped off my hair, replaced my contacts with glasses, and laid out my most scholarly outfit. The next morning, my parents' jaws dropped.
Is that my daughter under those clothes?
Yep. I've decided to take school seriously. You're right. It's important for my future.
Oh my gosh, honey. We've been waiting 17 years for you to say that.
But I've only been talking for 14 years.
Oh, we know. You started talking later than the other kids, but better late than never.
And I only took 2 steps inside the school before I heard the principal calling my name.
Miss!
Yes, sir?
You must be Miss Rosen, the new teacher. I thought you didn't get any of our voicemails that we couldn't find a substitute for a month. So glad you made it work. Your CV is impressive, and we're excited to have you as the homeroom/English teacher for grade 9.
Wow, I must have overdone the scholarly look, but the bell rang before I could respond. Sorry, gotta go. Don't want to be late for class. I walked into homeroom feeling intimidated, and now old. All the kids knew each other. They were talking about their crushes and summer jobs and all the usual stuff. But then I heard them talking about something that put a pit in my stomach.
So did you get through the summer reading list?
Yeah, duh. I'm not going to be an idiot like my mom. I want to get into a good college and marry a successful doctor.
Wait, are you taking algebra or calculus?
Summer reading? Calculus? I was in way over my head. I hadn't prepared for any of this, and I only had 1 month to get my grades up before dance class enrollment. I took the only seat available, which was right next to them. Hi, I'm...
Nice mom hair.
Seriously, my grandma has more fashion sense than you. You look like you could be our teacher.
I had to stay studious. Wait. Suddenly, I had an idea. If I looked so much like this teacher, I stood up and confidently strutted to the front of the classroom. That's because I am your teacher. Yep, Miss Rosen. Why not play into it, right? I was just doing a little social experiment to see how you kids act when the teacher isn't around. And I gotta say, I'm very disappointed with a few of you. The bullies' faces went pale. Now everyone... take your seats and pipe down while I take attendance. I shuffled through the desk, but I couldn't find the attendance list. Miss Rosen must have had it. You know what? Why don't you tell me your name so I don't pronounce them wrong? I had no idea what I was doing, but it occurred to me that I'd have better luck giving myself good grades if I was my own teacher, right? Plus, I'd have access to all the test answers. I only had to keep it up for a month. Couldn't be that hard. Okay, class, today I want you to think about your favorite book from the summer reading list and tell me what spoke to you about it. Be specific. I had the students opening up, talking about literature, and having a whole dialogue with each other. And all I had to do was sit back, ask some questions, and let the students take over.
Exactly. I agree with Anne. I liked the plot. I just didn't connect with the main character.
Why don't you think you connected with Holden Coford?
Caulfield?
Yep, that's the one.
Because he's a spoiled, selfish weasel.
You sure you're not talking about yourself, Jeff?
That's extra homework for you, miss. Now, let's unpack why you feel the urge to insult Jeff.
You suck at teaching.
Okay, detention. Wow. It felt good to have power, and I actually felt like I was kind of good at this. Soon, I was borrowing my mom's clothes, kicking on the makeup, and saying things like, no running in the hallways. It was awesome. Don't worry about Becca's absence. I've already been in touch with her parents, and she'll be back to school in no time. I'm handling it. I brought straight B's back to my parents. parents. Didn't want to be too suspicious and get A's. And when they called to confirm I was doing well and not cheating, I answered.
She's a wonderful student, Miss Baker. She really applies herself, and she's improving every day.
Oh, that's such a relief. You know, she always was a troubled student.
Well, maybe if her parents... you're doing a wonderful job. She's brilliant.
When I got home, Mom and Dad were actually smiling. We heard you're doing excellent in school, so...
We're letting you join dance class.
Thank you. When I got to the dance studio, I was ecstatic to find Freddie mid-stretch. And when the teacher paired us up as partners, I thought I'd be thrilled. But I just couldn't keep up, and I felt like I was slowing him down.
I think you're naturally gifted. You just need more technical practice. How about we train outside of class? The competition is coming up soon, and I need you in top form.
How could I not agree to that? Soon, Freddie and I were spending so much time together. My heart was beating out of my chest every time we would dance. Everything was going according to plan. Teaching by day, dancing by night. But suddenly, my teacher responsibilities started picking up, and I had to lie to Freddie about why I couldn't attend our private practices. I have a parent-teacher conference that I have to attend. As the student, of course. I suck at math. The truth was, I had to grade papers and accompany the students on field trips and host office hours and actually meet with parents about their stupid kids. I was so tired, and I could tell Freddie was getting annoyed with me. Then one day at school, standing in front of the class, I saw a familiar face seated in front of me. Freddie? I heard we had a new student. Freddie, is that right?
Fred, yeah.
Did he recognize me? I couldn't tell, but soon I was so distracted by him finding out my secret, I had a hard time keeping up the charade. And Freddie was being so weird and quiet. In dance class, he was charismatic and lively, but here, he sat in the back of the room all alone. I couldn't tell if he was hiding my secret or what. It was starting to get to me. I couldn't even look him in the eyes when we danced.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, Obs. Is everything okay with you?
Yeah, you just seem different.
Nope, I'm exactly the same as I am. Not the same as who you think I might be, but...
Okay, distracted then.
I promise you, my heart is in this. You have to believe me. I want us to win.
Yeah.
At school, I started to put on heavier makeup and frumpier clothes to improve my disguise. I was so worried about Freddie. I didn't even know what I was talking about in class anymore. With a shaky hand, I wrote something on the board. Okay, where does the comma go in this sentence? The bully came up to the board and confidently drew a comma in. Correct!
No, it's not. I was testing you. You don't even know basic grammar?
Everyone in the class was snickering at me. I felt like I was the dumb student again. What? Of course I do. Are you guys hot? Is it hot in here? I took off my cardigan, and suddenly, Freddie's expression changed. He was staring at me, and then I realized my birthmark. I had a diamond-shaped birthmark on my shoulder. He was the only one who'd seen it. I have to go to the bathroom. I stormed off, exposed. Then I heard someone call behind me.
Wait!
Freddie rushed towards me, staring me in the eyes. He pulled off my glasses, which could have been romantic, but nope, not like this.
Becca, is that you?
I turned even redder. I was speechless.
I can't believe it. It is. What's going on? Is this a joke?
Okay, I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out. My parents wouldn't let me dance unless my grades went up, and then I found out I looked like this new teacher who was sick, and so I just pretended to be her, and I guess I kinda got carried away.
That is crazy!
Please don't tell anyone. The competition is only a week away, and I need to show my parents I'm good at this so they'll let me go to dance school and not their alma mater.
Here I was, just excited to spend more time with you outside of practice. But for you, it was always about winning the competition.
I'm sorry, and that's not true.
I won't spill your secret as long as you do something for me. Parent-teacher night.
No! I couldn't go to parent-teacher night. My parents would be there. But Freddie was right. I owed him. He'd spent so much time trying to help me, and all I did was hurt him. Freddie is wonderful. He's making so many friends. Everyone loves him.
Really? That's surprising. He got into a bad fight in his last school because some football player was making fun of him for being a dancer. He broke the guy's nose.
He did?
Yes. We told you in the beginning of the semester, Ms. Rosen.
Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Hi, sorry to interrupt. We're here for our 5 p.m. with Miss Rosen. Oh my gosh, I was about to have a parent-teacher conference with my parents. I quickly powdered my face, pushing my hair in front of my face, trying to obscure myself. Yes, come in. I'm sorry. We'll pick this up later. So, how is Becca doing? Oh, Becca, she's an absolute dream. I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Would you mind pushing your hair out of your face and looking towards us? Oh, I I'm a little sick, so I don't want to get you ill.
No, that's okay. Just, it's a little rude not to be looking at us while you're talking.
As I turned towards my mom, head tilted down towards the table so she couldn't see me, my glasses fell off. Mom picked them up and handed them to me. When I reached for them, I saw her eyes go wide. She was staring at the frayed sleeve peeking out from underneath my blazer. It was her frayed shirt.
Becca, I thought you sounded familiar.
Before I could respond, Freddie's mom burst in.
Ms. Rosen, when you're done, I'd love to reconvene about Freddie.
Totally.
Miss Rosen, ha!
Lady, this is my dog. As my mom was finishing her sentence, I was literally diving headfirst out the window.
Becca, come back here.
I landed in the grass and sprinted away as fast as I could. When I finally arrived at the dance studio, I was exhausted and busted. I yanked off my teacher disguise, revealing the leotard underneath, and rushed into the competition.
Becca, we're about to be on. Did you talk to them? How'd it go?
Yeah, all good. They totally bought it.
Freddie, you were in on this, weren't you?
Oh yeah, they totally bought it.
I whipped my head around to see Freddie's mom, boiling red, but not redder than the faces of my own parents who were right by her side.
Becca, you are not dancing until you explain yourself.
The music was starting. The spotlight was on us. I'll explain. Just dance. I locked eyes with him, desperate. He was fumbling at first. I could feel his nerves. Freddie, don't worry about them. This is for you. You got this. And then we didn't miss a step. Freddie was amazing. When it was over, I couldn't hear my parents screaming. I was overwhelmed by the applause and the glimmer in Freddie's eyes.
You really pulled through. I'm impressed.
I'm so sorry for lying. I really love spending time with you, even when we're not dancing, but especially when we're dancing. I saw him hiding a smirk, and that was enough of an invitation for me to lean in and kiss him. As our lips touched,
Becca!
You tricked my son into going along with your charade so he could say he gets along with his classmates? You know he punched someone.
Buzz killed. He was provoked. He shouldn't have punched them, but if someone insults your passion, sir, how would you feel? Freddie might not get on well with others at school, but here, in this place, he's the coolest, most adored guy. This is our family. This is our school. Freddie grabbed my hand, squeezing it.
Yeah, and Becca is such an incredible dancer. She may not be good at academics, but she has a passion. All she needs is her parents' support. Plus, she is a good teacher. She taught me what it's like to fight for what you care about, no matter who tries to tear you down.
I suddenly saw my mom's face soften, just a little.
I guess that's something. And you did have good stage presence. I guess if dancing is your passion, I won't get in your way. As long as you have a backup plan.
Wait, really?
As long as you have a backup plan.
I couldn't believe it. I finally got my parents' approval. Sort of. I hugged Freddie, and he grabbed my shoulders and kissed me like our parents weren't right there. I was on cloud 9. The rest is history. Freddie and I started dating, and I officially enrolled in school as a student. I finished the semester with all C's, under the perfectly boring teachings of the real Miss Rosen. But I got to keep dancing, and the following year, Freddie and I got into Juilliard. After a brief stint touring as a background dancer for pop artists, I got burnt out and wanted to spend more time at home with our new family. So I fell into my backup plan. All right, kiddos, don't hold back. I want to see those moves. Teaching dance classes to middle schoolers. And when my daughter told me she wanted to be a dancer, I freaked out for a minute. Who would want to have their daughter be a dancer? Oh, I guess my parents were right. I woke up as the maids drew the curtains and I could hear the sound of birds singing. I slipped into my shimmering gown, just like Elsa's, placed delicate heels on my feet like Cinderella, and styled my hair like Rapunzel's. I looked awesome. Why wouldn't I? It was my 7th birthday after all.
Whoa, I want to pinch myself. Is it for real? You look stunning, my princess.
Thanks, Dad. But you remember your promise? You will rescue me. If I need you to, right?
Of course, sweetheart.
Hi, I'm Olivia, the princess of a small country in Europe. Dad threw a grand party for my birthday, and everyone was stunned to see how pretty I looked.
Oh my God, the princess came straight from heaven. You light up the room with your beauty.
The party was great, but then the son of a duke started boring me with how awesome his new school was. He went on, and all I wanted to do was return to my baggy jeans and hoodie and continue playing Minecraft. So I gave Dad a signal, our secret signal. I coughed once and then rubbed my nose, and just like that, Dad came to my rescue.
The princess needs her rest, don't you, darling?
Yeah, I do need it. Real bad. Yep, my dad was the best. He spoiled me rotten, and for him, my happiness was everything. My aunt asked him why he spoiled me, and he had the best reply.
I'm her father, not just her king. Olivia is strong and wise, and her life is her own to decide. I only want her to be happy.
Growing up, I felt like I was different from other princesses. I mean, how many princesses do you know who got to go to a normal school, stay up late playing video games, feed their pets, and give them baths? I could go out and play with kids and just be myself. I loved to live a simple life, just like everyone else. I remember one time I begged Dad to take me to the circus in town.
Oh, honey, I could bring them to the palace. You don't need to go there.
No, Dad. You know I want to go like everyone else, and I want you to come with me. Dad wasn't too sure about it, so I suggested we get a little creative and disguise ourselves to throw off the paparazzi. It was so worth it.
Oh, girl, that's really fun.
Yeah, I told you so. Okay, now say hooray! All of a sudden, I had terrible hiccups, which worried Dad, so I told him I was fine and went outside for some fresh air. As I walked around, I heard cries and rushed towards the tent to find people trying to train a monkey. Hey, you just stop it. How cruel. You can't do this to this poor baby.
Ho, ho, ho. Ordering us? Who do you think you are? Some princess?
Show off, kid. I ran away not because I was scared, but because I wanted Dad to know about it. And later, he dealt with it. But I remained upset for days, just imagining how that poor animal must have felt. One day, I heard some kids playing in my garden. When I went to check, I learned they were twins, Sophia and Ted. Their parents were friends of Dad's, and he promised to take care of them now that they had lost everything. The twins and I got along great. Ted was so much like me. We had all the same interests, and he was so gentle with animals, which I loved. Sophia was also sweet, and when we first met, we started talking like old friends. But gosh, she had this royal attitude that I just couldn't get with. Guys, I'm going on a tree planting campaign. Would you join me? It's going to be so much fun. No thank you. I don't want to get my hands dirty.
I've never done it before, but since you're doing it, it'll be interesting. I'm coming.
Ted was the sweetest. My life was perfect, but when I turned 8, my hiccups became awful. And to make things worse, my eyes started to twitch. Dad was worried and took me to a doctor, and it turned out that I had Tourette's syndrome. Even though I tried my best to control the tics, sometimes I just couldn't. One time in class, I was reading a poem that felt like I was on a bumpy road. This poem, seeing how all the kids just stared at me and then some giggled, my ears turned red. It was so awkward, and I ran from the class and just wanted to hide my face. But Ted followed me. Olivia, don't sweat it. Don't let this little thing put you down. Show the world you're not scared to take on whatever comes your way. Nobody's perfect, and that's okay. He was right, and because of him, I never felt bad about myself ever again, even though the paparazzi once made a meme video of me. It did hurt me sometimes, but it's part of life. Being a princess would never be that easy. On the other hand, Ted always tried to make me happy. He gave me cards every day. That's the weirdest thing he always did. That's so cute, Ted. But nowadays, no one makes cards.
But I always have time for you. You know I care about you the most.
Oh, come on. That's a little overdramatic. Just because I don't make Olivia one card every day means I care less about her? And then the twins started to fight, like always. I immediately came between them and stopped them from bickering because it could easily turn into a war. When we graduated from high school, he asked what I wanted to do. I told him I wanted to go camping and explore the wild. And to my surprise, he agreed. A couple of days later, I set off on a cruise to reach a forest camping site. I went to my room to freshen up, but when I came out after taking a bath, I screamed in horror when I saw a guy lying on my bed. Who are you, and what are you doing in my room? I'm gonna call security right now.
Actually, that's my line. This is my room, 206. Why don't you check it again?
I marched to the door and cringed when I saw that the jerk was actually right. I'm so sorry for that.
No problem. Do you need help with that?
Yes, thanks a lot, jerk. I grabbed my stuff and walked to my room as everyone stared at me. I went out to the ship's deck to take a couple of pics for Instagram, but I slipped and was about to fall. Thank God someone grabbed me. It was Mark.
Oh, you okay?
Oh God, you're hurt. It's just a scratch. It's okay. He looked so worried and instantly pulled out his handkerchief to tie it around my arm. That was kinda cute of him. The next day we reached the campsite, and I was totally mesmerized by it. I loved the greenery and the peaceful atmosphere. Everyone had split up into pairs, and guess what? Mark ended up with me. I saw a pond and decided to refill my bottle, but then all of a sudden, Mark snatched the bottle from me. Are you crazy?
No, but I'm not sure about you. Didn't you see that water snake?
I was stunned. He saved me for a second time, but he kept bossing me around like he was some kind of camping and forest expert or something. It was really annoying.
You packed this many clothes for a camping trip? Are you serious? Perfect. You don't have a sleeping bag? Were you thinking we'd get beds here? You can't go out of the tent without a mosquito repellent spray. You know what? I can't wrap my head around how a princess could give up all luxuries and live in the wild.
You know I'm a princess? For how long have you been stalking me? Are you from the paparazzi? You some spy? Some mafia guy? Look, I know karate and I'm not afraid to kick your butt.
Hey, hold on. How difficult could it be to know about a princess? You are world famous, you know. So why are you here?
I sat with Mark by the fire and told him how I had always wanted to see where animals lived freely. I talked about my love for animals and how I hated those who hurt them, how I even turned vegetarian, and it made me happy when he said he thought the same way. We stayed at the camp for 2 days, and I have to admit, Mark wasn't that bad. Yeah, he was still talkative, but I actually had an amazing time with him. But when the trip ended, we went our separate ways. After some time, I went to college, and right on the first day, I saw a familiar face. You really are a stalker. So you followed me here too?
Like, oh my God, this must be my lucky day. I'll get to see you every day.
Ew, so cheesy.
Is he bothering you?
No, he isn't. He's just naturally annoying. After that day, Mark was always around. And Ted, well, it looked like he wasn't too thrilled.
Hey, Olivia, just be careful around him, yeah? Just don't be too trusting of anyone, all right?
Oh, come on, Ted. Don't worry. He's a nice guy and a good friend of mine.
Oh, so he's your friend now too, huh? I didn't know that. Guess you've been spending a lot of time with him, huh?
Whoa, someone was jealous. But it's not like I could help it because I really started falling for Mark. I couldn't figure out why I kept smiling when he was around. When we were in the second semester, we had the assignment to make an awareness campaign, and I chose Mother Earth. Mark and I worked together on it, and soon we even created a YouTube channel educating people about animal rights and plantations. It made me so happy to teach people about it. Just a couple of days later, Ted asked me to go with him to a big business award ceremony. I didn't want to go, but he begged, and since I didn't want to break his heart, I agreed. It was boring until I spotted Mark and went to go talk to him. But I stopped in my tracks when I heard the announcer.
And the award for Best Leather Supplier goes to...
And then Mark went on stage with another guy who looked a lot like him. His brother. At that moment, I felt like my world had turned upside down. It was then that Ted told me how Mark's family owned a leather company that used animal skins and wood that was cut down from trees in the forest. And right then, Mark spotted me. Ted, I want to get out of here. Now.
Look, Olivia, I'm sorry. I know I kept the family business a secret from you, but I was scared to lose you.
How could you do this? You were never honest with me. I held Ted's hand and left.
I warned you many times to stay away from him, but you didn't listen to me. But don't worry, I'm always here for you. I'll never hurt you. He was right. It was me who acted stupidly and trusted Mark. Mark tried every possible way to contact me, but I shut him out. At college, he tried to talk to me, but every time he came, Ted was standing right next to me. I so wanted to hate Mark, but my heart wouldn't let me. Ted, on the other hand, tried everything to make me happy, but nothing worked out. Sometime later, Sophia and Ted made a plan for a family holiday in France, and right outside the Eiffel Tower, Ted suddenly got down on his knees and proposed to me with a ring. Holy moly, what is this? But my words were stuck in my throat. Right then, tons and tons of paparazzi came flooding in and flashed their cameras at us. Dad and Sophia looked at us with a smile. Ugh, it was like I had no choice but to take the ring. After that, it was like the whole country was talking about Ted and my wedding. The news spread like wildfire, and people even came out with merchandise with Ted and my faces on it. I was stuck. Seeing me look so worried all the time, Sophia asked me what the matter was. I lied and said everything was fine. You were never a good liar. Olivia, it's not Mark, is it? What? No. Maybe. Actually, yes. I can't get him out of my mind. Does it mean that you don't love Ted? Then why did you take the ring? But before I could answer, Ted entered. A couple of days later, we had a Christmas celebration at our palace, and when I went downstairs, I was shocked to see a familiar face. Mark! Apparently, he was Sophia's guest. With Mark and Ted both there, it was getting tense. So I ran to the garden to get some fresh air, and that's when I heard Mark. Olivia, can we talk? Look, I am so sorry. I should have told you everything earlier, but believe me, I left my brother's company a long time ago, when I first met you. You did? Then why were you there? It's 'cause I was invited to that award function by Ted, and when my brother won the award, he asked me to go up with him, then everything turned into a mess. Before he could finish, someone grabbed Mark. It was Ted. What's going on? What's going on? I'll tell you, sweet princess. You're out here talking to this jerk while being engaged to me. Oh, shut up, Ted. You are the real jerk. All this time, I thought Olivia liked you. But now I know she doesn't. I can't just stay quiet. Olivia, Ted wants to marry you just so he can be the next king. He took you to that award party on purpose. He manipulated both of you. I know I should have told everyone earlier, but I couldn't. He's my brother. But now, seeing how miserable you are, I just couldn't stay quiet. I'm sorry, Olivia. How could you? I did nothing wrong. You are a royal. You should marry a royal. You could at least be a little thankful after how much I did for you. Everything you wanted, I did, even if I hated it. I even touched those ugly pets of yours. Yuck. That did it. Nobody calls my pets ugly. I gave Ted a much-deserved slap. And the next thing I knew, the guards took him away. Apparently, Dad had seen everything. As everyone went back inside the palace, Mark and I stayed outside. Now that I knew everything, I had so much to say to him. I had to apologize. But before I could even say a word, he came up to me. So, princess, we are standing under a mistletoe. You know what that means? Yeah. He kissed me, and I knew in my heart that I would get my happily ever after with Mark. Hi, I'm Kayla, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. My dad used to be a basketball player for the national team, but he had to quit after a serious sports injury and a permanent limp. But he didn't give up his passion and became a basketball coach. He was my inspiration to always work hard. Always remember, Kayla, the harder you work, the higher you go. I was a very tall kid from the start, and while everyone around me thought I was a little weird, I loved and embraced my height. Hey, how's the weather up there? The weather is great. The view, not so much. When I turned 10, I got into basketball just like him, and I loved it. I worked really hard, and by the time I was 16, I was the best player in town, and also won a sports scholarship to a great school, which was in Dad's old hometown. On my first day in my new high school, everyone stared at me,
But this one girl, Heidi, was the weirdest. She was the mayor's kid and a total brat. And even worse, she was on the girls' basketball team too. During the first day of practice, the coach introduced me to the team. Kayla's one of the best players in town, and we're lucky to have her on the team. As if I can take that giant down in one shot. Excuse me? Did you say anything? I was just saying that being tall doesn't make you the best player. I have the skills to beat you. Really? I'd love to see you try. Heidi and I had a one-on-one match, and I totally owned her. The coach was super impressed and asked me to take over as the team captain. I was over the moon.
Wow, that was impressive.
I looked behind to see a cute guy towering over me. For the first time ever, I'd seen a boy taller than me. Well, thank you.
I don't think I've ever seen Heidi get this angry. You did a fab job. I'm Jay, by the way.
Jay was in my class and the captain of the boys' basketball team, not to mention the hottest guy around. After that day, Jay and I started hanging out a lot and even trained together in school. By the time we were in our senior year, Jay was my best friend and we were always together. Things were great, and when I broke the record for highest baskets in a season, Jay was the first one to cheer for me.
Wow, look at you. You had a great season.
Well, thank you. It wouldn't have been so good if it wasn't for your grueling training.
Well, you're welcome. It's been a pleasure to work with you.
As we were talking, I opened my locker and was bombarded with glitter shots. My clothes, face, books, and even Jay's clothes were covered in pink sparkles.
Wow, looks like you have a secret admirer.
More like a hater. We both know who this is. Oh my God, just when I thought you couldn't look any worse, you show up in a full face of glitter. Is that a new makeup trend? For losers? I wouldn't know since I just had the perfect season. How was yours? Scored any baskets? Cheeky are we? But hey, look, you've ruined Jay's clothes too. Just like you're ruining his reputation by hanging out with him. Why don't we ask him?
Don't look at me. I just want to get changed. I am terribly late for class.
As Jay left, Heidi stared at me with death in her eyes. What is your problem? You've been after me since the day I came here. I want you to pay for what your dad did to my dad. What? What did he do? And isn't your dad like the mayor? Yes, he is. But your dad made him miserable in school. He was a bully, and I'm gonna take his revenge on you. Someone's gotta pay. I think you're confusing my dad with someone else, weirdo. I walked off quickly. This girl was crazy and just making things up. My guess was that she hated me mostly because I was close to Jay and she had the biggest crush on him, which she didn't hide. A few days later, while I was in the locker room changing, I heard Jay screaming my name. What's wrong? Why do you look like someone stole your Air Jordans?
It's not funny, Kayla. Do you really mean it?
How am I supposed to know? You tell me. Did someone steal your Air Jordans?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this note you left me. And I understand how you feel, but this is all just a bit of a shock to me.
I was so confused until I took the note from Jay's hand and saw that it was a love confession from me. And I didn't even write it. I had a feeling Heidi had something to do with this. But before I could say anything, I saw her walking out of the gym. So I just grabbed Jay by the collar and kissed him.
Wow, that was
weird, I know, but just play along. Heidi's watching us. I'm sure she's the one who sent you the note.
This is nonsense.
Look at the handwriting carefully. It looks like a first grader wrote that. I've seen her assignments, and trust me, she writes exactly like that. Besides, do you really think I'd write such creepy, cheesy stuff?
Yeah, but why would she do that?
She likes you. Isn't it super obvious? And maybe she thought this note would make you freak out. But the joke's on her. I'm sure her butt's on fire.
So you don't like me? And this note is just a stupid prank?
Of course. What did you think?
Yeah, of course. I was sure it was a joke too.
Just then, the craziest idea struck me. We could totally pretend to like each other to piss Heidi off. So for the next few weeks, every time Heidi was around Jay and me, I would hug him or loop my arms in his and pretend to be lost in love. Oh, Jay, your eyes remind me of basketballs.
Ew. How about this? Kayla, every time I see you, I feel everything is perfect, and I can stare at you all day, deep in those perfect brown eyes.
He was just being lame, but somehow it made my heart skip a beat.
How was that? Enough to convince her? Now, if we're done, let's go to class.
Yeah, totally. This continued for days. And I could tell that watching me and Jay together as a couple was burning Heidi to a crisp. She was so distracted by everything that her game was at an all-time low. And even the coach decided to bench her for the upcoming championship.
Don't you think we've gone too far? We should just let it go now.
But the fun's just begun. She's always been mean to me. Have you forgotten the days when she ruined my new shoes? Dad got them for me after saving for months. And what about the time she burned my jersey and the coach screamed at me? She deserves it.
But pulling a prank on her only makes you more like her. Think about that.
Jeez, relax. You don't have to go all Buddha on me. Besides, it's only for a few weeks. She can stay distracted, and I'll perfect my game for the championship. Only the best player will get to go to a college with the prestigious Stanford scholarship.
So that's what this is really about? You want the scholarship?
That's not what I meant, Jay. Yes, of course I want the scholarship because I'm not as rich. But
you know what? I get it. You're right. It was me who got mixed signals.
Mixed signals? What did he mean? I wanted to ask him, but before I could, he flung his bag and walked off. When I tried calling him that evening, he totally avoided my call and didn't show up to school the next day, or for a whole week after that. I left him a text, and all he said was that he was down with a bug. I was sitting in the cafeteria one day watching my favorite MSA videos, when suddenly, Heidi plopped her butt next to me. Trouble in paradise? Where's your boyfriend?
Who?
Oh, Jay. He's not well. Oh, but I saw him at the party last night, and he looked fine to me. Did he finally realize you're too trashy for him? Or maybe he finally got tired of looking at your dumb face every day. Who knows? I got up and left, but I felt bad about Jay lying to me. He said he wasn't well. Then why was he at a party? Or maybe Heidi was just lying to get under my skin. I had to confirm it, so I went to his place to check on him, but security told me he wasn't around. And the next day when Jay showed up, he totally blew me off. Hey, where have you been? And why aren't you answering my calls?
Because I didn't feel like it. Now, can you move? I'm trying to get some practice. The championship is coming soon? Oh, you would know that, since it's so important for you and your precious scholarship.
Are you still hung up on that? I said, I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean it like that. Is she bugging you? Is my coochie-coo honey bunny getting annoyed? Jay continued shooting as I stared at Heidi in shock and then burst out laughing. I don't know what's funnier, that dumb dress you're wearing or the fact that you just called Jay all sorts of marshmallow names. Oh, I'll tell you. The funny thing is that you're out of the picture and I am Jay's girlfriend. You're what? Oh, please tell me this is just one of your dumb pranks.
Can you both take your crabby fights somewhere else? Some of us are actually serious about this game.
But you can't date her.
Really? Why not? What's wrong with her? She likes me.
I tried to think of a better answer than she's a witch, but just then the coach walked in and asked us to get ready for practice. And then there was never a good time. He was either busy with basketball practice or that leech Heidi was always around him. It made my blood boil. But with the championship coming up, I had bigger fish to fry. I started practicing day and night till my body was sore, and it really helped me to keep my mind off the whole Jay situation. One day before the championship, I was walking home when I saw Heidi and Jay outside a cafe. You have to stop looking at Kayla like some lost lover boy. You need to look happier being my boyfriend.
I'm only with you because I don't want to mess up Kayla's scholarship. I didn't know I had to look happy about it too.
Fine. It's not like I'm really into you either. I just want to make Kayla suffer for what her dad did to my dad. And I know she's hating seeing how close we are now. So you better keep up the act. Just remember, all my dad needs to do is place one phone call and no good university will take her in. She can kiss that scholarship goodbye.
Whatever. I'm here, right?
I wanted to slap the daylights out of Heidi, but just then Dad called and I had to rush back home. And I really needed to ask him what he did to Heidi's dad.
Oh, God. That was such a long time ago. Yeah, I went to school with her dad and we used to bug him a lot. He was always trying too hard to fit in and getting everybody to like him. But he wasn't a nice guy. Maybe I wasn't very nice to him either. But it was decades ago. He's 10 times more successful than me now.
Looks like he's still holding on to a grudge and his stupid daughter is taking it out on me. I couldn't sleep the whole night thinking about the whole situation. Jay was my best friend, and that witch was blackmailing him into dating her because of my scholarship. I had to put an end to this. So the next day, I walked straight up to Jay.
Kayla, this is the boys' locker room.
You need to dump Heidi. I heard you two talking by the cafe last night, and I know she's blackmailing you with my scholarship. But Jay, you don't have to do this for me. And stop blinking like that. You're freaking me out.
I just don't know what to say. Listen, Kayla, the scholarship is important to you. And if I can keep Heidi off your back for a couple of days by doing this, then what's the harm?
I don't like it. I can't see you two together.
Why?
Jay looked into my eyes, and I could feel my body melting at his touch. What was happening? I wanted to say something, but it was like words had fallen out of my brain. Was I falling for my best friend? Just then, his teammates called him and Jay left for his match. I waited by the courtside to talk to him later, but as soon as the match was over, Heidi leapt onto him and I couldn't stop myself from pushing her away. What the heck? How dare you touch me? How dare you touch him? I know you're just blackmailing him into dating you, so please, why don't you save face and get lost? Jay, you don't have to date her for my scholarship.
But
don't be stupid, KK, or you'll end up losing everything. You can take away 1,000,000 chances from me, and I'll still make it because I know I'm talented, unlike you, who always gets everything because of your father's money. Oh, sweetheart, money speaks for itself. And right now, I can hear it saying that you've lost your chance of ever getting into a good college. Heidi stomped her feet and left, but I couldn't care less. I was about to confess my feelings for Jay, but before I could, the coach called me for the match. That evening, I played the best match of my life and also ended up getting the Best Player award. I had no idea if I'd get the scholarship, but at that moment, all that mattered was that I was happy with Jay by my side. A week after the match, I was waiting by the lockers when Heidi walked up to me. Hey, loser, I told you you'd never win the scholarship. Why do you look shocked? Oh, you didn't see the list yet? No. I'm shocked because you're still talking to me after I royally kicked your butt last week.
Yeah, and so what if she didn't get the scholarship? She did get selected for the Nationals.
I turned around to see Jay smiling down at me. What? I got selected?
Yeah, and you'll be the team captain. Coach just told me about it, so I thought you should hear the news from me.
This is the best day ever, and you didn't even have to date anyone for this. Ugh, I hate you. I'm gonna tell my...
Dad? We know.
Heidi left red-faced as Jay turned to me.
So that was dramatic.
Not as dramatic as your whole, leave me alone, Kayla.
Oh, shut up. You act all smart, but you couldn't even figure out that I
like you?
You knew?
No, but I know that I like you too, and if I have to date someone, why not my best friend?
Not that easily. You'll have to take me out in basketball first.
You're on.
As Hermes, messenger of the gods, I've borne witness to countless tales spun across the tapestry of Olympus. With my winged sandals, I have traveled across the realms of the universe, carrying tidings that have altered fates. Among these tales, one that stands out in my mind is the story of Persephone and how a twist in her fate affects every mortal until eternity. You see, Demeter is the goddess of harvest, and she could turn the earth green with her touch. She made countless flowers bloom and coaxed bountiful crops from the soil. With her presiding over the planet, no living creature ever went hungry. She took great joy in her role, but her heart belonged entirely to her daughter Persephone, the maiden of spring.
I've never seen anything like you. Are there more of you nearby?
Little princess, I know of a field where the flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. I can take you there if you want.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be a sight to behold.
Then come with me, sweet child.
Enough, spirit of mischief! I have given you plenty of chances to change, but it seems all you want to be is a troublemaker. Did you think you could lure my daughter away and I would be unaware?
Curse you, Demeter! Why should you and your child receive all praise and adoration when we, the spirits of nature, fade into the background?
A heart that is as poisoned with envy as yours cannot be cured. You are banished forevermore from these woods. Did you forget that you are not allowed to venture into the forest alone?
I'm so sorry, Mother. I only wished to see the magical flowers.
And you shall see many wonders, my child, but always within the safety of my reach. The world holds great beauty, but also grave danger. Come now, it's almost dawn. Let us go out into the meadows and make our own magical flowers bloom.
That sounds perfect, Mother.
Demeter always wanted to keep Persephone close to her. But as her daughter grew older, she turned into a beautiful young goddess who attracted the attention of many young suitors. Anytime a god smitten by Persephone's beauty sought her hand in marriage, Demeter sternly turned them away.
I cannot marry her off, Hecate. She is too delicate for the harsh world outside. Huh? These gods who come after her, they only see her beauty, not her gentle soul. They cannot care for her as I do. Demeter, you must be mindful of what Persephone wants too, or she might grow to resent her cage. A cage? Is that what you would call it? She has everything here that she could possibly desire. She's a powerful goddess, and under my guidance she can wield life from barren soil. Any god she marries will only dim her light. No, she will be here with me forever. Innocent and loved.
I do not desire to leave your side, Mother. I will stay here, forever.
But fate had different plans for Persephone. On a rare trip to Earth's surface, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, was wandering through a grove of trees when his gaze fell upon a scene that held him transfixed.
Hades, my lord, you seem to be troubled. What weighs on your soul?
As you well know, when my brothers and I overthrew our father, the kingdom was divided among us. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and I the underworld. I've never complained about my lonely lot, and do my duties justice. I don't frolic or play like the other gods, and work hard in my solitude. But mortals and gods alike see me as the embodiment of darkness, and their tales paint me as a monster to be shunned. My realm is necessary, but it is hated by all, as am I. But do they not see that I also have a heart, that I am made of the same cosmos as they, even yearn for the light sometimes?
What has brought this on, my lord?
Persephone. She is the light where there is none. She is life where all is death. Ever since I laid eyes on her, I can think of nothing else. But would she ever see past the darkness that cloaks me? Would she ever gaze upon me and see not a lord of despair, but a soul longing for companionship and warmth?
Persephone, Demeter's daughter. Indeed, her radiance rivals the dawn, but she is of the upper world.
I must have her as my queen, as my wife. Her presence would bring joy and life to a realm that only echoes with loneliness and sorrow. And I must believe that even in the underworld, love can find a place to blossom.
My lord, her mother would never allow it.
Perhaps there is a rightful path to this union. I will go to her father Zeus with a proposal of marriage. I only need his permission according to our customs. Get my chariot ready and prepare for my departure. Today, either I win a queen for my empty halls, or I resign myself to an eternity of despair.
The next day, when Persephone had wandered far from her companions in a field and was kneeling down to admire Narcissus, suddenly the earth beneath her shook.
Fair Persephone, be not afraid. I am Hades, lord of the underworld. My kingdom is vast and rich, but it lacks the radiance of your presence.
Unhand me!
Come with me and rule by my side in the shadows where eternity lies.
Let me go. My mother will tear the world apart to find me, and there will be no place dark enough to hide.
Where is Persephone? Something has happened to her. I can feel it. Leave everything and search for her, now!
Demeter's grief upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immense, and as she roamed the earth searching for Persephone, she had neglected her duties. And so, the crops and trees began to suffer.
My daughter! My heart!
In her desperation, she sought the counsel of her old friend, Hecate.
Hecate, you who see into the shadows, help me find my daughter.
You must seek Helios, Demeter. His all-seeing gaze pierces through deceit and darkness.
Taking the advice to heart, Demeter ascended to the chariot of the sun, where Helios guided the day.
Helios, please, you must tell me where my Persephone has gone. You see everything from your throne. Surely you must know. I can't bear this pain any longer.
Helios the sun god had indeed seen everything that fateful day, but had chosen not to interfere. However, he was moved by Demeter's grief.
Demeter, your daughter has been taken by Hades to the underworld. He desires her as his queen.
That cannot be. My daughter, queen of that cold, dead realm? I won't allow it.
Perhaps it is not as dire as you fear. Persephone's grace could bring life even to the underworld. Also, he is one of the most powerful, wealthiest gods in the universe, and she would rule by his side. Is that so terrible?
This is an outrage! How dare he take my daughter? Did Zeus know about this too?
Zeus allowed it.
In her fury, Demeter descended back to earth.
Return my daughter to me, or I will let the earth perish in my sorrow. I will let this world turn into ice and ash. I will plunge it into eternal winter.
Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone wept in despair and lashed out at Hades any time he tried to speak to her.
To rule the underworld by your side? I want nothing to do with you. You've stolen me away from the sun, from my mother.
I understand your anger, Persephone. I only hope, with time, you will see me and my world differently. Until then, I will respect your wishes.
As enraged and heartbroken as Persephone was, she eventually got tired of her despair and ventured out of her chambers to observe Hades and her new home.
I built this for you, to remind you of the surface and to give you a place of peace.
I've never seen something like this. It's so beautiful.
As are you, my queen. Each realm has its supreme ruler, Persephone. But here, you and I will rule together as equals. You will never be beneath me, but always near me.
Meanwhile, on the surface, Demeter's grief and rage was a storm that screamed across the lands. Where she walked, earth cracked, rivers ceased their babble, and crops withered to dust under her shadow. As she withdrew her blessings from the world, famine began to spread far and wide. The cries of suffering mortals eventually reached the ears of Zeus on high Olympus, who could no longer ignore the matter. So he convened a meeting of the gods.
Demeter's wrath endangers all. We must find a solution that honors both her demands and the laws of gods.
If my daughter wishes to leave the underworld, let her return to me, or I shall never again let the earth bear fruit.
Very well, Demeter. If Persephone wishes to return, she shall, if she chooses to stay with Hades. So be it.
With a heavy heart, Demeter agreed, and Zeus commanded me, Hermes, to negotiate Persephone's return. So I descended into the gloom of the underworld, where Hades sat upon his throne with Persephone by his side. Her face was as pale as the ghosts around her.
Hermes, why does Olympus disrupt the quiet of my realm?
Mighty Hades, Zeus commands you to release Persephone, lest the earth die with Demeter's heart.
I cannot ignore the decree of Zeus or the pleading eyes of the one I love. But know this, the ties that bind us are not easily broken.
What do you mean, Hades? Just then, Persephone looked down at something she was clutching in her hand, and I saw it was a pomegranate. Suddenly, the realization of what had happened dawned on me. Fair Persephone, did you eat from that fruit?
I couldn't help it.
6 seeds, to be exact. Each of them has sealed her fate and has bound her to the underworld.
I knew I had to think quickly and come up with a deal that Hades would accept. Otherwise, Demeter would let the earth starve forever. She only ate a small portion of the fruit, so she should only stay with you for part of the year. She will spend 2/3 of the year with her mother on Earth and 1/3 with you in the underworld.
Go now to your mother, but feel compassion kindly in your heart towards me, and do not feel sorrow upon your return. For while you are here, you shall rule as my equal, and have the greatest rights and honor among the gods, as well as my undying devotion.
Persephone assured him she would return on the agreed time, and he arranged his chariot for her to depart. Demeter's joy knew no bounds when she was reunited with her daughter, but she was furious at the deal that had been struck.
How could you possibly eat the fruit of the dead? It is common knowledge that eating anything in the underworld binds one to that realm. Why would you do that, Persephone?
It was a moment of great weakness. I wish I could reverse it. I am so sorry, Mother.
Demeter had no choice but to accept the deal, and once her wrath subsided, the earth turned green and bountiful again. But when it was time for Persephone to return to the underworld, Demeter began to mourn once more, and winter would arrive, thus setting the cycle of the seasons.
My daughter, my soul, your return brings life to this world.
Mother, in the darkness, I've learned the secrets of the deep earth, and in your light, I bring forth life. Together, we bind the world in a cycle of death and rebirth.
And so, in this tale of compromise, the dance of the seasons has found its rhythm. An enduring love story was also set into motion, for even eons later, Hades and Persephone are often mentioned as Greek mythology's most happily married couple.
I can give you all the wealth of the earth, Persephone, but I cannot give you the sun and the breeze. I know you long for them when you are here.
You have given me more than I ever expected to experience in my life, Hades. You have given me respect, power, and a love that is genuine and rare. With you, I feel the most like myself. With you, I feel free.
So you do not regret your decision to eat the pomegranate seeds?
Never, my love.
All right, here's a weird one for you. I
accidentally became a teacher at 14. Yep, you heard that right. I taught my own classmates for weeks. Growing up, my parents were super intense about my education. They were both professors at the local university. Dad was a professor of mathematics, and Mom was head of psychology.
60% of kids without a master's degree are said to be clinically sadder than those without.
They were basically prepping me for Ivy League school from the ripe old age of 5. Mom, can I play in the sandbox?
No, honey. The sandbox isn't going to help you get into a good college. You need to master your ABCs first.
But no matter how hard I tried, I just wasn't good at school. I just didn't see the point. What would I learn there that would help me achieve my true passion? Dancing. Ever since I was young, just the sound of the garbage truck backing up would make me bust a move.
Honey, are you feeling okay?
One morning, while I was choreographing a new dance for the school talent show, my parents stormed into the room like two furious prosecutors ready to deliver a life sentence.
Becca, turn that noise off right now.
I froze mid-move, one foot in the air, and held up my harmonica bottle like it was Exhibit A. It's not music, it's my water bottle.
Excuse me?
Yeah, see? The bottle you guys gave me? It has a built-in harmonica cap, so technically I'm hydrating and being a musical genius at the same time, which honestly is pretty productive if you ask me.
Wait, it does what?
I took a deep breath and blew into the cap. A loud, shrill whistle-like note filled the room. Ta-da! Best present ever!
Becca, put the bottle down. We're serious.
I sighed, but placed it down.
We're very disappointed. You flunked 3 classes and now you have to repeat the 8th grade. And as punishment, we're sorry, but you can't compete in the talent show.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's it? You're not angry?
Nah, I'm used to it. No good grades, no talent show, no future, no husband. I'll be outside, digging my own grave.
Becca, don't be so dramatic.
I picked up my harmonica bottle and played a slow, tragic tune. A funeral march, if you will. Too late.
Ugh, Becca, we're serious. You need to get your priorities straight.
Oh, I have priorities. Dance, talent show, become TikTok famous. Academics are like, 6th on the list.
Well, they better move to first, or else.
Fine, but I'm keeping my grave plot, just in case. To make things way worse, all my friends were all moving up without me. When I started 8th grade again, for the second time, I was totally ridiculed.
Becca, how about you? What's 6 times 6?
220?
I think we need to send Becca back to 3rd grade.
Ha, idiots. Laugh it up now. Just wait until I'm your teacher. First lesson, Advanced Apologies 101. Homework, begging for mercy. I was miserable, but as I was walking home from school, I heard my favorite song playing, like it had come from the heavens. I followed the noise to a brick building. When I looked through the window, I saw a group of teenagers my age with their own totally distinct styles, taking turns showing off their individual dance routines. They looked happy. I rushed home, ecstatic. Mom, Dad, I've seen the light. I found my calling. I need to join a modern dance class.
Becca, sweetie, how about you find your calling in algebra first?
Ugh, algebra doesn't call anyone, Mom. It's like a spam call. Modern dance is my destiny.
And your grades? What about those?
I'll get my grades up. Straight A's. I'll even tutor other kids. Just let me dance.
Fine, but if your grades don't improve, we're canceling everything.
Yes! Thank you. I won't let you down. Unless it's a backflip. Then I might.
Becca.
Sorry, couldn't resist. Thank you. Now all I had to do was figure out how to pull the grades thing off. I just needed to find Jeannie. Jeannie was a bookish girl who was made fun of at the talent show last year for her terrible choreography. But one day in the bathroom, I caught her practicing a TikTok dance.
Oh gosh, I didn't know anyone was in here.
Look, I know you want to become a good dancer. Redeem yourself from last year's dumpster fire, right? Well, I have a proposition for you. I offered to teach Jeannie how to dance in exchange for letting me copy off her tests. Class was a little intimidating at first. Everyone seemed poised and confident, and I'd never shown anyone my routine before. But when the instructor put me on the spot, something primal kicked in. I just went for it. I had no idea if I was any good or not. And then, as I was mid-spin, I fell onto the floor. Hard. I was mortified. After class, I got a tap on my shoulder. It was a boy from class, and he had a sly smirk on his face. I totally thought he was going to make fun of me.
I like your moves. They're very personal, full of emotion, deep.
Wait, really? Before I could say anything else, like, thank you, I heard a loud beep.
Come on, honey, let's go.
Mom seemed to be in a salty mood when I got into the car.
Did you have fun at class?
So so much fun.
Good, 'cause it's your last class. You've been expelled. You're grounded for the summer.
What?
Your math teacher caught you peeking over at Jeannie's desk. She questioned Jeannie, and she told her everything. We're so disappointed in you. I don't know where we went wrong.
Jeannie, that traitor. Remind me when I become her teacher to give her detention every time she gets a correct answer. Guess who's staying after school forever, Jeannie? When we got home, I locked myself in my room crying. My dreams of dancing were crushed. That summer, I was so depressed I couldn't even bring myself to practice dancing in my room. I had all but given up on my dreams when I bumped into none other than Freddie at a pizzeria, scarfing down my sadness with a full pie to the face.
Hey, I know you.
Hi.
Dance class, right? You never came back.
Yeah, it was a family emergency.
Well, the next class starts in October. Hope to see you there.
Uh-huh. Now I had to transform into a good, studious learner, or my parents would never let me join the class. So the night before my first day at my new high school, I gave myself a little makeover. I grabbed a pair of scissors, chopped off my hair, replaced my contacts with glasses, and laid out my most scholarly outfit. The next morning, my parents' jaws dropped.
Is that my daughter under those clothes?
Yep. I've decided to take school seriously. You're right. It's important for my future.
Oh my gosh, honey. We've been waiting 17 years for you to say that.
But I've only been talking for 14 years.
Oh, we know. You started talking later than the other kids, but better late than never.
And I only took 2 steps inside the school before I heard the principal calling my name.
Miss!
Yes, sir?
You must be Miss Rosen, the new teacher. I thought you didn't get any of our voicemails that we couldn't find a substitute for a month. So glad you made it work. Your CV is impressive, and we're excited to have you as the homeroom/English teacher for grade 9.
Wow, I must have overdone the scholarly look, but the bell rang before I could respond. Sorry, gotta go. Don't want to be late for class. I walked into homeroom feeling intimidated, and now old. All the kids knew each other. They were talking about their crushes and summer jobs and all the usual stuff. But then I heard them talking about something that put a pit in my stomach.
So did you get through the summer reading list?
Yeah, duh. I'm not going to be an idiot like my mom. I want to get into a good college and marry a successful doctor.
Wait, are you taking algebra or calculus?
Summer reading? Calculus? I was in way over my head. I hadn't prepared for any of this, and I only had 1 month to get my grades up before dance class enrollment. I took the only seat available, which was right next to them. Hi, I'm...
Nice mom hair.
Seriously, my grandma has more fashion sense than you. You look like you could be our teacher.
I had to stay studious. Wait. Suddenly, I had an idea. If I looked so much like this teacher, I stood up and confidently strutted to the front of the classroom. That's because I am your teacher. Yep, Miss Rosen. Why not play into it, right? I was just doing a little social experiment to see how you kids act when the teacher isn't around. And I gotta say, I'm very disappointed with a few of you. The bullies' faces went pale. Now everyone... take your seats and pipe down while I take attendance. I shuffled through the desk, but I couldn't find the attendance list. Miss Rosen must have had it. You know what? Why don't you tell me your name so I don't pronounce them wrong? I had no idea what I was doing, but it occurred to me that I'd have better luck giving myself good grades if I was my own teacher, right? Plus, I'd have access to all the test answers. I only had to keep it up for a month. Couldn't be that hard. Okay, class, today I want you to think about your favorite book from the summer reading list and tell me what spoke to you about it. Be specific. I had the students opening up, talking about literature, and having a whole dialogue with each other. And all I had to do was sit back, ask some questions, and let the students take over.
Exactly. I agree with Anne. I liked the plot. I just didn't connect with the main character.
Why don't you think you connected with Holden Coford?
Caulfield?
Yep, that's the one.
Because he's a spoiled, selfish weasel.
You sure you're not talking about yourself, Jeff?
That's extra homework for you, miss. Now, let's unpack why you feel the urge to insult Jeff.
You suck at teaching.
Okay, detention. Wow. It felt good to have power, and I actually felt like I was kind of good at this. Soon, I was borrowing my mom's clothes, kicking on the makeup, and saying things like, no running in the hallways. It was awesome. Don't worry about Becca's absence. I've already been in touch with her parents, and she'll be back to school in no time. I'm handling it. I brought straight B's back to my parents. parents. Didn't want to be too suspicious and get A's. And when they called to confirm I was doing well and not cheating, I answered. She's a wonderful student, Miss Baker. She really applies herself, and she's improving every day.
Oh, that's such a relief. You know, she always was a troubled student.
Well, maybe if her parents... you're doing a wonderful job. She's brilliant. When I got home, Mom and Dad were actually smiling.
We heard you're doing excellent in school, so...
We're letting you join dance class.
Thank you. When I got to the dance studio, I was ecstatic to find Freddie mid-stretch. And when the teacher paired us up as partners, I thought I'd be thrilled. But I just couldn't keep up. And I felt like I was slowing him down.
I think you're naturally gifted. You just need more technical practice. How about we train outside of class? The competition is coming up soon, and I need you in top form.
How could I not agree to that? Soon, Freddie and I were spending so much time together. My heart was beating out of my chest every time we would dance. Everything was going according to plan. Teaching by day, dancing by night. But suddenly, my teacher responsibilities started picking up, and I had to lie to Freddie about why I couldn't attend our private practices. I have a parent-teacher conference that I have to attend. As the student, of course. I suck at math. The truth was, I had to grade papers and accompany the students on field trips and host office hours and actually meet with parents about their stupid kids. I was so tired, and I could tell Freddie was getting annoyed with me. Then one day at school, standing in front of the class, I saw a familiar face seated in front of me. Freddie? I heard we had a new student. Freddie, is that right?
Fred, yeah.
Did he recognize me? I couldn't tell, but soon I was so distracted by him finding out my secret, I had a hard time keeping up the charade. And Freddie was being so weird and quiet. In dance class, he was charismatic and lively, but here, he sat in the back of the room all alone. I couldn't tell if he was hiding my secret or what. It was starting to get to me. I couldn't even look him in the eyes when we danced.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, Obs. Is everything okay with you?
Yeah, you just seem different.
Nope, I'm exactly the same as I am. Not the same as who you think I might be, but...
Okay, distracted then.
I promise you, my heart is in this. You have to believe me. I want us to win.
Yeah.
At school, I started to put on heavier makeup and frumpier clothes to improve my disguise. I was so worried about Freddie. I didn't even know what I was talking about in class anymore. With a shaky hand, I wrote something on the board. Okay, where does the comma go in this sentence? The bully came up to the board and confidently drew a comma in. Correct!
No, it's not. I was testing you. You don't even know basic grammar?
Everyone in the class was snickering at me. I felt like I was the dumb student again. What? Of course I do. Are you guys hot? Is it hot in here? I took off my cardigan, and suddenly, Freddie's expression changed. He was staring at me, and then I realized my birthmark. I had a diamond-shaped birthmark on my shoulder. He was the only one who'd seen it. I have to go to the bathroom. I stormed off, exposed. Then I heard someone call behind me.
Wait!
Freddie rushed towards me, staring me in the eyes. He pulled off my glasses, which could have been romantic, but nope, not like this.
Becca, is that you?
I turned even redder. I was speechless.
I can't believe it. It is. What's going on? Is this a joke?
Okay, I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out. My parents wouldn't let me dance unless my grades went up, and then I found out I looked like this new teacher who was sick, and so I just pretended to be her, and I guess I kinda got carried away.
That is crazy!
Please don't tell anyone. The competition is only a week away, and I need to show my parents I'm good at this so they'll let me go to dance school and not their alma mater.
Here I was, just excited to spend more time with you outside of practice. But for you, it was always about winning the competition.
I'm sorry, and that's not true.
I won't spill your secret as long as you do something for me. Parent-teacher night.
No! I couldn't go to parent-teacher night. My parents would be there. But Freddie was right. I owed him. He'd spent so much time trying to help me, and all I did was hurt him. Freddie is wonderful. He's making so many friends. Everyone loves him.
Really? That's surprising. He got into a bad fight in his last school because some football player was making fun of him for being a dancer. He broke the guy's nose.
He did?
Yes. We told you in the beginning of the semester, Ms. Rosen.
Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Hi, sorry to interrupt. We're here for our 5 p.m. with Miss Rosen. Oh my gosh, I was about to have a parent-teacher conference with my parents. I quickly powdered my face, pushing my hair in front of my face, trying to obscure myself. Yes, come in. I'm sorry. We'll pick this up later.
So, how is Becca doing?
Oh, Becca, she's an absolute dream.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Would you mind pushing your hair out of your face and looking towards us?
Oh, I'm a little sick, so I don't want to get you ill.
No, that's okay. Just, it's a little rude not to be looking at us while you're talking.
As I turned towards my mom, head tilted down towards the table so she couldn't see me, my glasses fell off. Mom picked them up and handed them to me. When I reached for them, I saw her eyes go wide. She was staring at the frayed sleeve peeking out from underneath my blazer. It was her frayed shirt.
Becca, I thought you sounded familiar.
Before I could respond, Freddie's mom burst in.
Ms. Rosen, when you're done, I'd love to reconvene about Freddie.
Totally.
Miss Rosen, ha! Lady, this is my dog.
As my mom was finishing her sentence, I was literally diving headfirst out the window.
Becca, come back here.
I landed in the grass and sprinted away as fast as I could. When I finally arrived at the dance studio, I was exhausted and busted. I yanked off my teacher disguise, revealing the leotard underneath, and rushed into the competition.
Becca, we're about to be on. Did you talk to them? How'd it go?
Yeah, all good. They totally bought it.
Freddie, you were in on this, weren't you?
Oh yeah, they totally bought it.
I whipped my head around to see Freddie's mom, boiling red, but not redder than the faces of my own parents who were right by her side.
Becca, you are not dancing until you explain yourself.
The music was starting. The spotlight was on us. I'll explain. Just dance. I locked eyes with him, desperate. He was fumbling at first. I could feel his nerves. Freddie, don't worry about them. This is for you. You got this. And then we didn't miss a step. Freddie was amazing. When it was over, I couldn't hear my parents screaming. I was overwhelmed by the applause and the glimmer in Freddie's eyes.
You really pulled through. I'm impressed.
I'm so sorry for lying. I really love spending time with you, even when we're not dancing, but especially when we're dancing. I saw him hiding a smirk, and that was enough of an invitation for me to lean in and kiss him. As our lips touched,
Becca!
You tricked my son into going along with your charade so he could say he gets along with his classmates? You know he punched someone?
Buzz killed. He was provoked. He shouldn't have punched them, but if someone insults your passion, sir, how would you feel? Freddie might not get on well with others at school, but here, in this place, he's the coolest, most adored guy. This is our family. This is our school. Freddie grabbed my hand, squeezing it.
Yeah, and Becca is such an incredible dancer. She may not be good at academics, but she has a passion. All she needs is her parents' support. Plus, she is a good teacher. She taught me what it's like to fight for what you care about, no matter who tries to tear you down.
I suddenly saw my mom's face soften, just a little.
I guess that's something. And you did have good stage presence. I guess if dancing is your passion, I won't get in your way. As long as you have a backup plan.
Wait, really?
As long as you have a backup plan.
I couldn't believe it. I finally got my parents' approval. Sort of. I hugged Freddie, and he grabbed my shoulders and kissed me like our parents weren't right there. I was on cloud 9. The rest is history. Freddie and I started dating, and I officially enrolled in school as a student. I finished the semester with all C's, under the perfectly boring teachings of the real Miss Rosen. But I got to keep dancing, and the following year, Freddie and I got into Juilliard. After a brief stint touring as a background dancer for pop artists, I got burnt out and wanted to spend more time at home with our new family. So I fell into my backup plan. All right, kiddos, don't hold back. I want to see those moves. Teaching dance classes to middle schoolers. And when my daughter told me she wanted to be a dancer, I freaked out for a minute. Who'd want to have their daughter be a dancer? Oh, I guess my parents were right. Hi, I'm Allison from a small village in France. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small cottage with my single mother who worked as an artist. Life was tough since we had little money, so when I turned 5, Mom decided to move back to her home city. And it had a freaking palace.
Whoa, is that a real palace, Mommy? I want to see what it looks like from the inside. I want to meet the king.
The king doesn't live there, Allie. Only his sister, the Duchess, does. And only those who work in the palace can go there. Soon after, Mom got a job as a royal portrait artist, and I would beg her to take me along someday. But she always said I was too clumsy, and the palace was full of delicate things.
I'll be careful, I promise.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's also a ghost who has lived in this palace for decades.
Was the ghost there when you were a kid?
Yep.
Then it must be old by now.
I can easily outrun it. Of course, I didn't believe her. If anything, it made me more curious about the palace. When I was 9, Mom was called by the Duchess to make her portrait, and this time, I followed her. Somehow, I managed to sneak inside without getting noticed. And boy, was it pretty! As I wandered around, I slipped into a nearby room full of toys and blingy things. I'd never seen anything like that before, and it was so fascinating that I grabbed a few of them. But when I reached home, I felt guilty and scared. If anyone at the palace found out, Mom could lose her job, and this was stealing. I'll bring you guys back someday when I work at the palace. Till then, you can hide here. My passion for working in the palace grew stronger as time passed. I begged Mom to teach me how to paint so I could become a royal painter just like her. And by the time I was 17, I was better than her. One day while I was painting, Mom came home with some big news. The king is coming to town after 17 years, and they want paintings for the whole palace. We started working day and night, finishing all 20 paintings in under a week. But a day before the delivery, Mom slipped and sprained her ankle. I'll ask someone from the palace to pick them up. No, I can take them. I promise. I won't break a thing. Whoa! Are you sure? We can't lose the job. Yes, Mom. You can count on me. I managed to convince Mom and then left for the palace. I also took the stuff I'd taken all those years back. I could finally put that back. When I entered the palace, it was exactly as I'd remembered. Wow, how dull. This place could really use some color. I was so lost looking around that I tripped over a giant statue's foot, and the paintings flew in the air. Just then, I heard someone scream, and when I looked back and saw a girl, I almost passed out. It was like I was looking in a mirror. I touched her to make sure she was real, and she slapped my hand away. Don't you touch me, you peasant. Don't you know who I am? My doppelganger? We look exactly the same. No, we don't. I'm a princess, and you look like a street rat. If I look like a street rat, so do you, because we have the same face. Wait a minute. Is that gold? Oh my God, you're a thief. The girl started screaming again, and I was surrounded by palace security within seconds. Just as they held me, I bit one of the guards and ran till I reached home. When I told Mom what had happened, she looked at me in shock, and minutes later, the king arrived with the Duchess.
Oh, my sweet daughter, it is you.
You're what? Mom, what's happening? My mind went blank when the king told me how years ago the nanny had taken me out for a walk, but we both never returned.
Your mother and I searched everywhere for you, but we failed. She was heartbroken and no longer wanted to be here, so we left the palace. But today, when the security guards told me of an intruder who looks just like the princess, I just had to come and see for myself.
Mom, is that true? I'm not your daughter?
It's true, Allie. I found you on my doorstep with a note and some money, but I had no idea you were a princess.
Why didn't you ever tell me I'm not yours?
Because I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. Now you were my daughter. I am so sorry, Allie.
It was just all too much to process, and I ran off. I was a princess, and I had a twin sister. I was living a lie for 17 years? I was walking along the road trying to clear my head when a big sports car pulled up next to me, and a handsome guy got out.
Cherry, what are you doing here? It's not safe.
Cherry? Do I look like a stupid fruit? Leave me alone.
I called you pumpkin before, but you hated that too.
What the heck's your problem, dude? This is not a good time.
I was saving this as a surprise. But here, will this make you come with me?
Holy moly! That diamond was bigger than my fist! Calm down, Allie. Okay, you've got the wrong girl. Whoa!
Sorry. I'll have to carry you back home if you don't listen.
I punched him in the nose as the guy screamed like a little boy and then ran for my life. This was officially the worst day ever. The next day, the royal staff packed all my stuff and I was moved to the castle. My royal chambers were bigger than my whole house, and everything was beautiful, except it didn't feel like home. Mom wasn't there, and even though I was mad at her, I missed her. I was unpacking when my sister walked in. I know you think you're suddenly a princess now too, but don't let this get to your head. Remember, I rule.
Charlotte, dear, don't be so rude to your sister. You should be happy she's back. Okay, Amber.
Allison.
Allison, darling, we're starting with your royal lessons from tomorrow. Be ready at 4 a.m. sharp.
Good luck with that. It's not easy being a princess. She wasn't kidding. It was a mad schedule. Mornings were for horse riding, then music in the afternoon, and martial arts in the evening. My body was super sore and I was exhausted, but within a few weeks, I'd grown tougher and learned a lot. One evening during martial arts practice, someone walked up to me. It was the diamond guy.
I thought they were just rumors, but you are prettier than Charlotte.
We look exactly the same, like identical. Can't you see that, or did the punch make you blind?
Feisty. I'm Prince Arnold, by the way, Charlotte's fiancé.
Isn't she too young to get married?
Are you jealous?
What? Move along, dude, unless you want another punch. But the guy just winked and left. What a flirt! Later that evening at dinner, Dad announced that he'd be holding an official coming out party for his daughters, and the entire village would be invited. What's a coming out party? Lame question. It's your official introduction. So why are you having one? Don't people know you already? That's when Dad told me that Charlotte had always been sick all her life. She had a rare genetic heart condition that didn't allow her to roam around too much. It was only recently that she'd gotten better. But I'm still better than you. What's your problem? My problem is that you're here to take my crown away from me, and I won't let that happen.
Enough. That's for me to decide. Now eat your dinner. I'd root for you.
I kicked that butt-face under the table, and he turned red. Much deserved. The coming out party had sent the whole town into a frenzy, and Mom was called to make our official portraits. Seeing her made me feel so much better. So, how do I look?
Like a princess. Have you forgiven me?
Maybe. I mean, you're still my mom.
Of course I am.
The party was a huge success, and I could see the king's pride in introducing his daughters.
You should see Allison fight. She's a natural. Her paintings are so good. I think I should send her to Paris to become a professional.
Dad, I wanted to become a chef, and you didn't allow that.
That's because you weren't well, Charlotte. Now, don't interrupt me while I'm talking, darling.
I was a little embarrassed with all the praise, and it clearly bothered Charlotte, so I excused myself and went out for some fresh air, only to find that jerk, Arnold, making out with a maid. What the heck, dude?
Oh, hey, Allie. Don't worry, this isn't serious. And you're next.
I felt furious and turned around to leave, but he blocked me.
Oh, don't be so mad. Come here.
Arnold pulled me in and was about to kiss me when I pushed him hard, but Charlotte walked in just then. What's happening?
Wait, I knew it wasn't you. My darling Charlotte, this imposter tried to take advantage of me. She tried to kiss me while pretending to be you.
What? That's not true. This guy's been flirting with me ever since I came here. Charlotte, he's a jerk. I just caught him making out with a maid. Enough. First, you try to steal my life, then my dad, and now you have your eyes on my fiancé? I won't let you get away with it. With that, Charlotte went inside and got on stage as everyone stared at her in confusion. Attention! My twin sister is a manipulative witch. She's a thief and a liar, and so is her mom, that lady. Tell me, Allison, did she teach you how to be a lowlife? Because you surely weren't born one. Say what you want about me, but keep my mom out of it. I feel sorry for you, Charlotte. How could you be so bitter? It's so... Before I could finish, Charlotte jumped on me and we got into a crazy fight. As the king pulled us apart, Charlotte started shaking and fell to the ground. We rushed her to the hospital, and the doctors informed us that she had fainted because of stress and needed rest. I wanted to visit her, but the Duchess stopped me.
I think it's best that you stay away. You've done enough damage. Brother, she's not good for Charlotte's health.
We might not get along, but she's my sister.
She's right, Allison. I think it's best if you give each other some space. Maybe you can stay with your mom for some time. It will only be temporary, love, and I'll have you back as soon as possible. I think we dumped too much on Charlotte, and she needs to get better.
Of course, I understood, but I was actually happy to get away from everything for a while, especially since Charlotte and I were on the front page of every newspaper the next day. People called us the Crazy Royals. We were a joke. I was packing my stuff when the Duchess walked in.
You're finally going back to where you belong. I knew you'd never fit in here, and it was a mistake to bring filth into the palace.
I know I didn't grow up here, but I'm still a princess by birth. So please, mind your manners and never talk to me this way again. Don't forget your place. That's exactly what I'm doing. I pushed her aside and left for my old home. Mom was ecstatic to see me, and to be honest, I felt happier than I'd been in weeks. A few days later, once Charlotte was better, the king announced her engagement to Arnold to give people something else to talk about. Dad invited me, but I decided not to go to the ceremony. I just wanted to stay away and avoid any more drama. On the engagement day, Mom had gone out for something when Charlotte came over. What are you doing here? Don't you have an engagement to get to? I can't marry him, Allison. He's a snake. I should have trusted you. Good time to say I told you so. But what do you want from me? After our fight, we can't have another media blowout. Dad will never allow me to call off the engagement at the last minute. Please, come with me. Maybe we could convince him together. Please help me. Charlotte was crying like a baby now, and I didn't want her to have another fainting episode, so I agreed. But just as we entered the palace, Charlotte stopped. I need to fix my makeup. The entire town is in there. Wow, priorities. Thanks for doing this. I'll be right back. I started to walk around when I spotted Charlotte. She's here. I've done everything you asked me to do, including the fake fainting. Now do your part and make her leave forever before Dad decides to bring her back here again. Leave it to me now, Princess. I have the perfect plan to make sure you get the crown. Oh my God, these people were crazy. I had no idea what her plan was, but it sounded dangerous. So I ran straight to Dad, and seconds later Charlotte followed. Allison, I thought you weren't coming, but I'm so glad you did. Of course she had to come. She had to ruin my engagement. She just can't see me happy. Oh my God, Arnold, hold me, please. Oh, shut up already. Don't you guys get tired of manipulating? King, Dad, whatever, you should see this. I played the video for the entire hall to see, and Charlotte turned pale. Charlotte? Dad, I'm sorry, but you seem to like her more because she's tougher than me. And when Auntie told me that she was after Arnold and my crown, I couldn't take it anymore. But this was all Aunt's idea. Sister, what were you planning to do and why? Suddenly, the Duchess turned into a mad person and started screaming. I'm tired of being your servant. I'm the older sister and the crown was mine, but these girls took that away from me, and I would have gotten away with everything if this one hadn't shown up. What do you mean? You knew she was alive? Whoopsie, you did a boo-boo. The Duchess confessed how she'd paid the nanny to take me away and drop me in the jungle, but the nanny had dropped me at Mom's doorstep instead. Charlotte was so sick as a kid, I didn't think she'd survive for so long. With both of you gone, I'd be a queen, but Karma's a witch. The king gave orders to take the Duchess away to the dungeons for treason, and Charlotte turned to me. I was horrible to you, and I probably don't deserve your forgiveness. But could you try? It might take some time, but I'll get there. What about me? You can chew your shoes and get lost. Yeah, I always knew you were a jerk. I was called back to the palace, and I took Mom along this time. Charlotte and I changed history by taking over the crown together. We were both queens in our own way. And I learned that those who love you will always stick by your side. I woke up as the maids drew the curtains and I could hear the sound of birds singing. I slipped into my shimmering gown, just like Elsa's, placed delicate heels on my feet like Cinderella, and styled my hair like Rapunzel's. I looked awesome. Why wouldn't I? It was my 7th birthday after all. Whoa! I want to pinch myself. Is it for real? You look stunning, my princess. Thanks, Dad. But you remember your promise? You will rescue me, if I need you to, right? Of course, sweetheart. Hi, I'm Olivia, the princess of a small country in Europe. Dad threw a grand party for my birthday, and everyone was stunned to see how pretty I looked. Oh my God, the princess came straight from heaven. You light up the room with your beauty. The party was great, but then the son of a duke started boring me with how awesome his new school was. He went on, and all I wanted to do was return to my baggy jeans and hoodie and continue playing Minecraft. So I gave Dad a signal, our secret signal. I coughed once and then rubbed my nose, and just like that, Dad came to my rescue. The princess needs her rest, don't you, darling? Yeah, I do need it. Real bad. Yep, my dad was the best. He spoiled me rotten, and for him, my happiness was everything. My aunt asked him why he spoiled me, and he had the best reply.
I'm her father, not just her king. Olivia is strong and wise, and her life is her own to decide. I only want her to be happy.
Growing up, I felt like I was different from other princesses. I mean, how many princesses do you know who got to go to a normal school, stay up late playing video games, feed their pets, and give them baths? I could go out and play with kids and just be myself. I loved to live a simple life, just like everyone else. I remember one time I begged Dad to take me to the circus in town.
Oh, honey, I could bring them to the palace. You don't need to go there.
No, Dad. You know I want to go like everyone else, and I want you to come with me. Dad wasn't too sure about it, so I suggested we get a little creative and disguise ourselves to throw off the paparazzi. It was so worth it.
Oh, girl, that's really fun.
Yeah, I told you so. Okay, now say hooray! All of a sudden, I had terrible hiccups, which worried Dad, so I told him I was fine and went outside for some fresh air. As I walked around, I heard cries and rushed towards the tent to find people trying to train a monkey. Hey, you just stop it. How cruel. You can't do this to this poor baby.
Ho, ho, ho. Ordering us? Who do you think you are? Some princess?
Show off, kid. I ran away not because I was scared, but because I wanted Dad to know about it. And later, he dealt with it. But I remained upset for days, just imagining how that poor animal must have felt. One day, I heard some kids playing in my garden. When I went to check, I learned they were twins, Sophia and Ted. Their parents were friends of Dad's, and he promised to take care of them now that they had lost everything. The twins and I got along great. Ted was so much like me. We had all the same interests, and he was so gentle with animals, which I loved. Sophia was also sweet, and when we first met, we started talking like old friends. But gosh, she had this royal attitude that I just couldn't get with. Guys, I'm going on a tree planting campaign. Would you join me? It's going to be so much fun. No thank you. I don't want to get my hands dirty.
I've never done it before, but since you're doing it, it'll be interesting. I'm coming.
Ted was the sweetest. My life was perfect, but when I turned 8, my hiccups became awful. And to make things worse, my eyes started to twitch. Dad was worried and took me to a doctor, and it turned out that I had Tourette's syndrome. Even though I tried my best to control the tics, sometimes I just couldn't. One time in class, I was reading a poem that felt like I was on a bumpy road. This poem, seeing how all the kids just stared at me and then some giggled, my ears turned red. It was so awkward, and I ran from the class and just wanted to hide my face. But Ted followed me. Olivia, don't sweat it. Don't let this little thing put you down. Show the world you're not scared to take on whatever comes your way. Nobody's perfect, and that's okay. He was right, and because of him, I never felt bad about myself ever again, even though the paparazzi once made a meme video of me. It did hurt me sometimes, but it's part of life. Being a princess would never be that easy. On the other hand, Ted always tried to make me happy. He gave me cards every day. That's the weirdest thing he always did. That's so cute, Ted. But nowadays, no one makes cards.
But I always have time for you. You know I care about you the most.
Oh, come on. That's a little overdramatic. Just because I don't make Olivia one card every day means I care less about her? And then the twins started to fight, like always. I immediately came between them and stopped them from bickering because it could easily turn into a war. When we graduated from high school, he asked what I wanted to do. I told him I wanted to go camping and explore the wild. And to my surprise, he agreed. A couple of days later, I set off on a cruise to reach a forest camping site. I went to my room to freshen up, but when I came out after taking a bath, I screamed in horror when I saw a guy lying on my bed. Who are you, and what are you doing in my room? I'm going to call security right now.
Actually, that's my line. This is my room, 206. Why don't you check it again?
I marched to the door and cringed when I saw that the jerk was actually right. I'm so sorry for that.
No problem. Do you need help with that?
Yes, thanks a lot, jerk. I grabbed my stuff and walked to my room as everyone stared at me. I went out to the ship's deck to take a couple of pics for Instagram. but I slipped and was about to fall. Thank God someone grabbed me. It was Mark.
Oh, you okay?
Oh God, you're hurt. It's just a scratch. It's okay. He looked so worried and instantly pulled out his handkerchief to tie it around my arm. That was kinda cute of him. The next day we reached the campsite, and I was totally mesmerized by it. I loved the greenery and the peaceful atmosphere. Everyone had split up into pairs, and guess what? Mark ended up with me. I saw a pond and decided to refill my bottle, but then all of a sudden, Mark snatched the bottle from me. Are you crazy?
No, but I'm not sure about you. Didn't you see that water snake?
I was stunned. He saved me for a second time, but he kept bossing me around like he was some kind of camping and forest expert or something. It was really annoying.
You packed this many clothes for a camping trip? Are you serious? Perfect. You don't have a sleeping bag? Were you thinking we'd get beds here? You can't go out of the tent without a mosquito repellent spray. You know what? I can't wrap my head around how a princess could give up all luxuries and live in the wild.
You know I'm a princess? For how long have you been stalking me? Are you from the paparazzi? You some spy? Some mafia guy? Look, I know karate and I'm not afraid to kick your butt.
Hey, hold on. How difficult could it be to know about a princess? You are world famous, you know. So why are you here?
I sat with Mark by the fire and told him how I had always wanted to see where animals lived freely. I talked about my love for animals and how I hated those who hurt them, how I even turned vegetarian, and it made me happy when he said he thought the same way. We stayed at the camp for 2 days, and I have to admit, Mark wasn't that bad. Yeah, he was still talkative, but I actually had an amazing time with him. But when the trip ended, we went our separate ways. After some time, I went to college, and right on the first day, I saw a familiar face. You really are a stalker. So you followed me here too?
Like, oh my God, this must be my lucky day. I'll get to see you every day.
Ew, so cheesy.
Is he bothering you?
No, he isn't. He's just naturally annoying. After that day, Mark was always around. And Ted, well, it looked like he wasn't too thrilled.
Hey, Olivia, just be careful around him, yeah? Just don't be too trusting of anyone, all right?
Oh, come on, Ted. Don't worry. He's a nice guy and a good friend of mine.
Oh, so he's your friend now too, huh? I didn't know that. Guess you've been spending a lot of time with him, huh?
Whoa, someone was jealous. But it's not like I could help it because I really started falling for Mark. I couldn't figure out why I kept smiling when he was around. When we were in the second semester, we had the assignment to make an awareness campaign, and I chose Mother Earth. Mark and I worked together on it, and soon we even created a YouTube channel educating people about animal rights and plantations. It made me so happy to teach people about it. Just a couple of days later, Ted asked me to go with him to a big business award ceremony. I didn't want to go, but he begged, and since I didn't want to break his heart, I agreed. It was boring until I spotted Mark and went to go talk to him. But I stopped in my tracks when I heard the announcer.
And the award for Best Leather Supplier goes to...
And then Mark went on stage with another guy who looked a lot like him. His brother. At that moment, I felt like my world had turned upside down. It was then that Ted told me how Mark's family owned a leather company that used animal skins and wood that was cut down from trees in the forest. And right then, Mark spotted me. Ted, I want to get out of here. Now.
Look, Olivia, I'm sorry. I know I kept the family business a secret from you, but I was scared to lose you.
How could you do this? You were never honest with me. I held Ted's hand and left.
I warned you many times to stay away from him, but you didn't listen to me. But don't worry, I'm always here for you. I'll never hurt you.
He was right. It was me who acted stupidly and trusted Mark. Mark tried every possible way to contact me, but I shut him out. At college, he tried to talk to me, but every time he came, Ted was standing right next to me. I so wanted to hate Mark, but my heart wouldn't let me. Ted, on the other hand, tried everything to make me happy, but nothing worked out. Sometime later, Sophia and Ted made a plan for a family holiday in France, and right outside the Eiffel Tower, Ted suddenly got down on his knees and proposed to me with a ring. Holy moly! What is this? But my words were stuck in my throat. Right then, tons and tons of paparazzi came flooding in and flashed their cameras at us. Dad and Sophia looked at us with a smile. Ugh, it was like I had no choice but to take the ring. After that, it was like the whole country was talking about Ted and my wedding. The news spread like wildfire, and people even came out with merchandise with Ted and my faces on it. I was stuck. Seeing me look so worried all the time, Sophia asked me what the matter was. I lied and said everything was fine. You were never a good liar. Olivia, it's not Mark, is it? What? No. Maybe. Actually, yes. I can't get him out of my mind. Does it mean that you don't love Ted? Then why did you take the ring? But before I could answer, Ted entered. A couple of days later, we had a Christmas celebration at our palace, and when I went downstairs, I was shocked to see a familiar face. Mark. Apparently, he was Sophia's guest. With Mark and Ted both there, it was getting tense. So I ran to the garden to get some fresh air. And that's when I heard Mark.
Olivia, can we talk? Look, I am so sorry. I should have told you everything earlier. But believe me, I left my brother's company a long time ago, when I first met you.
You did? Then why were you there?
It's 'cause I was invited to that award function by Ted. And when my brother won the award, he asked me to go up with him, then everything turned into a mess. I think
Before he could finish, someone grabbed Mark. It was Ted. What's going on?
What's going on? I'll tell you, sweet princess. You're out here talking to this jerk while being engaged to me.
Oh, shut up, Ted. You are the real jerk. All this time, I thought Olivia liked you. But now I know she doesn't. I can't just stay quiet. Olivia, Ted wants to marry you just so he can be the next king. He took you to that award party on purpose. He manipulated both of you. I know I should have told everyone earlier, but I couldn't. He's my brother. But now, seeing how miserable you are, I just couldn't stay quiet. I'm sorry, Olivia. How could you?
I did nothing wrong. You are a royal. You should marry a royal. You could at least be a little thankful after how much I did for you. Everything you wanted, I did, even if I hated it. I even touched those ugly pets of yours. Yuck.
That did it. Nobody calls my pets ugly. I gave Ted a much-deserved slap. And the next thing I knew, the guards took him away. Apparently, Dad had seen everything. As everyone went back inside the palace, Mark and I stayed outside. Now that I knew everything, I had so much to say to him. I had to apologize. But before I could even say a word, he came up to me.
So, princess, we are standing under a mistletoe. You know what that means?
Yeah. He kissed me, and I knew in my heart that I would get my happily ever after with Mark. I was peacefully dozing off on a plane to China when suddenly someone yanked my hair and chomped on my ear like it was a snack. I whipped around to find a naughty-looking boy. Ow! Seriously? Keep your teeth to yourself, kid! He then burst into tears and his mom turned to me.
你竟敢对他大喊大叫，他还是个孩子。
I wish I understood Chinese, but her dramatic glare made it clear I was the villain here. I tried to dive back into dreamland, but the woman next to me had other plans. She woke up and started chewing her gum like a goat who hadn't eaten for 300 years. It was so loud that people from 30,000 feet below could hear it. Excuse me, could you tone that down, please? Tone down the what? Oh, great. Her voice was even more annoying. I shrugged it off and reached for my trusty earphones instead. But before I could enjoy some music, the guy on my right suddenly smacked my shoulder. What is wrong with this flight? Everyone was driving me nuts. Left, right, front, and back. The culprit was so engrossed in some stupid adventure game on his phone. Hey, quick question. Do I look like a punching bag to you?
A little bit.
You can't play your stupid game without attacking a real person, you know.
Chill, girl. It's called reflexes. Maybe if you had better ones, you wouldn't get hit.
The audacity of this guy! I couldn't help but think, why do these online gamers waste their time in a virtual world when there's a beautiful one right outside the window? Real life is 1,000 times better. Or so I thought. Hi, my name is Alira, and I'm an aspiring photographer who loves traveling around the globe and capturing the most beautiful scenes and moments. I had always enjoyed doing it alone, but things took a wild turn when a weird and mysterious guy started tagging along and changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After dealing with all those annoying passengers, I eventually fell asleep after listening to music while letting my imagination run wild. Soon enough, the plane finally landed, and I headed straight to my beautiful hotel. I took a short beauty sleep while waiting for nighttime to roll around, and when it finally came, I excitedly jumped out of my bed, took my camera, and immediately rushed outside. Stunning views, beautiful people, inviting lights, glowing lanterns, and the sweet traditional vibes of China. Ah, this is the dream. Walking along the streets, I stumbled upon a guy sleeping on a bench. Judging from all the stuff around him, he must be homeless. Poor thing. I found myself clicking pictures of him, my camera perfectly capturing his struggles and hardship from every detail of his form. Just then, a green owl suddenly appeared from behind the bench, perched on the sleeping guy as if he owned him, and scowled at me. Relax, little buddy. He's all yours. To my surprise, the guy woke up and scowled at me too.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
His eyes then lowered to my camera.
Were you taking pictures of me while I was sleeping?
Duh, I was taking pictures of the street, but you were blocking my view. It's not my fault you were sleeping there.
That's a terrible excuse for disrespecting my private space.
The private space? That's rich coming from you, who is sleeping on public property.
Delete my pictures, or I'm gonna delete it myself.
Don't you dare touch my camera! Do you have any idea what it takes to capture a beautiful moment or view? The countless hours, the right timing, the quest for the perfect angle. I pour my heart and soul into every shot. Those aren't just pictures. It's a piece of me, a piece of my struggle, my passion, my life. So please, don't take that away from me. I trailed off when I realized that he was now holding my camera and swiping through the shots. But how? So you're not only homeless, you're also a snatcher. Give it back, you jerk. I lunged at him to retrieve my camera, but he suddenly vanished. I spun around, and he was still swiping. This guy, I swear to God.
In all fairness, you have quite a remarkable talent for capturing beautiful images.
What do you think of me now? Just some lousy, try-hard photographer? I snatched the camera back, and this time he didn't resist. He practically handed it over. I immediately checked my gallery and realized he hadn't deleted anything.
Relax. I usually don't meddle with other people's business. Unlike you.
I tried glaring at him, but I felt like I ended up pouting, which made him smirk. Oh, well, at least I finally bumped into someone who speaks English. I'm so tired of racking my brains and using weird hand gestures to understand what the locals are saying. He ignored me and started picking up his things as if preparing to leave. So, where are you from?
Not from around here.
I see. Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe under the bridge, at the back of the junkyard? Just anywhere with a roof where I can recharge my energy, so I can continue my pursuit of answers to my questions.
Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the streets. I think you should speed your pursuit up, because the rain is about to pour, buddy.
I don't mind the rain. It helps me think better.
But your owl doesn't. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that I was right. You know what? Why don't you just come with me to my hotel? I'll get you a room. It's just nearby.
I appreciate your hospitality, but I don't need your pity.
Oh, look. Mr. Grumpy Bench Guy is being such a drama queen.
Fine. But the moment the rain stops, we're out.
Another thunder rumbled as we started walking away. When we reached my hotel, the receptionist immediately greeted me with a question.
给你朋友另一个房间?
As I scrambled for my translation book, Hatham suddenly swooped in.
Shida, Ching.
Did you just speak Chinese?
I speak multiple languages. I have a constant hunger for endless knowledge.
So, you're a polyglot. So cool. That's literally my dream. But learning another language is so difficult for me. What's your secret?
Oh, I use this splendid application on my phone, Duolingo.
Oh, I have heard about it, but I never tried it.
It has a fun and engaging approach to learning a language. It's like casually playing a game, which is a pretty good motivation for the learning process.
Okay, that sold me. I immediately downloaded the app and was greeted by a cute green owl named Duo, who looked very familiar. I turned to his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. Whoa! Duo looks exactly like your owl.
They have the same name too. Just a little warning. Duo's nice and helpful, but he can be a little persistent sometimes. But it's also for your own good.
Well, he seems to be a cute little guide. I went straight to my first lesson, and I was already liking it. Shui means water. Shui? Gosh, I am so thirsty. I need some shui. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is my room, and yours will be that one. I was talking to him, but he seemed preoccupied with something over my shoulder. I turned around and realized that he was looking at my collection of postcards on the wall. To my surprise, he suddenly barged inside.
Where did you get these photographs?
Those are the places that I captured with my precious camera, and these right here are my goal destinations. They're beautiful, aren't they? He looked so ecstatic as he gawked at one of the pictures, like it was the most delicious meal he had ever seen.
Where is this place?
That's my next destination, the Tianzi Mountain. It's one of the reasons why I visited this country.
Take me with you.
Consider yourself lucky, my friend, because I'm going there tomorrow. I always preferred traveling alone, but maybe it was time for me to try it with a travel buddy this time, at least for a day, and just for fun. The next day, we traveled to the mountains, and when we got there, Haytham's calm demeanor instantly changed to ecstatic.
The stone forest.
An image of a familiar place seemed to have flashed right before his eyes. The stone, what now? He ignored me and started navigating the place, running around like he owned it. Dude, wait up! We rode a cable car, crossed a river, and jumped from one stone to another, and after an hour, I felt like collapsing. Slow down, Spider-Man. I'm not a marathon runner with endless stamina, you know. Jeez. When I finally caught up, I found him standing in front of a mysterious and ancient-looking monument. He fiddled with a rock against it, but nothing happened, and he looked super frustrated. Hello? I would really appreciate it if you would tell me what's going on. What is that thing? And what are you trying to do with it?
This is a totem, and I need an electro-element to activate it.
What do you mean, electro-element?
Electro-element. Something, anything that produces lightning.
Oh, you mean electricity?
Huh?
Lucky for you, I've got something here.
What is that?
You don't know what a taser is? It's my go-to for self-defense. Zaps people with electricity or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
He immediately took it from me and tried it on the totem. After a few sparks, it suddenly got triggered and a glowing symbol appeared on top of it. Holy cheeky bananas! Is that a hologram or something? He found 2 more totems, and after doing the same thing to each of them, a strong streak of light came from above, forming a pillar. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of secret experiment from the government? And what's your deal with all of this?
I've been traveling from place to place looking for these runes. Since I'm not from around here, I don't know where to go. I need to activate these beacons in 6 places scattered around the world. With your knowledge and resources, things are going to get easier for me now.
But for what? Why are you doing all of this out-of-this-world stuff?
We need to go.
Dude, you didn't answer my question.
Sometimes, the journey to find answers is more important than the answers themselves.
Whatever you say, Plato. After activating the first beacon, we embarked on a thrilling and action-packed adventure of a lifetime. After Tianzi Mountain, we rushed straight to Huanglong River, which Haytham kept calling Luhua Pool Liu. There, we had to light up some fire totems. There were 5 of them, but according to him, only 3 needed to be activated. Of course, those 3 we needed were surrounded by water. Great, right? Haytham was all business, using his fancy tricks to get those waterlogged totems blazing, while I just snapped pictures of these outrageous moments. Our next stop was the breathtaking Matterhorn in Switzerland, aka Dragonspine, according to my travel buddy, where we faced a puzzle with circular platforms and wall signs. The place was so cold that I had to huddle by fire torches just to keep myself from turning into a popsicle. I let Mr. Mysterious Smarty Pants solve the puzzle by himself, while I continued my Duolingo sessions. You know I can't miss those streaks. With each beacon we activated, I felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What was this leading to? And why did it feel like the world had turned into one big adventurous playground? During our flight to our next destination, I found myself fully immersed in my new favorite app. Xin chào, ten toila Elira.
You could take a break sometimes, you know?
I need to learn the basics, at least for now, and I like how Duo keeps reminding me with his cute little expressions. When we finally reached Vietnam, I decided to try out what I learned by asking the locals about the directions. Xin lỗi, bang có thể chung tôi doang. The woman stared at me as if she was solving the most difficult math puzzle. Có thể...
Xin lỗi, no ngàn con đích chỗ, chúng tôi viết đông viết vinh, ha lông đục trong.
Được chứ, bạn chỉ cần đi thẳng, rồi đi qua cái cây khổng lồ kia, sau đó rẽ phải và đi bộ khoảng 200 mét sẽ thấy một khoảng đất trống.
Okay, I guess it was too early for me to attempt a conversation. After learning the direction, Haytham continued walking towards the bay. Ugh, why is this guy so good at everything?
You still have a long way to go, Elira.
I literally just started. Just wait and see. I'll be leading the leaderboard with an unbeatable streak in no time.
I commend your determination. Keep it up.
Soon enough, we were greeted by the beautiful emerald waters and towering limestone islands of Halong Bay, or as Haytham called it, the Golden Apple Archipelago. While I was snapping pictures left and right, Haytham got to work immediately. He solved a music rock puzzle thing, and after activating the place, we toured around the city and enjoyed their local food. I even tried conversing with the locals with the help of my brilliant travel buddy. It got me even more determined to learn more. So during our flight to Scotland, I got really busy with leveling up and earning rewards. I never knew that learning could be this fun.
Learning could also be done in silence.
Sorry. And soon, we finally reached our next destination, the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or as Haytham called it, the Star Snatch Cliff, Mondstadt. After walking around, we came across a green fan-like object. I watched in amazement as he applied some wind pressure to activate it, unleashing a powerful upward current. Whoa, that's so dope! So, what's next?
Time to fly.
After taking a large cloth from his bag and holding onto it, he wrapped his arm around me, and we gracefully floated in the magical breeze. I never thought I would experience flying like this, not even in my wildest dreams. If this is a dream, I hope I can keep enjoying it and not wake up too soon.
Our imaginations know no bounds, Elira. They possess the extraordinary ability to unlock infinite possibilities.
We then found 2 more fans along the way before we finally activated the totem at the top of the cliff and summoned the pillar. I stood there for a while and looked ahead at the seemingly endless horizon, thinking about how Haytham sees this beautiful world in his own vision. Finally, we were down to the last one, Deshra Desert Sumeru, or as we call it, the Great Pyramids of Egypt, my favorite. Haytham looked so nervous and excited while I was taking some pictures of the legendary structures. After hours of touring around, I followed him as we headed to the group of old, weathered columns. So, how do we solve this one?
We need to hit the larger columns until you match them with the corresponding symbol on the smaller columns beside them. Match all 3 big ones to the smaller ones to summon the last pillar.
Aye, aye, Captain. I grabbed a tree branch lying nearby and used it to help him hit the columns until we finally summoned the last pillar.
All the pillars scattered across the world that we activated should be glowing now too.
I dropped my jaw in amazement when their fusion created a swirling, glowing vortex or something. Is that a freaking portal?
Yes, it's a portal back to my world, Elira.
To your world? So there's indeed another world out there? Before he could answer me, the earth beneath us mildly shook, and a horrifying creature suddenly appeared right in front of us. Holy crunchy potatoes! Is that a transformer? Did Haytham summon that machine from their world? What if he was actually a bad guy who was set to ruin our world? Oh my gosh, what have I done? I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our beautiful Earth just yet. I have yet to discover the other wonders of... My paranoid voice trailed off when I realized that Haytham was gone. Just then, I felt a strong, glowing presence behind me. I slowly turned around and saw him and Duo transforming into something with dust particles and glowing green projections dancing around them. Everything then cleared away, revealing a strikingly handsome video game character and his adorable sidekick. Haytham, is that you?
This is my true form, Elira. And my real name is Zal Haytham, a scholar from Sumeru, and our academia scribe. That machine in front of you is a primal construct, only found around the desert area of Sumeru. This machine enemy is often found guarding the temples and ruins, and I need to defeat it.
So it's like the final boss in the game, and you're the brave hero. I suddenly felt bad for suspecting him as a bad guy. As the primal construct started charging toward them, 3 ethereal green mirrors popped in and hovered around Hatham, radiating a brilliant emerald light that almost blinded me. He then started fighting the monster, moving with grace and precision, consistently blending freestyle moves and rotational attacks with his sword and abilities. Watching them fight was mesmerizing, as if I had been transported into an epic video game. He unleashed a barrage of reflective attacks, boomerangs slicing through the air, slashes carving through steel. Each hit dealt a lot of serious physical damage. Soon enough, the terrifying machine was finally defeated. Dude, you were so cool. How did you do that?
I don't need to fight. I only need to think. Everything else is connected. All I have to do is find the weakest link, deal with the causal factors, and everything else tends to resolve itself.
Okay. Enough with your deep philosophical words, dude, and maybe start explaining everything to me properly. You know, I've been following you around like a dumb little kitten and catching up with your stamina.
As a gratitude for helping me, you deserve to know the truth. My friend Kaveh and I were trying to open a domain, but something went wrong. It started malfunctioning. The rule is to hit these columns using a physical attack and never use any elemental attack. Kaveh didn't know this, so he used his elemental skill because he thought it was more efficient. It made a different reaction to the process, and instead of opening a domain, it opened a portal that connected to the human world. And before I knew it, it started sucking my friend. I tried to save him, but I was the one who got pulled inside instead. I got teleported here, which was a very different place, and I have been finding my way back for quite a long time. Thanks to my friend Duo here, who also got accidentally teleported for some reason. He's been my companion since the day I got here, and he's the one who has been helping me learn the different languages of humans.
Now that makes sense, and no sense at the same time. I swear, I'm stuck in a fantasy adventure novel. Anyway, I'm glad that you finally made it.
I appreciate all your help in this journey of mine, Alira. As much as I wanted to discover more about your interesting world, I need to return. Tevat needs me.
Oh, well, traveling won't be the same anymore without you. I'm gonna miss you a little bit, I guess.
Just play Genshin Impact, and I'm sure you will enjoy the magical beauty of our world, Tevat. We have 7 nations brimming with natural wonders that you would love to capture. You'll meet a diverse set of people with unique personalities and abilities like me. And together, we will fight exciting enemies. We'll share every adventure in this enchanting realm.
I felt a lump in my throat as he extended his hand, but knowing that I would be seeing him again, I shook it with a smile.
See you around, Alira.
I watched them as they entered the portal, returning to their world. Come here, boy. Bam, bam, eat that monkey butt. All right, Hatham, time for some snacks. Ever since I started appreciating video games, I became the annoying passenger this time. These games opened my eyes to the existence of extraordinary places that remain hidden from our physical world, places that only exist in our minds, yet they possess the power to transport us on thrilling adventures. They hold captivating magic and beauty, offering a gateway to fictional worlds. Now, I embrace the opportunity to immerse myself in both realities, and because of it, I have never felt alone again. I was so into the game that I jerked when an incoming announcement sound chimed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will begin our final descent to Paris shortly.
And now, it's time to explore the famous beauty of Paris. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Wait, is it allez-vous? Allez-vous? Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
You're never here when my tears dry. You're never around to see me thrive. When it's my birthday or my day off, you got other plans and can't show up.
I saw my boyfriend Walker holding his guitar and I nearly burst with pride. We'd come so far to get here, especially me. Finally out in the real world again. I felt like my old self again, confident, happy, and free. Walker pointed at me and spoke into the microphone.
They say that when true love comes for you, you won't know what hit you. My girl Lacey came at me like a freight train. Babe, this song is for you.
Every girl in the club turned to me with their eyes popping out of their sockets and their jaws wide open, like they thought I didn't deserve him. I don't care what anybody thinks about Walker and me. Well, that's not exactly true. I did care about what one person thought. Bex, Walker's little sister and my best friend. When Walker and I got together, I was sure I'd added a boyfriend and subtracted a best friend. I should probably start at the beginning, but first, please like and subscribe. It all began on the day we were born. Yep, we. Bex and I were born on the same day in the same hospital. Our parents lived next door to each other and our moms were inseparable. Soon, they were pregnant at the same time. I can't believe we're so close to meeting these little ones. I know, they're gonna be the best of friends. It's as if Bex's mom had a crystal ball because she was spot on. Bex arrived 17 minutes before me and we've been BFFs since. She's always been kind of motherly to me and she took her job as the oldest seriously.
We should clean up these toys and get a snack. But I was still playing with that. Did you pack your raincoat? It looks like it's gonna rain.
When I say we did everything together, I do mean everything. We went to dance class together.
Lacey, how are you so flexible? I feel like a statue next to you. Double jointed, I guess.
We were each other's biggest cheerleaders and we told each other everything too. My parents were fighting again last night. I'm worried they won't make up.
Don't worry, babe. Your dad'll get a new job and that stress will just go away.
But then, one day, when we were 13, life as I knew it changed forever. Bex and I were walking home from school. We were on the crosswalk when suddenly a car came screeching through the red light at high speed. All I remember was the sound of metal, glass, and the smell of burnt tires before I was hit with a huge force, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. Oh, honey, thank goodness you're okay. What if something had happened to you?
I couldn't do life without you, bestie.
Sweetheart, you just take everything easy now. You need to heal.
And I did heal, kind of. My body was fine, but my brain was broken. For some reason, every time I left my house, I was terrified. When I stepped outside my door, I could hear that car and I could smell the burnt rubber. My world shrank in an instant. The only place I could make it without a panic attack was across the 5 cement pavers that separated Bex's front door from mine. Anything else brought me paralyzing fear, and I even stopped attending school. Bex, can we just stay at my house today? I don't think I can go out.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just cancel with our friends. Bex, do you want to watch a movie at your house? I thought we might go to the mall. I really don't want to go anywhere. I think that's when Bex started to resent me, which made me feel guilty. I didn't mean to be this way. I didn't want to live the rest of my life inside a house, but everything just felt safer there. At least to me. To Bex, it must have felt like a prison.
Ugh, we never do anything anymore. This is boring, Lacey. There's so much out there to see and do.
I was ashamed. Why was it so hard for me to just go outside and act like a normal teenager? Bex, you can go to the party if you want. I'm gonna stay here. Are you sure? You could try coming, right? We can leave early. Couldn't you just try today for me? Who knows? It might not be as bad as you're imagining it. A party sounded about as much fun as scrubbing tiles with a toothbrush, but I decided to make an effort for Bex. I was sweating bullets, and my heart was pounding by the time we made it to the party. My friends from school seemed happy to see me, though, and I started to relax just a bit. I sat down in a corner, not ready to join the dancing crowd yet. Maybe Bex was right. This wasn't so bad. But just then, a waiter carrying a tray of drinks suddenly tripped, and everything went crashing to the floor. The sound of the smashing glass sent me into a panic. I dove under the table and buried my head in my arms, crying hysterically. Everything went completely silent, and Bex tried her best to make me come out, but I couldn't move an inch. Eventually, she had to call my parents to come and take me. Lacey, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I've been trying to tell you. I can't go out, and now things are even worse. Everyone probably thought I acted like a freak. I'm not trying to hold you back, Bex. You want to go to parties? You can go without me. I won't mind. Okay then, maybe I will. A few nights later, I went over to Bex's house, but I found her brother Walker instead. He smiled, and I was distracted by the dimples on his cheeks.
Hey, Lace, Bex isn't here.
Whoa, when did Walker get so hot? He was usually always in the garage practicing with his band. He had a major glow up. Right, I forgot she might be out.
Is something the matter? You look a little glum.
I'm just bored, I guess.
Yeah, me too. Come on in.
That's how it all began. That night, Walker and I talked. I told him I was scared I'd be hit by a car again. I said that I'd felt trapped in my own mind. I told him my felt guilty keeping Bex from living her life and about what happened at the party.
Don't be so hard on yourself. What happened to you was a huge trauma. Healing takes time. As for Bex, don't worry about her. She's your friend. She'll always be there for you.
Hearing Walker say that felt good. You're right, Walker. I just can't help it. Sometimes I feel like a freak from another planet. I'm sure everyone at school now thinks I'm a total weirdo. That was when Walker picked up his guitar and started strumming it.
Why does it matter what anyone thinks of you? It should only matter what you think of yourself. But for the record, I happen to think you're pretty great.
My heart skipped a beat when he said that, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I had someone to talk to, someone who cared about me, someone who saw me. The next time Bex came to see me, I tried to bring up Walker. I saw your brother playing his guitar on the porch the other day. He's gotten really good. Also, really cute. Yeah, he's good, but my parents think it's a waste of time and he should focus more on his studies. Wait a minute, you think he's cute? Well, just an observation. He didn't look too bad from my window. You know he's off limits, right? Because the last time he dated a friend of mine and broke up with her, she shut me out completely. I never want him going near any of my friends again. I know all that, Bex. Don't worry. But soon, I was waiting for Bex to leave her house so I could go and spend time with Walker. Part of me felt like I was betraying her, but I was hooked on a feeling. The feeling I had every time I looked into Walker's eyes. It didn't take long for Walker to get hooked too.
All these years, and I didn't realize what a cool person you were. Bex kept you all to herself.
Walker and I started spending more and more time together. He told me he wanted to be a famous singer, but he didn't feel like anyone in his family supported his dreams. I did, though. No one gets to tell you how big to dream, Walker. You can do anything you set your mind to.
I know my sister might kill me for saying this, but I feel like you understand me. I feel connected to you somehow.
He leaned in, and in one moment, his lips were on mine. All the tension I'd been feeling exploded, and I almost saw stars. My knees felt wobbly, and my head spun.
Whoa, you're perfect.
But I could only think about one thing. Bex was gonna kill us. Walker, we can't do this. Bex is my best friend.
So what? Don't give up on something that could be really good between us. Don't you feel it?
His hand brushed my cheek, and soon I was lost in his eyes again, leaning in for another kiss when, what's going on here? I pulled away from Walker like he was fire, and I'd just been burned. Bex, I can explain. Explain what? Your spit-swapping fest with my brother? I told you I would never be okay with this. Oh no? It looks like I was just betrayed by the two of you. I don't want to look at either of you again. Bex pushed her way past us, and I swear I felt my heart break. I stared at Walker, but with my chest so tight, I couldn't find any words. So I ran. I ran home to the safety of my bedroom, and that's where I stayed. For days, weeks, I missed Bex terribly, and even though I didn't want to admit it, I missed Walker too.
Honey, this isn't healthy for you. You need to leave the house.
I don't want to leave the house. I want to stay in bed and let my blankets swallow me whole.
No, go outside in the yard and get some fresh air. That's not a request. It's an order.
Her tone told me she wasn't messing around, so I headed to the yard with my phone, a blanket, and a grudge. That's when I spotted Bex dressed in workout gear and running shoes, her attention focused on her phone. She stepped out onto the crosswalk, and that's when I heard the car. Then I saw it. Bex, look out! Huh? The idea of me getting hit by a car paralyzed me with fear, but the idea of Bex getting hit by a car was unthinkable. I tackled Bex to the ground so fast that we both just stared at each other, shocked and breathless. Lacey, you saved me. Of course I did. I can't do life without you, bestie. You're my best friend, too. I didn't mean to kiss Walker, Bex. He just made me feel less alone. Bex looked ashamed. Walker told me everything. He said you inspired him and supported his music. He said you were like a song to him. And I'm sorry. I haven't been a good friend. I should have wanted you to be happy. I do want you to be happy. Walker raced out of the house and came running to us.
Stop fighting. You're friends.
We're not fighting. We're making up. If being with each other makes you happy, I want you to be happy. Both of you.
Bex, does that mean?
It means that Lacey can be your song again. With that, Bex left us standing there. Walker,
Be my girlfriend. No more secrets. No more hiding.
Yes. 100% yes.
You helped me believe in myself.
You did the same thing for me, Walker. I feel stronger now. Like I can do anything.
Anything?
Anything. Walker stepped forward, taking my hands in his.
Would you come to my first real gig? It's tomorrow, but only if you're ready.
I hadn't left my house to go anywhere but school for such a long time. But when I saw the hope in Walker's eyes and the support I would give him by going, I felt I could do it. I think I'm ready, Walker. Walker wrapped his arms around me, pulling me close for a kiss. Bex squealed and gave me a big hug. This is it, babe. My brother is living his dream. Okay, ready? On the count of 3, we'll jump from the wall. Kiana, are you sure this is safe? What if we miss the air mattress? Guys, chill. We're not even that high up. I've seen people on TV do this. It'll be fun. Good news, when my friends jumped, they landed on the air mattress and were totally fine. Bad news, I missed the air mattress and got injured. Wait, let me start from the beginning. I'm Kiana from North Dakota, and you probably think I'm a moron for doing something so dangerous. But what can I say? Teenagers do stupid things sometimes. Don't pretend like you haven't. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Luckily, when I got to the hospital, the doctor said I was fine, since I didn't jump from that high up. But I still had to wear an arm and leg cast for 3 freaking months. When I returned to school, everyone had heard what had happened and showered me with love, saying how relieved they were that I was okay. But then in math class, something strange happened. So today, we'll be doing exercises 8 and 10 in our workbooks. What about exercise 9, my good ma'am? Are you mocking my accent? Why, of course not, my love. You've got your accent and I've got my accent. To the principal's office, now! I hadn't realized I'd been even talking in a British accent, but I went to the principal and told him what happened. I don't know why she's so angry. Maybe it's her time of the month, if you know what I mean. Kiana, stop with that British accent right now. I'm not doing one. The principal and I fought back and forth for a while before he called my parents. Except I was still doing a British accent when they arrived without knowing it, and continued talking British for several days. Eventually, Mom and Dad took me to a doctor since I was acting so strangely, and to my shock, the doctor told me I'd developed a brain condition as a result of my injury. It was called foreign accent syndrome, which meant I would always talk like a foreigner now. So I started talking in a British accent all the time. It wasn't a huge deal, but kids at school were confused that I'd completely switched my way of speaking. Most of them thought I was messing around and it was annoying, and some British kids at school always felt I was making fun of them. As time passed, everyone started avoiding me because I made them uncomfortable. So I was stuck having no friends and wanting my normal accent back. One afternoon, I was doing homework in the schoolyard when suddenly someone held out a diamond ring in front of my face. Here, take my promise ring that I spent $10,000 on for my stupid girlfriend. In fact, why don't I date you now instead of her? How about you give it to my sister, who you're apparently in love with? Ugh, not those two. Dean and Brielle were the hottest, most popular kids in school and had been dating on and off since 9th grade. Since they were known for always fighting, I didn't take Dean's offer seriously and walked away. But a week later, someone rang our doorbell one morning, and I was shocked to see Brielle standing there. Kiana, right? I need to talk to you about something important. Come in. My ex-boyfriend Dean is a monster. He cheated on me and made out with my sister. And now I want revenge, and I need your help. Why do you need my help? You and I have barely even spoken before. Look, I know a lot of kids at school think you're weird, but Dean's always found you very attractive. I always catch him staring at you during class, and if he hadn't been with me, he probably would have asked you out. So I was thinking, maybe you could get him to date you for a month. Then you can make a TikTok fake crying and telling everyone that he hurt you and took advantage of you. I don't think anyone would take it seriously if I did it, since we're always fighting about one thing or another. Can you please do this for me? My head was spinning. First of all, did she just say that the most popular guy at school thought I was pretty? Well, if he was a cheating jerk, then maybe it didn't matter. But still, wow. Brielle begged me to help her out and went on and on about how much fun we could have taking Dean down together. Was she implying that we could be friends? I hadn't had a friend in so long. And now I could be BFFs with the school queen bee, who could maybe help me make other friends. I just had to ruin the life of her awful ex-boyfriend. I'm in. That week, Brielle and I found an empty classroom during lunch to go over our mission. Step 1, flirt with Dean and let him know you're interested. Smile at him during class, give him a compliment, or do a classic dropping your school books to get his attention. I hadn't flirted with any boy since before my injury, but I was confident I still had game. So when I saw Dean, I walked close to him and threw my textbooks onto the floor. But unfortunately, one of them landed on his foot and he screamed. Ow! Ow! My foot is broken. I'm gonna lose a foot. I'm so sorry. Dang it, I was supposed to get you to ask me out, not murder you.
Oh, it's you, Kiana, hot girl from history class who talks with a British accent, even though she's American?
Yes, that's me. You poor thing, getting hit with a textbook and having your girlfriend dump you.
Actually, our breakup was mutual, so...
I can only imagine what it must be like getting dumped.
thinking you'll be alone, single, and pathetic forever. But lucky for you, I'm gonna let you take me out to dinner on a date.
Really?
You can even pick me up in a car and bring me flowers, especially white roses, please. They're my favourite. But it's my gift to you. Dean immediately said yes, and I was so proud of myself for being so smooth. But unfortunately, my actual date wasn't very enjoyable because Dean was the most obnoxious guy ever. He complained about everything. The chairs made his butt hurt. The music was too loud. And when he bit into some spicy buffalo wings, he started crying and saying he needed to go to the hospital.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Of course, because so many people have died eating buffalo wings. Finally, when the date was over, Dean dropped me off in his car.
I can't believe I didn't ask you out earlier. 2 years wasted with Brielle when I could have been the boyfriend of this beautiful goddess right here.
He was looking at me with stars in his eyes. Oh boy. I told Brielle everything over video chat. This is perfect. You've already got him wrapped around your little finger. In a month, you're gonna tear his heart to shreds like he tore mine. I really did have him wrapped around my finger. Dean texted me as soon as he woke up the next day and sent me like 8 different heart emojis. How was he already so into me? When Dean saw me at school on Monday, he came up to me right away holding a stuffed tiger.
Okay, babe, hear me out. So for our next date, how about we go to the carnival and you can witness my amazing skee-ball skills? I'll win you a tiger just like this.
I knew I'd made a deal with Brielle, but this guy was turning out to be super annoying. Still, I went on 3 more stupid dates with him, one of which consisted of us cosplaying as MSA characters. We literally went to a restaurant dressed as them, and Dean even suggested reenacting a romantic fight scene. It was so embarrassing. But there was one silver lining. Brielle and I were becoming really good friends. When we weren't scheming or talking about Dean, we hung out at the mall, had sleepovers, and painted each other's nails. One night, Brielle invited me to an exclusive party, but we had to go in separate cars because it would look suspicious if Dean's ex was hanging out with his current girlfriend. At one point during the party, I was hanging out with some of the popular girls near the refreshment table, and they were just going on and on about how lucky I was to be with Dean. He is quite lovely and very easy on the eyes, but between us, he's also a bit of a dork. He's obsessed with stuffed animals, cartoon movies, and even owns fuzzy slippers. Trust me, ladies, beneath that gorgeous physique lies the cringiest guy ever.
Sorry that you think I'm so cringy.
I turned around to see Dean standing behind me with a hurt look. Oh man, what was he doing here? Of course, this was a popular kids' party. He walked off and I felt a little guilty, so I followed him. Dean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Well, all right, I did mean it, but...
You don't have to date me if you don't like me, Kiana. It's not a big deal. Just don't lead me on, because I actually like you.
Oh, please. No, you don't. You're just looking for a rebound girlfriend since you broke up with Brielle. Why would a guy like you like an unpopular weirdo like me anyway?
Maybe because I don't think you're a weirdo. Maybe because I think your fake accent's adorable, and even though we have different interests, I've had a lot of fun on our dates.
That's very sweet. How about we start over? No more crazy, overly romantic dates. We'll just take it slow and get to know each other. Dean seemed to really like that idea, and after our talk, I sort of started enjoying spending time with him. We'd do homework together and video chat at night. He definitely seemed like a sweet guy, which made it all the more confusing why he'd do something like cheat on his girlfriend. One morning, Brielle and I were walking home from the gym when Dean texted me to tell me he was sick with the flu. Poor thing. I should stop by and bring him some soup. But he just said he has the flu. You don't want to get sick? I know, but he's all alone in bed and not able to do anything. I'll wear a mask. Trust me, Kiana, he's a millionaire who has chefs and servants waiting on him hand and foot. What, do you want to spend time with him? No, of course not. I just feel since I'm his pretend girlfriend, it's weird if I don't check up on him. I quickly went home and made Dean soup that I brought to him. But when Dean opened the door to his room, my heart did a giant thump. He was shirtless and had the abs of a freaking Roman god.
You cooked me soup? You're the sweetest girlfriend ever.
I sat with him while he ate the soup in bed.
It tastes perfect. Brielle used to do stuff like this for me when we first started dating, but then we started fighting a lot and she stopped doing nice things for me.
Well, I don't think you have a right to complain about Brielle. You're the one who cheated on her and kissed her sister. She told me about it. We ran into each other.
Okay, fine. I cheated on her, but that's only because we got into a huge argument and in a fit of rage. Brielle started talking about how handsome my best friend was and that she was going to leave me and date him. I thought she was serious, which is why I hit on her sister. But she wasn't serious, and that's why we broke up. Right after that, I bought her that diamond promise ring. I guess it was both our faults. We both cared about each other. We just weren't working as a couple anymore.
I was speechless as Dean told me all of this, and suddenly it didn't feel right following through on the plan anymore. And the whole day at school on Monday, I avoided Brielle. But finally, she caught me reading a book in the school garden and asked me what was going on. All right, fine. I needed a bit of space from you. Dean told me the truth about what happened. How you threatened to date his best friend and that there was a misunderstanding. I know that's no excuse for what he did, but your whole revenge plan is over the top, and I'm not following through with it. Okay, whatever. It was over the top and immature, I get it. So just break up with Dean now and don't talk to him anymore. What? I'm not allowed to talk to him now? Why would you want to? He's my ex-boyfriend. You don't have feelings for him or anything, right? I mean, I have spent a lot of time with him, so it'd be weird for us not to talk. But why do you care? Do you still have feelings for him? Brielle got really quiet, and that's when it hit me. Of course she still loved him. He'd been her freaking boyfriend for 2 years. And worst of all, I could feel myself developing feelings for Dean too. There was only one thing I could do. Break up over text and never talk to the guy again. But as soon as I sent the message, Dean started calling and blowing up my phone. And 20 minutes later, I heard a knock at my bedroom window. 3 guesses who had climbed onto my balcony.
Kiana, I don't understand this. Why are you breaking up with me suddenly?
Because I was never supposed to date you. Before I could stop myself, I ended up telling Dean all about my plan with Brielle, and he was stunned.
Okay, that is officially the most messed up thing Brielle has ever done. And I can't believe you'd agree to something like this. What kind of sick person are you? What?
I wanted to make a friend. Wait, did I just talk in my regular voice? The doctors had said foreign accent syndrome could go away with time, but that was the first time I'd spoken in an American accent since the incident. I immediately ran downstairs to tell my parents what had happened, completely forgetting about the drama with Dean and Brielle. My parents and I jumped up and down and cheered, while Dean just stood there staring at me. He was probably thinking what a freak I was, so that probably meant he was over me. It sure seems like it anyway. He avoided both me and Brielle at school. Brielle was happy for me about my recovery, and we both kind of pretended like the Dean drama never happened. But one day, she came over and dropped a bombshell on me. She was leaving the city and moving hours away. I was heartbroken. No, this is a good thing. Now you can be the most popular girl at school and date Dean. I talked with him the other day. He wants to be with you, Kiana. He's moved on from me. So if you guys want to date, go for it. But how would that make you feel? Don't you still love him? Yeah, I do, and it will hurt knowing he chose you over me. But I want you to be happy, Kiana. I know our friendship started with just you doing me a favor, but I've grown to care about you. You were there for me at one of the hardest times in my life. Suddenly, I saw a car pull up in the driveway, and it was Dean. He was coming to see me, probably to profess his love for me. He got out of the car, and he looked so handsome in the sunlight. I was ready to run into his arms and kiss him, but I didn't. I couldn't hurt my best friend like that. That's why I sent Dean home and told him I wasn't interested. Kiana, you don't have to do this. I'll get over my pain. You have my blessing to be with him. I know, and maybe I will one day when you are over him. But I care about you more than him. You were there for me during the hardest time of my life. Thank you. I'm gonna miss you so much, girl. I'm gonna miss you too. Good luck, Brielle. Hi, I'm Olivia from Ohio, and my crazy story will make you rethink your circle of friends. But before we get started, don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom screamed perfection, and I know what you're thinking. Every kid thinks their mom's perfect, but mine actually was. She was a successful lawyer, had won multiple awards, and everywhere she went, people would trip over their shoelaces to get a glimpse of her. Next to her, I looked like an ogre that no one noticed. People didn't even believe I was her daughter. When I was 10, Mom and I were taking a stroll in the park when this man walked up to us.
I was watching you from across the park, and I have to say, you're gorgeous. Do you mind grabbing a cup of coffee?
Thank you, but I'll pass. You see, I'm with my daughter.
It's so sweet of you to adopt this kid and call her your daughter. Goes to show that you're more than just a pretty face.
And you're a bigger moron than you look. I kicked the man hard in his shin, and he started whining like a baby. Mom apologized, dragged me back home, and gave me a big lecture on being polite. But I didn't care. All I wanted was to look pretty like Mom. So the next morning, I woke up early, took a pair of scissors, and gave myself a haircut. I thought I looked pretty amazing, until Mom saw me and screamed like a banshee.
What have you done, Olivia?
It's cool, right? Now I look just like you.
You look like a shaved raccoon.
Mom rushed me to a hairdresser who tried his best, but there was hardly anything left for him to do. The next day at school, everyone pointed and laughed at me. It was so humiliating. Things didn't change much even as I grew up. I was an A-grade student, but wasn't half as popular as the pretty girls in my school. Then one time in 9th grade, I saw this MSA video where this girl used makeup and it totally transformed her face. And I was hooked. I saw a bunch of makeup tutorials to get my look right, and when I was done, I looked like a totally different person. Mom and I had a wedding dinner to attend that night, and people couldn't stop complimenting me.
Oh, you're so pretty, like a fresh lily, just like your mother.
I'd never felt so visible, and it was all because of makeup. It made me feel so pretty and confident. I got better and better, and by 16, I started my own YouTube channel where I taught makeup. One of my videos went viral overnight, and I got famous. Girls in my school flocked around me asking for makeup tricks.
That eye makeup you did was flawless, Olivia. Your foundation technique is to die for. Make a TikTok with me, please.
The girl pulled me into her camera's frame, but just then someone pushed her away. It was Mia, the head cheerleader and the most popular girl in school.
Ew! Please don't drag Olivia into your dirty TikTok videos. She's a YouTuber. She's literally royalty. Hi, babe. You know who I am, right? Let's hang out for lunch. And by the way, cute dress.
I was stunned as Mia led me to her table and introduced me to all her friends. One of them was Max, the school football captain, and my all-time crush. He pulled out a chair for me.
You know Oliver.
Olivia.
Potato. Anyway, I'm something of a YouTuber myself. I'm a fashion stylist, art curator, singer, songwriter. I do it all. I work very hard.
That's amazing. My mom says hard work is the key to success.
Oh, no, sweetheart. I mean, I work very hard on myself. It takes effort to look so flawless. Want to go on a date with me?
The most popular guy in school was asking me out on a date. So obviously, I said yes. Max and I hung out a bunch of times, and I was totally crushing over him. At school, I was finally in the cool league now. Mia and I went shopping, to parties, skipped school for movies. It was so much fun. But between hanging out with friends and making YouTube videos, I could hardly concentrate on my studies and failed a test. Mom found out, and she wasn't too happy.
Skipping classes? Flunking tests? What's happening to you, Olivia?
Relax, Mom. It's just one test. Besides, it's high school. I'm supposed to have fun.
You're also supposed to be getting into college, and I don't see that happening with these grades. You're acting like a totally different person.
And maybe that's not such a bad thing since I'm tired of living under your shadow, Mom. I'm my own person, and I know how to make my own decisions. Saying that, I rushed to my room. I felt kind of bad for being so rude to Mom, but I was too mad to apologize. But Mom didn't give up, and the next day at school, she asked one of my teachers to assign me a tutor to help me with my studies. I was waiting for my tutor in the library when a really nerdy girl walked over to me.
You're Olivia, and Grace, your tutor.
Let's start. Grace pulled up a chair, and I couldn't help noticing her mismatched shoes.
Yeah, I know my shoes don't match. It's just the other one was wet, and I was in a hurry. And before you ask me, yes, I only own 2 pairs of shoes because that's all you need. Now, let's start with science.
Grace and I worked all afternoon, and I could tell she was really smart. We were just wrapping up when Mia showed up with Max. OMG, this is your tutor? Where did you get that dress? It looks like it was made out of your grandma's curtains. Wow, what a cool guess. She was giving her curtains away to Goodwill. I told her I could get a use out of them for another 10 years. You're such a dork, man. Right, Olivia? Yeah, totally. I shamefully joined in as Mia and her friends made fun of Grace. I thought Grace would act out and throw a book at us or something, but she simply smiled and walked away. Later that day during gym, everyone was in the pool while I just sat outside and reflected on how I'd behaved with Grace. She was trying to help me, and I'd been a jerk to her. I was lost in my thoughts when Max walked up to me.
You're not coming in?
No, I'm scared of water.
Oh, don't be a scaredy cat.
Saying that, Max started pulling me into the water. I wasn't ready for him to see me without my makeup on, so I started pulling away, but he just laughed and splashed water on me. My heart started beating faster, and I was about to pass out when Grace came to my rescue. Let her go, you moron. Grace took me to the bathroom as I tried catching my breath and shoved a paper bag into my hands. I don't want to throw up. Just breathe in and out. You just had a panic attack. Oh, wait, you know what? My mom had this super amazing way of dealing with panic. With that, Grace hugged me tight and started rocking me back and forth. Snuggle, snuggle up, little baby, no need to fear. Mommy's here. We'll soon be out and you'll be free. Okay, I'm fine. Thank God my makeup is waterproof, or it would have been a disaster. That's what you were worried about? I thought you were scared of water. Thanks for saving me. And listen, I'm sorry for acting like a jerk earlier. I was mad at Max for days, but he apologized 1,000,000 times, so eventually I let it go. Grace and I continued hanging out for our tutoring sessions and slowly became friends. Even my grades were up again, and Mom couldn't be happier. I'd never met anyone like Grace before, and I was fascinated. While everyone dressed up in fancy clothes, Grace would wear what made her comfortable, no matter how silly she looked. While we shopped for expensive stuff from malls, Grace made her own jewelry and hardly ever used makeup. But I could tell Mia hated Grace. She was always passing death glares at Grace and hardly missed an opportunity to comment on her hair or clothes. Then one day, I invited Grace over for lunch at my table. We were eating when Mia spoke. Guys, so you know how my mother is a tea leaf reader from India, and she was amazed by my reading yesterday. She says it means I'm either going to be very rich or very famous. As if. Excuse me? You have a problem with what I said? Logically, yes, I do. How can crushed wet leaves predict your future? They can. I have photos. You can see it's clearly written that my future is... I guess your future's garbage because that's what I see here. You know what you should really see? A mirror. Maybe that's when you'll know what a freak you are. Why do you hate me so much? Because you're a nerd and a loser, and I don't understand why you're even sitting with us. All I am is different, and maybe you're too close-minded to handle something you don't understand. There she goes with that psychology talk again. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. Told you, Olivia, she's a certified weirdo. You're so unreasonable. An unreasonable jerk. Mia got furious and pushed Grace off her chair. Grace fell and broke her glasses. She then got up and pushed Mia away, and the two of them got into a huge fight. It took all my strength to pull them away. I dragged Grace to the side. What is your deal? She hit me first. You insulted her. She called me a weirdo. I thought you didn't care about what people said. I don't, but I also don't like being humiliated publicly. You want Mia to like you so bad, you don't even have the courage to take my side even though I'm right. That's not true. Tell yourself that. Grace stormed off, and after that day, she simply stopped talking to me. She canceled our tutoring session and totally ignored me in class. Meanwhile, at home, Mom told me something shocking one day. Apparently, one of her clients was suing her for presenting false evidence in a case, and Mom ended up paying really heavy damages. Mom and I had savings, but with the rent, school fees, and other expenses, we needed to figure out a way to get some money in. That's when Mia gave me a way out. My aunt's starting a herbal makeup line, and I'm sure she'll pay you a lot of money to endorse her products on your channel. If you want, I can talk to her tonight, and we can start shooting ASAP. Sounds great. Thanks, Mia. Of course, darling. What are friends for? The next day, I met Mia's aunt, and she agreed to pay me $1 million for the endorsement. We started shooting right away, and everything was on track. The video was uploaded a week later, and everyone loved it. The money I got was enough to get Mom out of trouble, and she was back in business. But a week later, I woke up to people screaming outside my house. I checked my phone and was shocked to see people calling me a liar, a cheat, and I was facing a lot of hate on social media. My heart sank reading all the comments. Apparently, Mia's aunt used cheap chemicals in her skin line, and people were complaining of severe skin issues. I immediately pushed an apology video saying that I had no idea, but no one believed me. Since Mia's aunt wasn't answering my calls, I rushed to Mia's house to get an explanation. When I saw she was having a party, I instantly spotted her on the porch making out with Max. What the heck, Max? I thought you liked me.
I did, but then I saw what a fraud you are, and I don't want your tainted reputation ruining mine.
I'm not a fraud. Mia's aunt is, and now she's not even answering my calls. And you, Mia, go on record and tell my followers that I had no idea those products were harmful. And why should I do that? It's not my problem that you didn't do your homework. You should have checked those products before endorsing them. I trusted you. We were friends. And I did you a favor as a friend. But yeah, that aunt of mine's always been kind of shady. She wanted me to be the face of her fraud line. Imagine the horror if I would have said yes. Aunt needed someone stupid and popular enough to spread the word about her brand, and you stepped up. Now, if you're done, you're interrupting my date, and I'd like you to leave. Mia went back to kissing Max, and I was furious. I noticed a cat litter in the corner of the kitchen, and I picked it up and dumped it on Mia's head before storming out of the stupid party. I was in the parking lot when I saw Grace waiting for me. What are you doing here? I wanted to make sure you were okay. And look, I recorded the whole conversation with Mia. Upload this on your channel, and everyone will know what lying pieces of poop Mia and her aunt are. And then what? I know how horrible cyberbullying is, and I don't want another person to go through it. So you're just gonna let this go? Nope. We'll show this video to the police and let them take action. And after it's all behind us, there's something else I want to talk about on my channel. I've spent my entire life feeling invisible and not good enough, and makeup was my way to get noticed. But I just attracted shallow, awful people like Mia and Max. The only people worth having in your life are those who don't make you feel like you need to be someone else to be accepted by them. Did you hit your head on the way out? You're sounding like me. Well, you're the one who showed me that originality is our biggest superpower. So that's what I'm going to do. I still love makeup, but I won't lose sight of who I am as a person anymore, and I won't hide behind it. If I can become popular once, I can do it all over again. You with me? Always. Great, because I'm gonna need your help. And your macaroni necklace, too. Okay, ready? On the count of 3, we'll jump from the wall. Kiana, are you sure this is safe? What if we miss the air mattress? Guys, chill. We're not even that high up. I've seen people on TV do this. It'll be fun. Good news, when my friends jumped, they landed on the air mattress and were totally fine. Bad news, I missed the air mattress and got injured. Wait, let me start from the beginning. I'm Kiana from North Dakota, and you probably think I'm a moron for doing something so dangerous. But what can I say? Teenagers do stupid things sometimes. Don't pretend like you haven't. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Luckily, when I got to the hospital, the doctor said I was fine, since I didn't jump from that high up. But I still had to wear an arm and leg cast for 3 freaking months. When I returned to school, everyone had heard what had happened and showered me with love, saying how relieved they were that I was okay. But then in math class, something strange happened. So today, we'll be doing exercises 8 and 10 in our workbooks. What about exercise 9, my good ma'am?
Are you mocking my accent?
Why, of course not, my love. You've got your accent and I've got my accent.
To the principal's office, now!
I hadn't realized I'd been even talking in a British accent, but I went to the principal and told him what happened. I don't know why she's so angry. Maybe it's her time of the month, if you know what I mean.
Kiana, stop with that British accent right now.
I'm not doing one. The principal and I fought back and forth for a while before he called my parents. Except I was still doing a British accent when they arrived without knowing it, and continued talking British for several days. Eventually, Mom and Dad took me to a doctor since I was acting so strangely, and to my shock, the doctor told me I'd developed a brain condition as a result of my injury. It was called foreign accent syndrome, which meant I would always talk like a foreigner now. So I started talking in a British accent all the time. It wasn't a huge deal, but kids at school were confused that I'd completely switched my way of speaking. Most of them thought I was messing around and it was annoying, and some British kids at school always felt I was making fun of them. As time passed, everyone started avoiding me because I made them uncomfortable. So I was stuck having no friends and wanting my normal accent back. One afternoon, I was doing homework in the schoolyard when suddenly someone held out a diamond ring in front of my face.
Here, take my promise ring that I spent $10,000 on for my stupid girlfriend.
In fact, why don't I date you now instead of her? How about you give it to my sister, who you're apparently in love with? Ugh, not those two. Dean and Brielle were the hottest, most popular kids in school and had been dating on and off since 9th grade. Since they were known for always fighting, I didn't take Dean's offer seriously and walked away. But a week later, someone rang our doorbell one morning, and I was shocked to see Brielle standing there.
Kiana, right? I need to talk to you about something important.
Come in.
My ex-boyfriend Dean is a monster. He cheated on me and made out with my sister. And now I want revenge, and I need your help.
Why do you need my help? You and I have barely even spoken before.
Look, I know a lot of kids at school think you're weird, but Dean's always found you very attractive. I always catch him staring at you during class, and if he hadn't been with me, he probably would have asked you out. So I was thinking, maybe you could get him to date you for a month. Then you can make a TikTok fake crying and telling everyone that he hurt you and took advantage of you. I don't think anyone would take it seriously if I did it, since we're always fighting about one thing or another. Can you please do this for me? My head was spinning. First of all, did she just say that the most popular guy at school thought I was pretty? Well, if he was a cheating jerk, then maybe it didn't matter. But still, wow. Brielle begged me to help her out and went on and on about how much fun we could have taking Dean down together. Was she implying that we could be friends? I hadn't had a friend in so long. And now I could be BFFs with the school queen bee, who could maybe help me make other friends. I just had to ruin the life of her awful ex-boyfriend. I'm in. That week, Brielle and I found an empty classroom during lunch to go over our mission. Step 1, flirt with Dean and let him know you're interested. Smile at him during class, give him a compliment, or do a classic dropping your school books to get his attention. I hadn't flirted with any boys since before my injury, but I was confident I still had game. So when I saw Dean, I walked close to him and threw my textbooks onto the floor. But unfortunately, one of them landed on his foot and he screamed.
Ow! Ow! My foot is broken. I'm gonna lose a foot.
I'm so sorry. Dang it, I was supposed to get you to ask me out, not murder you.
Oh, it's you, Kiana, hot girl from history class who talks with a British accent, even though she's American?
Yes, that's me. You poor thing, getting hit with a textbook and having your girlfriend dump you.
Actually, our breakup was mutual, so...
I can only imagine what it must be like getting dumped, thinking you'll be alone, single, and pathetic forever. But lucky for you, I'm gonna let you take me out to dinner on a date.
Really?
You can even pick me up in a car and bring me flowers, especially white roses, please. They're my favourite. But it's my gift to you. Dean immediately said yes, and I was so proud of myself for being so smooth. But unfortunately, my actual date wasn't very enjoyable because Dean was the most obnoxious guy ever. He complained about everything. The chairs made his butt hurt, the music was too loud, and when he bit into some spicy buffalo wings, he started crying and saying he needed to go to the hospital.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Of course, because so many people have died eating buffalo wings. Finally, when the date was over, Dean dropped me off in his car.
I can't believe I didn't ask you out earlier. 2 years wasted with Brielle when I could have been the boyfriend of this beautiful goddess right here.
He was looking at me with stars in his eyes. Oh boy. I told Brielle everything over video chat. This is perfect. You've already got him wrapped around your little finger. In a month, you're gonna tear his heart to shreds like he tore mine. I really did have him wrapped around my finger. Dean texted me as soon as he woke up the next day and sent me like 8 different heart emojis. How was he already so into me? When Dean saw me at school on Monday, he came up to me right away holding a stuffed tiger. Okay, babe, hear me out. So for our next date, how about we go to the carnival and you can witness my amazing skee-ball skills? I'll win you a tiger just like this. I knew I'd made a deal with Brielle, but this guy was turning out to be super annoying. Still, I went on 3 more stupid dates with him, one of which consisted of us cosplaying as MSA characters. We literally went to a restaurant dressed as them, and Dean even suggested reenacting a romantic fight scene. It was so embarrassing. But there was one silver lining. Brielle and I were becoming really good friends. When we weren't scheming or talking about Dean, we hung out at the mall, had sleepovers, and painted each other's nails. One night, Brielle invited me to an exclusive party, but we had to go in separate cars because it would look suspicious if Dean's ex was hanging out with his current girlfriend. At one point during the party, I was hanging out with some of the popular girls near the refreshment table, and they were just going on and on about how lucky I was to be with Dean. He is quite lovely and very easy on the eyes, but between us, he's also a bit of a dork. He's obsessed with stuffed animals, cartoon movies, and even owns fuzzy slippers. Trust me, ladies, beneath that gorgeous physique lies the cringiest guy ever.
Sorry that you think I'm so cringy.
I turned around to see Dean standing behind me with a hurt look. Oh man, what was he doing here? Of course, this was a popular kids' party. He walked off and I felt a little guilty, so I followed him. Dean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Well, all right, I did mean it, but...
You don't have to date me if you don't like me, Kiana. It's not a big deal. Just don't lead me on, because I actually like you.
Oh, please. No, you don't. You're just looking for a rebound girlfriend since you broke up with Brielle. Why would a guy like you like an unpopular weirdo like me anyway?
Maybe because I don't think you're a weirdo. Maybe because I think your fake accent's adorable, and even though we have different interests, I've had a lot of fun on our dates.
That's very sweet. How about we start over? No more crazy, overly romantic dates. We'll just take it slow and get to know each other. Dean seemed to really like that idea, and after our talk, I sort of started enjoying spending time with him. We'd do homework together and video chat at night. He definitely seemed like a sweet guy, which made it all the more confusing why he'd do something like cheat on his girlfriend. One morning, Brielle and I were walking home from the gym when Dean texted me to tell me he was sick with the flu. Poor thing. I should stop by and bring him some soup. But he just said he has the flu. You don't want to get sick? I know, but he's all alone in bed and not able to do anything. I'll wear a mask. Trust me, Kiana, he's a millionaire who has chefs and servants waiting on him hand and foot. What, do you want to spend time with him? No, of course not. I just feel since I'm his pretend girlfriend, it's weird if I don't check up on him. I quickly went home and made Dean soup that I brought to him. But when Dean opened the door to his room, my heart did a giant thump. He was shirtless and had the abs of a freaking Roman god.
You cooked me soup? You're the sweetest girlfriend ever.
I sat with him while he ate the soup in bed.
It tastes perfect. Brielle used to do stuff like this for me when we first started dating, but then we started fighting a lot and she stopped doing nice things for me.
Well, I don't think you have a right to complain about Brielle. You're the one who cheated on her and kissed her sister. She told me about it. We ran into each other.
Okay, fine. I cheated on her, but that's only because we got into a huge argument and in a fit of rage. Brielle started talking about how handsome my best friend was and that she was going to leave me and date him. I thought she was serious, which is why I hit on her sister. But she wasn't serious, and that's why we broke up. Right after that, I bought her that diamond promise ring. I guess it was both our faults. We both cared about each other. We just weren't working as a couple anymore.
I was speechless as Dean told me all of this, and suddenly, it didn't feel right following through on the plan anymore. And the whole day at school on Monday, I avoided Brielle. But finally, she caught me reading a book in the school garden and asked me what was going on. All right, fine. I needed a bit of space from you. Dean told me the truth about what happened. How you threatened to date his best friend and that there was a misunderstanding. I know that's no excuse for what he did, but your whole revenge plan is over the top, and I'm not following through with it. Okay, whatever. It was over the top and immature, I get it. So just break up with Dean now and don't talk to him anymore. What? I'm not allowed to talk to him now? Why would you want to? He's my ex-boyfriend. You don't have feelings for him or anything, right? I mean, I have spent a lot of time with him, so it'd be weird for us not to talk. But why do you care? Do you still have feelings for him? Brielle got really quiet, and that's when it hit me. Of course she still loved him. He'd been her freaking boyfriend for 2 years. And worst of all, I could feel myself developing feelings for Dean too. There was only one thing I could do. Break up over text and never talk to the guy again. But as soon as I sent the message, Dean started calling and blowing up my phone. And 20 minutes later, I heard a knock at my bedroom window. 3 guesses who had climbed onto my balcony.
Kiana, I don't understand this. Why are you breaking up with me suddenly?
Because I was never supposed to date you. Before I could stop myself, I ended up telling Dean all about my plan with Brielle, and he was stunned.
Okay, that is officially the most messed up thing Brielle has ever done. And I can't believe you'd agree to something like this. What kind of sick person are you? What?
I wanted to make a friend. Wait, did I just talk in my regular voice? The doctors had said foreign accent syndrome could go away with time, but that was the first time I'd spoken in an American accent since the incident. I immediately ran downstairs to tell my parents what had happened, completely forgetting about the drama with Dean and Brielle. My parents and I jumped up and down and cheered, while Dean just stood there staring at me. He was probably thinking what a freak I was, so that probably meant he was over me. It sure seems like it anyway. He avoided both me and Brielle at school. Brielle was happy for me about my recovery, and we both kind of pretended like the Dean drama never happened. But one day, she came over and dropped a bombshell on me. She was leaving the city and moving hours away. I was heartbroken. No, this is a good thing. Now you can be the most popular girl at school and date Dean. I talked with him the other day. He wants to be with you, Kiana. He's moved on from me. So if you guys want to date, go for it. But how would that make you feel? Don't you still love him? Yeah, I do, and it will hurt knowing he chose you over me. But I want you to be happy, Kiana. I know our friendship started with just you doing me a favor, but I've grown to care about you. You were there for me at one of the hardest times in my life. Suddenly, I saw a car pull up in the driveway, and it was Dean. He was coming to see me, probably to profess his love for me. He got out of the car, and he looked so handsome in the sunlight. I was ready to run into his arms and kiss him, but I didn't. I couldn't hurt my best friend like that. That's why I sent Dean home and told him I wasn't interested. Kiana, you don't have to do this. I'll get over my pain. You have my blessing to be with him. I know, and maybe I will one day when you are over him. But I care about you more than him. You were there for me during the hardest time of my life. Thank you. I'm gonna miss you so much, girl. I'm gonna miss you too. Good luck, Brielle.
Sorry about that, guys. Is the setup back up? I hope no one's hurt. Can you also move this vase and this coffee cup away, please? I'm kind of clumsy, but you already know that. So, we're here to talk about my life, huh? It's quite a roller coaster, let me tell ya. Anyway, I'm Maisie, and before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. My story starts in a small apartment in Washington, D.C., where I lived with my dad, who worked as a computer expert with the government. Dad and I were close, mostly because we both loved computers and would spend hours chatting about codes, algorithms, applications. Oh, let me tell you something interesting. There are over 700 computer languages, and the first bug found in a computer was an actual bug. Okay, that's not interesting. I can see you're yawning. That's because you took my coffee away. I would have broken that cup. I was 6 when I accidentally broke the toilet because my butt was too fat to fit inside. And then at 10, I went to a wedding, tripped on my own foot, and crashed into the wedding cake. You should have seen the bride. Some crying mess she was. So, you're clumsy and annoying? Do you want the story or not? Yes, please continue. So, yeah, my dad and I were close and things were going perfectly. I was acing my classes. By 13, I could crack the toughest codes. And by 16, I'd already developed an application where you could paint your own cat pictures. Because cats are cute. Life was good. But then I turned 17 and everything changed. Dad and I were working in his lab when his screen started glitching. And suddenly it went blank. Dad sprung into action, but it was too late. And then minutes later, out of nowhere, the FBI crashed open the lab and handcuffed Dad.
You're under arrest for leaking important government files. You have the right to remain silent, and whatever you say will be used against you in the court of law.
No way! My dad is innocent! Tell them, Dad!
Maisie, I'm sorry. Take care of yourself, and I promise you everything will be fine.
The FBI dragged Dad away, and a week later his case went to trial. I used all our savings to hire the best lawyer for Dad, but it was useless. The evidence against him was stacking, and he was sentenced to 20 years in jail. Do you want a tissue? Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. I just get really overwhelmed. It was a tough time. Anyway, the day Dad went to jail, I couldn't sleep a wink, and the next morning news of his arrest spread like wildfire. My friends turned their back on me, and everywhere I went, people whispered all kinds of things about Dad that made my blood boil. I was losing my mind. So that week when I met Dad, I told him everything, and he suggested I move in with his sister Gina to New York. But I'd only met Aunt Gina once when I was 6, and it wasn't a pleasant experience, mostly because her daughter Claire was such a prude. I was nervous, but somehow made up my mind and hopped on a plane. I reached Aunt Gina's mansion and saw her waiting for me with Claire. I walked up and hugged Claire tight, but she pushed me away. Oh my God. Have you heard of personal space? 2 steps back, please. I'm sorry. That's just the way I say hello. Maisie, that's a funny noise. No, my name's Maisie. We met when we were really young, and you told me I have the nose of a seahorse. And then I asked you if you wanted to play with the computer, and you told me that was geeky and you'd rather eat a bag of worms than stay with me because I smelled like a farm. Ring a bell? But Claire just gave me a weird look and left without answering. The next morning was no good either. Aunt Gina and Claire were sinfully boring people, and they hardly spoke, so I decided to start a conversation. Such beautiful weather. I can already smell the winter in the air. Perfect time for some hot chocolate and sandwiches, right? It's the weather to curl up and die. The leaves have ruined the garden, and I feel like throwing up at the thought of wearing 10 layers so I wouldn't freeze to death. Oh God, I'm having flashbacks. Oh, sweetums, do you want a handshake? It will make you feel better. Yes, thank you. See what I mean? Oh, thankfully, I still had my computer, so I wasn't totally losing my mind. And a few days later, Aunt Gina enrolled me in the same school as Claire, and I was happy to finally get some time away from the house. On my first day, I was in the cafeteria figuring out what to eat when I saw the last piece of pie. I reached out for it, but someone else did too, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe. Standing in front of me was the most gorgeous guy.
Wow, we're in a fix.
You can have the last one.
It's okay, you were here first. Besides, this pie is the only thing edible in this cafeteria. You know, one time I ate the muffins here and it gave me such bad gas I almost pooped my pants? Okay, that's not a very funny thing to say. I have a weird sense of humor.
So do I. I'm Maisie.
Noah, pleasure meeting you.
Noah and I sat down on one of the tables and ended up having a great time. He told me he was a year senior and had only recently moved to New York. We had a lot in common, but the best part was when he said he loved coding, just like me. After that day, Noah and I were inseparable. It felt nice to have someone to talk to, and as time went by, I slowly started to like him. Soon after, Noah asked me out, and I gladly said yes. We went to this video game parlor near school, and I totally owned his butt.
Those were some crazy moves. And where did you learn all those cheat codes?
My dad taught me. He loved video games, and he was a coder too. He's not around anymore, though, and that's why I'm stuck with my aunt and my cousin, who are worse than a statue. They don't talk to me, and I have no one to share my feelings with, and I just...
Hey, I can understand. Please, calm down.
Noah pulled me into a hug, and I melted into his arms. I wanted to tell him everything about Dad, but I knew he's going to judge me, so I stayed quiet, and soon after we left. Noah held my hand tight throughout the ride back home, and I couldn't help myself falling for him harder. I was super excited to see Noah the next day, but surprisingly, he kept avoiding me. He wouldn't talk, wouldn't laugh, and every time I tried having a conversation, he would make up some silly excuse and run away.
I gotta go. Class. Wish I could talk, but I have to go home. A raccoon came flying and knocked my grandma off a rocking chair. She broke her hip.
A flying raccoon?
Yeah, it's an Australian raccoon. We live next to the zoo, so I guess it broke out or something.
Is she okay?
Nope, she tried to get up with a broken hip, then lost balance and hit her head on the door, and now she's unconscious. I just got her text that she needs me. Okay, bye-bye.
And before I could say anything, Noah just ran in the other direction. He was clearly lying, and I needed to know why. So that evening, I went to his place to talk to him. But the guard told me that Noah was out of town with his dad. I tried texting him, but he didn't reply, and he didn't even answer my calls. I was losing my mind over the situation when a week later, I walked into school and saw Noah talking to that trash cheerleader Whitney.
You know what, handsome? I've always had my eyes on you, but you were so busy with the new nerd Lazy or Hazy or something. Anyway, now that you're available, you and I should hang out this weekend.
Over my dead body? And you, why are you not answering my calls?
Jeez, Mom. Relax, stop being so clingy.
Sorry, what? I'm being clingy? You're the one who asked me out, and then you totally ghosted me. Something's up, and you owe me an explanation.
I don't owe you anything, okay? And yeah, I took you out on a date, and you basically blew your nose into my shirt. That's disgusting, and I don't date disgusting girls. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm late for class.
Noah started walking really fast. I tried my best to keep up, but then he opened the door to the classroom, walked inside, and the door swung back, hitting me in the face.
That oughta hurt.
Oh yeah? I'll tell you what hurt actually feels like. I flew into a rage and punched Whitney's stupid nose. She tackled me to the ground, and we started fighting like a pair of wild dogs. The teacher pulled us apart, took us to the principal, and we both ended up in detention. After that horribly bad day, I went home, stuffed my face in a pillow, and cried like a baby. I was wiping my nose when Claire barged into my room.
I heard what happened at school today. I don't understand. Why are you so worked up about a boy you just met?
Why do you care?
Because I hate seeing intelligent girls make dumb decisions for some boy who hardly respects them.
He isn't just some boy, okay? He's my soulmate. He even likes pepperoni pizza. It's my favorite.
So does homeless Willie down the street. Is he your soulmate too?
That's not it. He likes strawberry ice cream. How many boys like pink ice cream, huh? He's definitely the one for me.
You know what? He's doing this thing I've read about in books. Just agreeing with everything you say. Does he stop to smell every flower and gaze at stars at night?
Yeah?
Oh, yes, he's definitely faking it all. I haven't dated anybody, but I've read all the books there are to read about male psychology. I mean, I've only read 2, but I know they almost say the same things. Men aren't that complicated or diverse. He thought you were cute, and then he found someone cuter.
This is not helping. Claire, trust me, Noah's different. He's lying, and I have to know why. I've already lost my dad, and now I can't lose Noah too.
You also have me and Mom. I mean, I get why you're so hungry for love. The only people you love are in jail, and we both know my mom's as warm as an ice cube. But we're here for you, and that's why, if you're so sure that Noah's lying, then I will help you.
You will? Oh, thank you.
Just please don't hug me. I hate that. What started next was a series of things that Claire suggested, and even though some of them made no sense to me, I decided to go with the flow. The first thing on the list was to make Noah jealous by dating someone else, and for that, Claire hooked me up with her childhood friend Lance. We were standing by the lockers when I noticed Noah staring at me from the corner of his eye. I quickly took Lance by his arm and pulled him close. So, Lance, are you an appendix? I don't know what you do or how you work, but I feel like I should take you out.
Seriously?
Shut up. Is he looking?
Not really.
Hold my waist, now.
He's digging his nose. Disgusting.
Oh, God, this isn't working. And with that, I pulled Lance in for a kiss. I was sure this would work, but then I turned around and saw Noah walking out. I followed him and found him beating a trash can to death. What's wrong? Are you mad?
Why? Why would I be mad? You can kiss any random jerk you want. I don't care.
Then why are you turning red?
Because of the heat. Duh. Stop asking stupid questions. You're giving me a migraine.
Saying that, Noah just turned around and left. But that whole day in school, he kept giving me death stares, and I could tell that my little trick worked. I updated Claire on the progress that evening, and she suggested we take our game up a notch. So the next day at school during lunch, just as Noah walked in the cafeteria, I let out a huge scream and fell to the ground. Noah came running towards me and started rubbing my cheeks. When I didn't wake up, he lifted me in his arms and took me to the school infirmary. As he laid me down on the bed, our faces were so close. I just wanted to grab him and kiss him, but Claire walked in and spoiled the moment.
Get away from her, you creep! You're the reason she's so stressed, that she hasn't eaten anything in 3 days. You know she has Lavaria?
What?
It's a rare disease where if the patient loses their appetite, their brain turns into mush, their heart starts beating rapidly, and they can even lose their life. This is all your fault.
I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry, Maisie. I never meant to hurt you.
Noah leaned in to kiss me. Then I opened my eyes and jumped out of the bed. Gotcha!
Are you crazy? I thought you were dying. I can't believe you staged this whole thing.
I was dying, silly, of a broken heart. But now that I know you care about me...
You can't just take a hint, so let me spell it out for you. I don't care.
Then why are you here? You and I both know we had something special, and you're just trying to sabotage it for some godforsaken reason. Just be honest.
You want me to be honest? Fine. I only helped you because I felt sorry that I hadn't been the nicest to you, but you're clearly out of your mind. You're a crazy lovesick puppy, and it's pretty pathetic, and you totally wasted my time.
I wasted your time? You're the one who made me fall in love with you and then threw me aside like some cheap trash. And now you're being a jerk for no reason. You don't want me around? Okay, but at least give me a reason.
I just don't like you, and I have nothing more to say.
Fine, then you won't see my ugly face ever again. And I just covered up my face with a sheet as Noah walked away. I spent 2 days in my room crying and stuffing my face with ice cream. Every time I saw Noah at school, my stupid heart fluttered. Then it would break again the moment he was out of sight. I didn't want to feel like that, so I plunged myself into studies and applying for college. But it still wasn't enough. Then one evening, Claire thought it would be a good idea to go out and clear my mind. But on our way to the restaurant, I saw Noah talking to some shady-looking men. And then one of the men punched Noah in his stomach, and the other pushed him in the back of a van. I have to go. No, Maisie, this is not your problem. He's in trouble. I have to save him. Who do you think you are, Rambo? Did you see the size of those two men? They would crush us with their pinky fingers. Then you stay here, but I'm going. I took a cab and asked the driver to follow the van. Minutes later, we stopped in front of an abandoned building. The shady-looking men dragged Noah inside, and I was right on their tail. I hid behind the pillar, totally confused, when I saw a middle-aged man walk in.
What is this I'm hearing? You don't want to work for me anymore? Have you forgotten why I adopted you? No, I know you only need me for my skills, but I've done enough already. I can't hurt Maisie anymore. Well, my little boy is in love, it seems. I wonder what your girlfriend would say when she finds out that you're the reason her dad's in jail. If you wouldn't have hacked into her dad's computer and leaked those files, he'd still be home with his dumb daughter. I did what I did to save your butt. Maisie's dad knew that you were supplying confidential information to enemy nations, and if I wouldn't have leaked those files, he would have outed you and you'd be rotting in jail. So be thankful. And I will be once I get rid of you.
The old man snapped his fingers and a bunch of bodyguards surrounded Noah. One of them held Noah's arm and the other was about to punch him when I flung my bag at him and hit him smack in his face. Bullseye!
Maisie, why are you here?
I followed you and shouldn't be asking me questions. How dare you lie to my face? Watch out! Noah ducked a punch and ran towards me while I picked up a stick and started hitting people with all my strength. But it wasn't enough. There were too many. Just then we heard police sirens, and seconds later a team of officers barged in with Claire right behind them. It's okay. You can thank me later. Let's just get out of here first. The police surrounded the building, and Noah's testimony was enough to get everyone arrested, including himself. But just as they were taking him away, I asked if I could talk to him and went to the side. Why didn't you just tell me the truth?
And say what? That I'm the reason your dad's in jail? The day you told me your dad was a coder, I went home and checked you out on the internet. After I found out who you were, I couldn't be around you. But I couldn't let you go either. I know I messed it up, but can you forgive me?
No, Noah, I can't. I lost my home, my family because of you, and nothing can compare to that pain.
I can understand. Have a good life, Maze. God knows you deserve it.
Noah turned around and left, and I never heard from him again. Claire took me home, and a week later, Dad was released. Dad got his old job back, and I went back to being the computer nerd I was, developed 100 applications, got rich, famous, gave interviews, but Noah always remained in the back of my mind. So you never met him again? Nope, but I still miss him a lot, and I wish I could have said that to his face. Let's see if we can help with that. What are you doing here? When did you get out?
Last week, I helped with the investigation, so they reduced my sentence. The crew got in touch with me an hour back and sent me the address, and here I am.
And I'm glad that you're here.
Maisie, I'm sorry. You know that when you're away from someone for so long, you make a mental image in your head about how they would look, and you think that no one can be that perfect. Well, you are. You are perfect, and I wish I could have said that sooner, but...
Can we not talk at all? And let's just agree that we've both been stupid?
I'd like that.
And can you also just pull me closer and...
Hi, everybody. It's Dixie from Louisiana, and I am so excited to welcome you to my podcast. Tune in every week for my tales of mischief and chaos that I promise will keep you entertained. But first, a quick word from our sponsor, the Ask Brain 2 app. Have you ever wanted to respond to a text but just couldn't find the right words? Stuck on a homework problem? Or maybe just pondering over questions about the universe? Or shoelaces? Ask Brain 2 is here to help. Just download the app and start having all your questions answered. Speaking of questions answered, want to know why my parents constantly ask me, "Why are you misbehaving again?" Putting marshmallows in the entire bowl of spaghetti dinner, making a furniture mountain to get to the cookie jar, gluing my parents' shoes to the floor on my birthday so that they wouldn't leave for work. And that was all before the age of 7. By 12, my misbehaving reached a whole new level. Like the time I convinced my parents that I needed to be watching MSA videos every night as part of a research project for school. Or when I emptied the entire street's trash on our neighbor's lawn because she'd been rude to Mom one day. I had 3 younger sisters, Drew, Demi, and Dakota. And the youngest was my brother Dean, who loved to wear my dresses. We were typical siblings, arguing over the pettiest things. But whenever I had a plan to misbehave, we were united. Now, they weren't all great plans, and occasionally one would backfire. Like the time we all got forced to go to my dad's work dinner. Dad's company imported and sold designer bags and shoes, but it's not like they were going to give out free samples to us. I'm 14. Why do I have to go? I'm 12. Nobody wants me to go.
I'm 10. You'll be sorry if you make me go. I'm 8. You have to bribe me to go.
I'm not going. Unfortunately, we all had to go. But to make our points, we replaced all the dinner cards with silly names like Captain Cheesy Pants and Sir Burps a Lot. No one at the office had a clue who did it. Or so we thought.
Do you have any idea how embarrassing that was? You're all grounded for a week.
What? So, my siblings and I used our grounding time to create our next plan, the hot sauce incident, which was basically just dipping our parents' toothbrushes in hot sauce. It says drinking too much of this may cause hallucinations and even weight loss. Weight loss? I could eat a whole pizza and just drink a bottle of this stuff. Are you crazy? You do know why it says weight loss, right?
Do you want to be throwing up pizza for the next week? Hey, how can I get my teacher to drink this? Oh, we should use Mom's credit card to get pizza.
Only I got an extra 2 weeks of dish duty for that little stunt. Because, of course, I was the ringleader and I was a bad example to my siblings, blah, blah, blah. By the time high school began, boys started falling for me. Was it my good looks or my trickster side? Call me Harley Quinn for the reboot. But I only saw boys as my next victims and loved playing pranks on them. Till I went too far on a lunch date in the school cafeteria with the principal's son. I mean, I just slipped a rubber lizard in his pasta when he wasn't looking. But when he did find it, he completely flipped out, fell backwards, and hurt his head. I was suspended for 2 weeks. And my parents were mad that I wasn't taking my future seriously. Your IQ is higher than your dad's and mine put together. Use those smarts for life goals and pick a career. I already have a career. Criminal mastermind.
Why can't you be like your cousin Peter, picking a real career in 8th grade?
Ugh, he's gonna be a dentist because his dad is a dentist and his grandfather was a dentist. The only thing Peter ever picked was his nose.
Until you get serious, young lady, no dating. Boys are just one more reason for you to be distracted.
At the time, I wasn't too upset. All the boys were just losers anyway. Until my senior year, when I fell for Zach. The minute I saw him eating my favorite candy, sour Skittles, I knew I had to get to know him. He caught me staring at him and walked over, but he was so handsome, I could barely speak. Nice Skittles.
They're originally from England.
That accent. Not only was he gorgeous, but he had a voice like Harry Styles. Is that where you're from?
Yeah, I just transferred here.
Well, I'd be happy to give you the skinny on all the teachers, for the price of, say, 12 Skittles. After a week of hanging out at school, he asked me to be his girlfriend. I had to keep it a secret from my parents. Otherwise, I'd be in for a real Turkish drama at home, which meant keeping it from my siblings too. As close as we were, they would turn me over to the parent police for a donut. One day, I was leaving to go meet Zach, and I'd ask him to park away from my house. Going to the mall with some friends. As I turned a corner and got close to Zach's car, my brother surprised me and hopped in right between us.
If you don't take me to the mall, I'm telling Mom you have a boyfriend.
Fine, but you have to promise not to tell our sisters.
I promise. But they kinda already know.
I turned to look, and all my sisters were running to the car. Before I could stop them, they all jumped in. Can I drive?
K-pop! I want to listen to K-pop! I better be getting some ice cream out of this deal.
I was so embarrassed, but Zach just laughed.
Let's get this clown caught to the mall.
When we got there, my brother begged me to take him dress shopping. And since we live in a no-judgment household, I told Zach to take the girls for ice cream while we looked for a dress just for him. He found the perfect one and wanted to wear it out of the store. Just then, I heard a loud voice.
Boys shouldn't wear dresses.
It was Naomi, the meanest rich girl from my school who bullied everyone. I avoided her at school, but pick on one of my siblings? That was war. Surprisingly, Dean looked her right in the eye and stood up for himself.
This isn't your store, and you're not buying this from me. And the last time I checked, it was a free country. So I'll wear whatever I like, and you can buzz off.
Everyone in the store clapped for him and booed Naomi, who turned red and stormed off, but tripped on a dress and fell flat on her face on the way. Her humiliation was complete, and she deserved it. I thought it was the end of it, but the next day at school, Naomi walked up to me and shoved her phone in my face. It was a split-screen picture of my brother in a dress and Mrs. Doubtfire on her Instagram with the caption, "Who wore it better?" It already had 500 likes. What? I mean, I only got 4 likes on my post, "How to duct tape your parents to the bed when they're sleeping." You're just jealous because he looks better in a dress than you do. I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks to you. Hey, if you don't want me to superglue your butt to every seat you sit on and glue your eyelashes to your face and glue your stupid lips shut, you better take that picture off. I'm warning you, I've got a bottle of superglue right here. As luck would have it, the principal was walking by just then, heard the whole threatening part, and I was in detention. Again. She just hated me ever since her dumb son hit his head. But I had to punish this stupid Naomi. That's when I came up with this brilliant idea. I told Zach to mislead her into thinking he was interested in her, so when she made a move on him, I'd tell everyone she was a boyfriend stealer.
Excuse me? You think you can just tell me to flirt with someone that I don't care about?
You won't help me? She's a monster.
Please just let it go and do what your parents say. Focus on your future.
Wow, I thought we were soulmates. I can't believe he wasn't on my side. That night, I told my siblings what happened, and they agreed with Zach.
I mean, sure, she's a witch, but I got my dress and I'm happy.
Plus, Zach said he's going to teach me to drive.
Plus, he has all the best K-pop playlists. Plus, he buys us ice cream.
You all just like him because he spoils you.
Yeah.
I felt so betrayed. I was sticking up for one of them, and they traded me in for music and snacks. If Zach or my useless siblings weren't going to help me, then fine. I decided I'd follow Naomi around and catch her doing something evil. Just as I was making my plans, Zach called.
Dixie, I don't want to fight with you. What if we go to a romantic dinner tomorrow night and we talk about it? Or not talk?
I can't stay mad at you for too long. And I would love that. Before I left for school that day, I packed my backpack with peanut butter sandwiches, 2 bottles of soda, and the Ring camera from our front door. You guessed it. It wasn't my first stakeout, and I had to be prepared. But following Naomi after school was less exciting than watching paint dry. She just did boring rich girl stuff like getting manicures and posting selfies. But then she went into a high-end boutique, which was by appointment only. So I had to try to catch a glimpse through the window. Then, Jenga! As the sales lady turned her head, I saw Naomi shove a small bracelet into her purse. Rich girl stealing? I was finally gonna expose her. I took out my phone to get pictures of her stealing more stuff, but the security guard stopped me. Disappointed, but not discouraged, I followed her home after that. Must be exhausting stealing. She probably has to go home and rest up so she could steal lollipops from babies next. I snuck up to what I thought was her bedroom window, setting up the Ring camera to see inside. But then her guard dog came running out, barking like crazy. And I ran for my life. I spent all night at home staring at the live camera feed. But she didn't even come in. I guess I'd put up the camera for the wrong bedroom. One that no one ever used, it seemed. I must have dozed off watching the boring feed, because I woke up in the morning to a zillion texts from Zach. Oh no, I'd forgotten our plans. He was so mad that I'd stood him up. As soon as I got to school, I rushed over to him to apologize.
Save it. I need a girlfriend who thinks I'm as important to her as she is to me.
But
Go ahead. Tell me you weren't part of some crazy scheme last night involving Naomi. Call me when you're ready to be serious.
I barely had any time to process what had happened when I got a Ring alert on my phone. Someone had finally entered the room, and I couldn't believe my luck. It was Naomi hiding the stolen jewelry. I had to get into that room somehow when she was at school. I skipped the last lesson and ran to her house to get there before her. Her dad answered the door, but I kept my cool. Oh, hi! I see where Naomi gets her good looks from now. Not that she's manly, or that you look like a girl. Anywho, I just came to pick up a textbook I left here earlier when I came to have a study date with Naomi. I know exactly where it is. Be back in 5 minutes. I ran straight to the room where the jewelry was and opened the drawers to find a lot more than just a bracelet. Just as I started taking pictures, I heard the door shut behind me and the lock clicked. I started pounding on the door and yelling, "Hey, let me out!"
You think you can fool me? Naomi doesn't have friends at home.
Huh? Clearly I didn't think that one through. I know your daughter is a thief, and I guess so do you. That makes you an accomplice. I'm gonna send your father-daughter criminal butts to jail.
I'll keep you locked in that room for as long as it takes our family to leave town. And if you don't keep your mouth shut, I will find the people you care about and hurt them.
No, I won't let you hurt my family. As I desperately tried to get the window open, I heard the door lock click open. I grabbed a lamp to defend myself, but it turned out to be Zach. Oh my God, Zach, what are you doing here?
Looks like I'm saving your butt.
How did you get past Naomi's dad?
I didn't come alone.
Just then, I heard screams that I knew only too well. I ran outside to the garden to actually find my siblings laughing hysterically as they were attacking Naomi and her dad, Home Alone style. Soon enough, we had Naomi and her dad tied up. Thank God you guys came. But how did you even know where I was? Good news. We saw the footage from the Ring camera and called the police. Bad news. Looks like Mom and Dad are here too. Good news. Looks like we get to keep Naomi's dog now. Bad news. I think he likes Zach more than you. The police arrived and took Naomi and her dad away. My parents were relieved that I was okay, but so furious. Dixie, when will you ever stop acting like... You're right. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have taken it this far and put myself and all of you in danger. I want to be more responsible, not only for myself, but as an example for my siblings. And I'm going to go to law school so I can put criminals away.
You came up with a future plan while locked in a room by a madman? Maybe we should lock your siblings in a room.
Yeah, you do that. It helps, trust me. I turned to Zach and pulled him aside from the rest. Zach, I can't believe you came.
Of course I did. Even though I was mad, I still care.
I'm done with all of it. And now I just want to focus on my future plans, which hopefully still includes you. I kept my promises. I graduated with flying colors from high school, did well in college, and spent lots of quality time with my boyfriend. Soon after I'd graduated, Zach took me to the movies one evening. As I got to the bottom of my bag of Skittles, I suddenly found a freaking diamond ring inside. Oh my God.
Caught you by surprise, didn't I? Guess your pranking ways have rubbed off on me. Will you marry me, Dixie?
Yes, of course, yes. But this was kinda lame, babe. You just leave the pranks to me. I started my podcast because I realized my stories really entertain people. Didn't I just make y'all have a good time with my tales of mischief and chaos? Just wait until my next podcast for more crazy adventures.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy. Like and subscribe to hear my crazy story. Growing up, I had a happy life, and I basically had it all. Only one thing was missing: siblings. And since my parents were always busy, I felt lonely. So I came up with new ideas every time. Once when I was 4, I asked my driver to push my life-sized doll in a stroller to my dad's office.
Oh no, she pooped. Dad, can you please change my baby sister's diaper?
Oh, honey, I can't do.
Remember when you cleaned my bum in the middle of the forest with a leaf?
My dad looked horrified.
You've got this.
You can imagine my dad's embarrassment in the middle of the meeting. When I turned 8, I'd grab the neighbor's kids and beg my parents to bring them home, but they weren't convinced. So I did everything to let them stay with me as long as I could. Until, stop trying to kidnap my kid. Put down that Prada bag filled with jelly beans and get your butt home now. As they left, I started bawling, and my parents had enough embarrassment. So the next month, they adopted 6-year-old Harrison from foster care. I was ecstatic.
Welcome to your new house.
Whoa, it's so big. Is it an orphanage?
He was so cute, but he didn't play with the toys our parents bought for him. Instead, he picked up the cans from the bin and played with those. He also kept wearing the same clothes until they got worn out. My heart just swelled. So I stepped up and decided everything for him since then. But outside the house, his innocence quickly made him a target for bullies. Like in primary school, this one kid, Finn, kept picking on him. Once, when he made Harrison wipe up his shoes dipped in dog poop,
Hey, gross!
I went full demon mode on this kid and sent him packing. But the teacher caught me giving him a black eye.
Lucy Godot Raffaelli, my office now.
I was in deep trouble, and I got detention for 3 weeks, and Mom had me doing chores for twice as long. But it was all worth it. Finn never messed with Harrison again. But when Harrison turned 12, he bought ponies for all the pretty girls to get their attention.
This one's for you. Her name is Chestnut, and she loves carrot-flavored ice cream.
Gosh, oh my gosh, thank you! As a responsible sister, I'd have to go around to all those girls' houses later to fix the damage. Chestnut's coming back with me. Hey, is that scarf cashmere? Give that to me. Stay away from Harrison, understood? I was genuinely worried that if a girl bats her eyelids at him, he'd buy her Prada bags and skirts from Miu Miu. In high school, the stakes got higher. There were more bullies who'd trick him, but the biggest threat was the hotties trying to charm him. Thankfully, my boyfriend Justin was 100% genuine. He was handsome and the best basketball player. Harrison is totally gonna get his butt whooped.
And you're going to follow him around with the baseball bat beating up anyone who tries?
I wish, but I have my own stuff going on too. But maybe if you could...
Nuh-uh, no way. You can hire someone like Nathan. It's not like you don't have the cash for it. I was kidding, Lucy.
I sprinted off looking for Nathan. Oh, meet Nathan, the editor of our school paper. He's your typical dork, but don't underestimate him. This guy knows his work best. I remember in middle school, someone was smearing boogers on all the walls, and it turned out it was our cruelest teacher, Mr. Wobblebottom, and Nathan caught him in the act.
Say cheese!
So that meant if I wanted the inside scoop on any girls digging their claws into Harrison, he was the guy to ask. But when I went to the school newspaper office to find him, I didn't see him. I saw this muscled blonde guy with a nose piercing. Then I realized that it was Nathan. Wow, talk about a glow up. Puberty did him wonders.
If it isn't the queen bee, what are you doing here?
I wanted you to keep me updated on any girls getting close to Harrison, and I'm willing to pay anything. I slid an envelope bursting with cash across the table. But Nathan just laughed.
An info for an info. Tell me more about Justin.
Justin? Why?
Guys want to be him, girls want to be with him, so you feed me the info on his lifestyle, and I'll help spy on your little brother. Deal?
I wanted to smack Nathan so bad, but now I'm stuck. Spilling the tea about Justin isn't a big deal, and it might even get him more fans. For the next month, I got the inside track on any girls who had their eyes on Harrison and shut him down early. And all I had to do was listen to Justin a bit more when he started gushing about his new protein powder or whatever. But things got messy when the first article on Justin came out.
Gains come my ways.
He stopped me at my locker and shoved his phone in my face.
Do you know anything about this?
Your special no-carb meal plan?
In the school paper. How'd they find out about that? I eat my lunch in the gym storeroom just to keep it a secret. Only 2 people know about it. My trainer and you.
Don't get so worked up. It's just a diet.
Meal plan. This is what determines if you're Olympic level or a local league scrub. You just don't get it. You never did.
He stormed off, and before I could say anything, out of nowhere, Nathan peeked from behind.
Don't worry about it. I heard something else that's going to blow your mind.
He told me that Harrison and this girl, Natalie, have been secretly meeting up after school.
And just today, she got a new iPhone.
Okay, what's the big deal? Nathan said Natalie was on a scholarship, and there was no way she could afford the latest iPhone. That leech!
This would be a huge scoop if we can prove that she's using Harrison
for his money. Oh, she definitely is.
And since you're Harrison's sister, I thought you could get in close and help me expose Natalie.
Deal. The first step was to figure out just what Natalie had been scamming my brother out of. Nathan got Natalie's locker code, so I snuck into the locker room during my free period and took a look inside. Books, gym clothes, stationery, nothing I could pin on her. On the back of the locker door was a picture of her and Harrison with a big love heart drawn around it. Blech. And then, what really stood out was a folder called Operation Moolah. Bang! Just then, the door slammed shut in my face. It was Natalie. Find anything you like, thief? Funny you say that, when you're the one who's been eyeing up my brother's wallet. Oh yeah? And what did I take from him? And then, as I looked at her hand on the locker door, I saw Natalie was wearing a glittering diamond ring. Ah! Get off me! How'd you get this then? Dumpster diving? The crowd started murmuring, and I waited to see Natalie crumble, but she didn't. She looked more confident than ever. Harrison did give it to me as a promise ring. He gave this to me because he wants to go steady from now on. And before I could react, a couple of girls squealed, running out of the crowd to cheer for Natalie. Ugh. I went back to Nathan to tell him what happened.
Not gonna lie, this is still great stuff for me.
Not helping, Nathan. I need a new way to expose Natalie. Just then, he pulled out a drawer filled with cables, microphones, and cameras. How do you have all these?
My friends lent it to me in exchange for information.
So this was how he got his info for the gossip column. Over the next week, we tried to follow Natalie wherever possible, but she wouldn't let us get close at all. Until one day, we saw her and her friends go to a primary school's playground. We brought a long-distance microphone with us. I can see the clouds of danger swirling around her. She has a curse, and to protect her, you must follow these rules. She must never open a closed door, and always eat in the eastern room of the house. She must wear mismatched shoes, and never address a stranger first. But fear not, I also predict happiness for her. On her 16th birthday, the first boy she sees will be her one true love. Hey guys, it's T from Oregon. A little weird, yeah, but it's all thanks to this fortune teller who said I should have a name starting with T. I mean, why not Tina, Tyler, or Talia? Anyway, don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to know my crazy story and ramblings. You guessed it right. My parents were believers in superstitions and horoscopes, and that's the short of it. But Mom was the worst. Like once I asked her to buy me a toy, and it said on her horoscope that she shouldn't invest that day. No toys. It's a sign. I didn't understand it at the time, but when I was 5 years old and I was at my aunt's house playing with her cat, I opened the back door, and suddenly an enormous box full of dishes and glasses came crashing down in front of me. It slightly hurt the cat, and an icy chill ran down my spine. My mom was totally right. She knows best. My parents immediately took me to the fortune teller for more advice, but they couldn't find her anywhere. She was gone. So they removed all the doors in our house and told me to stay inside.
But Mom, what fun am I gonna have inside?
Oh, honey, I'll play with you. My parents did their best to make me happy. We would play The Floor is Lava and build blanket forts, play hide and seek, and play makeup games. But growing up, when I tried to ask anything about the prophecy, Mom reminded me about my safety. A part of me also believed it, especially when I dreamed about my one true love and all the trips we would take together. I had a map full of pins with my ideal destinations, and I knew all the capitals of the world by heart. He will open all the doors for me and greet every stranger first.
Only 2,017 days left.
The summer I turned 13, many good things happened at once. I got a new phone for my birthday, and a new next-door neighbor moved in. I spied on him from my window, and he was super dreamy. Long legs, sparkly eyes, and that smile. Calm down. Maybe he's just cute from a distance. Since his room was just across from mine, I used to zoom in with the camera of my phone, but all I could see was the spider crawling down the wall and a poster for a video game he liked. Bingo! I downloaded the game on my phone, and only 2 players in my area. That must be him. Yeah, we girls make the best detectives, right? I went from fighting imaginary potatoes to defeating trolls and orcs online, and it was so much fun, and he noticed me.
Hey, you're pretty great at this. Want to team up?
Sure, you're pretty good too.
Thank you. I saw from your profile that you're local. There's a gathering of players this weekend. Want to come?
All those new people? What if I slipped and talked to someone by mistake? Sorry, I can't. You see, Can I tell him the truth? What if he thinks I'm a weirdo or a liar? But I was a weirdo. I asked him for his number and started texting him. Shh, I hit up his Insta and Facebook, but we all do that, right? And soon, I poured my heart out and told him everything.
Wow, that must be tough. Are you sure the fortune teller was right?
I never met her, but my parents are absolutely convinced she was, and I want to trust that they know what's best for me.
I don't know if there's a fate worse than staying locked in all the time. When I went to bed that night, Sebastian's words kept ringing in my ears. I dreamed that I was going to school and traveling everywhere. So when I woke up, the disappointment was too much. I think you're right, but now I need to convince my parents too. And so, my campaign for free tea began. I stuck my forehead closer to the radiator to fake a high fever, but I just got a red forehead for my trouble. Then, I turned on the water tap in the kitchen to flood the floors and send my parents outside. But my mom just got out the mop, and I ended up having to help her clean. I wrote letters pretending to be a long-lost cousin needing help, and even snuck out at night. But I was caught by the traps my dad had set up. Nothing worked.
Oh dear, she's gotten to the rebellious age, right? Nothing I do seems to work. And just then, there was a tap-tap sound. Someone was knocking at my window? Could it be burglars? Should I scream now? I got my hair straightener and my perfume spray.
Hi, it's Sebastian.
Hi. I'm T.
Yeah, I know. My teammate and my friend. I can hear you cheering from my room. You talk to yourself a lot, you know.
How embarrassing. Was I that obvious?
And I'm about to slip.
I opened the window and he climbed in. I was too nervous. I had a boy in my room, and he smelled so good. I thought boys were all smelly, but he smelled like rainbow cake with sprinkles. My brain short-circuited, and I could only look at him like a fish.
I apologize for scaring you. I've tried to visit you before, but your parents always sent me away.
Our T is very frail. She can't have visitors.
I'm here to help you. Is there something your parents believe in more than a curse?
No, they're obsessed with it. And just to make extra sure, my mom checks the horoscopes too. The horoscope. That was the answer. Sebastian printed a free daily horoscope and put it every morning under our front door. Then we set out to make its predictions true. On the first day, I had him hide out of the window with the water hose. Look, this horoscope says it'll rain with a clear sky. And look outside. It's raining, but the sun is also shining. The next day, he put a super smelly fish under the hood of our car. And the day after, he threw a ball at our window, which landed in my mom's soup. All of it was predicted by the horoscope. This went on for a few months, and Sebastian even asked some of his friends to set up predictions for my mom. She believed in it so much, she wouldn't leave the house without checking it. It's time to make our move. Look, Mom, it says that girls named after a drink will have good fortune all year. I'm sure this counteracts the fortune teller's warning. This horoscope is never wrong. I really want to go to school.
I'm not sure. But T's all grown up now. She knows she must not open any doors, right?
Yes, of course, Dad. I finally enrolled in school. The evening before my first day, I was super nervous. Am I doing the right thing? What if the fortune teller was right? What if something terrible happens? I tried a million outfits, and Sebastian stood at his window giving the outfits votes with a paddle like in a fashion competition. It doesn't count if you give me all tens. My first day was fantastic. I asked Sebastian not to tell anyone about my curse because I knew no one would believe me. He agreed and didn't laugh when I opened my backpack, and instead of books, all of the good luck charms my mom had stashed in it fell out.
Here, you can read mine.
I still had to eat alone in the supply closet because it was the room to the east, and I became a pro at never opening doors. If one was about to close, I'd just throw my books at it to stop it. At once, I couldn't get out of the bathroom because no one was there to open the door for me. And fortunately, Sebastian came to my rescue. Oh, thank you. I was about to climb into the cubicle.
You can't really believe this rule about the door, T. There's no such thing as a curse.
What if there is? I'm not so sure I can risk it. Or, I don't want to put anyone else at risk. As my 16th birthday approached, I eagerly anticipated meeting my one true love. But I like Sebastian. He's kind and funny, and he wants to travel too. I just needed to make sure I gave fate a little help. I Again. So the morning of my birthday, I stared at Sebastian's window, waiting for him to appear, but the blinds never came up. Maybe they're broken. I waited outside his house for him to step out.
Come on, T. You'll be late for school.
I hoped that he just got out super early and I had missed him, but when I got to school, the first person I saw was the janitor. No, the fortune teller said boy, and he's a man. I still have a chance, so I kept my eyes closed and started inching toward my class.
Hey, watch out.
OMG, it's Francis. He was the hottest guy in school. He was tall, had the best hair, and was in a band. All the girls in school wanted to date him, but he'd never gone out with anyone.
Aren't you the girl who always eats alone in the supply room?
Yeah, I know it's weird, but...
No, I dig it. Make your own rules, you know? What's your name?
T.
Wow, that's a cool name. Unique. See you around.
He smiled at me, and suddenly, everything was really warm. Oh no, maybe I'm sick. Wait, no, that's what happens when you blush. Does it mean he is my one true love? What about Sebastian? I called Sebastian. Why aren't you at school?
I got food poisoning, and I'm sick at home. Sorry, I didn't get to wish you a happy birthday in person.
I was super disappointed, but the fortune teller was very clear. The first boy I saw on my 16th birthday was Francis, not Sebastian. It's not like he ever confessed. Maybe he doesn't even like me. Suddenly, Francis was everywhere.
Wow, you decorated this supply closet like a restaurant. I'm participating in a door opening competition. Let me help you. Oh, this is your house? Wow, what a coincidence.
I was cursed, but I wasn't stupid. Are you following me?
I guess I kinda am. Sorry, but you're different, and I like that. Would you like to go out with me?
Crash! I turned around and saw Sebastian looking at me from his garden. He seemed super angry, but before I could say anything, he stormed back inside. Remember, T, he's not your one true love. You don't have to feel bad. He's my friend, and he'll understand. I started going out with Francis, and I became super popular. Everyone wanted to be like me, and the supply closet became so crowded that there was a line outside to eat. The only one who avoided me was Sebastian. He even stopped playing our video game. Now he was always angry, and one day he snapped at the teacher and he was told to sit in her office. This is my chance. If I also get detention, we'll be sitting together and he'll have to talk to me. So I stepped on my desk and danced as if I was at a party. Why aren't you talking to me? I thought we were friends.
I thought we were more than friends. Can you imagine how crushing it felt to see you going out with Francis? Can't you see he's using you to make himself look better? Like he's a lion tamer at a zoo and you're a weird animal.
Wow, you're calling me a weird animal?
I'm saying he treats you like one. I think you're great and cute, but I can't stand that you've let the word of a stranger rule your life.
But the fortune teller,
she's a fraud. Here, look.
He showed me his phone, and there was a video of a woman in prison.
It's not my fault if people are so gullible. I told parents their child was cursed, and to get rid of the curse, I gave them 2 options. Either follow some impossible made-up rule, or buy one of my magic charms. And yeah, most parents went for the charm. But there was this one couple who decided to do both. They named their kid something like soda or latte or cappuccino. I mean, come on, guys, you're just asking for trouble with a name like that.
I was so shocked, I almost dropped the phone, but Sebastian had left the room and closed the door behind him. I was trapped.
Open the door. Nothing will happen. Trust me.
This was the hardest thing I'd ever done in my life, but Sebastian is on the other side, and I trust him more than I trust anyone else. I closed my eyes, pushed, and I fell on the other side, right into Sebastian's arms. You caught me.
I will always catch you.
Everything was good so far, and I looked into Sebastian's eyes, but Francis appeared, ruining the moment.
Hey, I made a My Girlfriend is Cursed t-shirt. Wait, what's going on here? What are you doing with him?
I finally see reason. I'm not cursed.
What? So you're like normal now?
As normal and boring as it gets. Let's break up, okay?
Not even a teeny tiny curse?
Bye, Francis. I had done the right thing with Francis, but I still had to talk with my parents. I ran straight home and showed them the video, but they wouldn't believe it was her, especially my mom. I love you guys, and you can believe what you want, but I can no longer follow your rules. I want to be free, and I don't want to believe in some silly superstition. I tried to convince them, but I knew it wasn't easy for them to change. But at least they understood that they wouldn't control me anymore. I went to school, I ate in the cafeteria, and I opened every closed door there was. Now, I have 18 ways to open doors. And yes, my parents get mad when I do it with my foot. And of course, I took Sebastian's face and kissed him in front of everyone, because you should always follow what your heart tells you. The heart is always right.
I stole my dad's car and went with my friend Josh to our town's sketchy hidden gambling place. So, did you find a job yet, or is your dad kicking you out soon? Josh, no one kicks me out, not even my own father. I don't care if he's rich and locally famous and super respected and he's kicking you out. Then I'll go live with my mom. She doesn't want you. She never said that. She's in Spain with husband number 3 and his kids. William, you're gonna be homeless. Then I'll live with you. Huh. My dad hates you. Thinks you're a loser. Man, you studied preschool education. He goes, "What kind of guy studies 4 years to be a nanny?" Serious question. Do you ever correct him? Tell him it's a preschool teacher and not a nanny? Nope. Why would I? He's kind of right. You are the worst friend I've ever had. And yet, here we are. Why? 'Cause you're a loser and can't find a better friend. Man, I don't get it. You're the smartest person I've ever met. A freaking genius with perfect memory. So how are you still such a moron? You know why? It's my stupid sleep schedule. I haven't slept in 4 days, man. I've tried everything. Wherever I go, they hook me up to all these creepy wires for hours. And then they go, "Well, we found nothing. Your brain seems perfect." And yet, here I am, sleepless, tired, all the time. Just then, the police barged in. Turns out the place was illegal and unlicensed. They arrested the owner and kicked the rest of us out. We got in the car. I started the engine, then one of the cops started yelling. "This guy again? What a loser! 4th time we've shut this dump down. And you losers, go home! Stop blowing your money like idiot losers." That's a lot of losers in one sentence, sir. William, shut up. License and registration. He looked at the papers, and something twitched in his expression. He grabbed his walkie. "Yeah, I need the driver out of the vehicle." "What? Why? What did I do?" I was genuinely confused, so I tapped his shoulder to get his attention. Ooh, bad mood. He spun around lightning fast, flipped me over, and slammed me to the ground. "This car was reported stolen." "It's my dad's. It's flagged by mistake, sir. Dad just sold the old plate 5 days ago. Transfer still pending in the DMV backlog. Section 1573B. Clerical mismatch isn't arrest worthy." "You a lawyer, kid?" "Yeah, preschool teacher major. I just read the entire traffic code last month. Insomnia perks." "Nah, he stole it. His dad reported it because he's done with him, man. Told you, you're homeless." "Brilliant. A homeless idiot. And look at this. Expired license, unpaid fines. If you're gonna steal a car, at least try not to be a walking violation. Can't wait to see how you survive on the streets, you spoiled little brat." "Don't call me that. You don't know anything about my life. I've suffered." He hasn't. Don't fall for it, officer. Oh wait, there was that one girl who broke his heart. Shattered it. Every piece smaller than a lentil seed. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think about her in jail. Actually, officer, if he starts crying and sniffling in the holding cell, can you record it for me? I'll give you my number. I do miss her a lot. Hi there, my name is William. People around me think I'm a genius. I'd humbly say I'm above average smart. With one of those stupidly sharp memories that's more annoying than useful most days. You think that means I've got perfect grades, a bright future, a life all wrapped up in shiny potential. Nope. I have severe insomnia. I can go days without sleep, which sounds cool until your brain starts short-circuiting and you start crying over spilled cereal. And yeah, it wrecks my productivity, my focus, my everything. Instead of building empires or curing diseases, I spend my nights playing weird indie video games. And that's why, well, some people think I'm a loser. Until I got recruited by a secret research program, one that experiments on people like me, trying to create humans who don't need sleep. Yeah, things escalated. But let me start from the beginning. I got dragged to a cold cell. The officer shoved me inside. You could be gentle, you know? Or what? You gonna call your mama? Oh wait, she's in Spain with husband number 3. I'm gonna kill Josh. Later, as I sat in the cell, staring at the floor and regretting every decision I'd ever made, my mind wandered back to her. Diana, my high school sweetheart. We were together for 5 years. Even though we were young, we had it all planned out. Finish med school, get married, live a perfect life. We both studied medicine. Well, she studied. I skipped lectures, stayed up playing video games, failed out, and switched majors. I loved her, but I never showed it right. I was immature, selfish, constantly brushing her off. We fought more and more until one day, after forgiving me for the millionth time, she dumped me. I was a fool, and there hasn't been a single day I haven't regretted it.
You look so pathetic. Ah! Who said that?
A man emerged from the shadows. Apparently, he'd been sitting beside me the whole time. I can't believe they chose you. Choose me? For what? Who's they? Yes, boss. I'm looking at him now. He definitely looks like an idiot, so it's him. Confirmed. Excuse me? You can't just talk about me like that. Don't worry, boss. It's all an act. He was literally curled up 5 seconds ago, sobbing with snot on his face. That was a private moment. Everyone has those. Without warning, the man pressed his hand against a section of the wall. It looked like any other brick until it creaked slightly and swung open from a hidden hinge. There was a narrow, dark tunnel behind it. Before I could react, he grabbed my arm and dragged me inside. My dad will end you when he hears about this. He literally had you arrested. We walked into a massive soccer field. I was never into soccer, only ever saw it in Mr. Beast videos. Then suddenly, the floodlights snapped on. It was blinding. Man, that's too bright. My eyes are too sensitive. I can't even open them. Oh, wow. Who's that goddess? My lord. Wow. Now your eyes work? Weren't they just too sensitive 2 seconds ago? A stunning girl walked toward us, surrounded by bodyguards and assistants. She moved like someone who didn't walk. She arrived. One of the younger assistants accidentally dropped a clipboard while adjusting her earpiece.
Easy. You're doing fine. Don't stress. We're just changing the world.
The assistant nodded, clearly starstruck. Arya turned to a girl with dark glasses and a tight ponytail, standing off to the side with a scowl.
Hey, dear, relax that jaw before it breaks. You're not on trial.
She then finally looked in my direction.
Rex?
I can be a Rex for you? Shut up, man. She's talking to me.
Oh, it's him. No need to double check.
Wait, before you talk, I just want to say, you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. And I'm not just saying that because you're surrounded by average, boring-looking girls that make you pop by comparison. No, you're beautiful as a standalone piece.
Mr. William, this is a test. You'll be accompanying me to a high-level event. Think of it as a soft infiltration. Your job is to look sharp, stay quiet, and observe everything.
I have no idea what that means, but I'm in. So I'll be your undercover date. Fake dating is my thing. I've done it like 1,000 times.
No. What date? Ugh, why are men so dumb? Okay, fine. Yes, like my date. Good boy. Me and you, William and Arya, are going to a party. Be ready tonight, okay, dear Willie? Your salary will be $50,000.
Yeah, I can live with that. Wait, 50,000 US dollars or Zimbabwean dollars?
Why would we pay you in Zimbabwean currency?
Great, love that for me. Now, can you move aside so I can pass out comfortably?
Dear God, why am I always stuck with absolute clowns? Rex, get him a proper suit. Not like last time. Those suits look like they were pulled from a thrift store. I know you're pocketing the budget and dressing people in outfits that cost 50 cents.
50 cents? My favorite of all time.
You listen to that kind of music?
Music? What music? I'm talking about 50 cents the second, ma'am. To the candy shop, I take you. To buy the lollipop, I let you. Brilliant stuff. Shut up, man. That night, I was in a limousine with Arya, headed to some fancy party where everyone wore suits, like in Inglourious Bastards. Arya gave off good vibes, confident, sharp, the kind of woman who probably ran a secret feminist book club and didn't tolerate nonsense from men, especially men like me. Arya introduced me to some rich-looking men. One of them had just bumped into the butler and let out a painful yelp. So when he came over to shake my hand, I was still stuck between 2 sentences in my head. It's my pleasure to meet you, and I'm sorry you're hurt. So when he extended his hand, I blurted out, it's my pleasure to hurt you. Excuse me?
Oh, pardon him. This is William. He has a perfect sleeping schedule.
Perfect? No, I barely sleep. I once stayed up 3 straight days playing a game where I raised goats on a haunted farm.
Even better. That's exactly what we're looking for. You, kid, are going to be a huge contribution to our research.
What research? Oh, Arya didn't tell you.
I didn't think you'd understand. It's complicated.
That wasn't very nice, but I didn't say anything. Maybe it really was some top secret genius level thing, but I could tell it was about people with messed up sleeping schedules.
So, with that brain of yours, do you speak, like, I don't know, code, secret language, do puzzles for fun?
Code? Not really. Unless you count that time I decoded the serial killer Unabomber's manifesto at age 13. Just for fun.
You what?
I mean, it was already decoded. I just read it all on Wikipedia during one of my sleepless spirals. He got caught April 3rd, 1996, right? His brother recognized the writing. Everyone blinked at me. I wanted to clarify that I don't try to be weird. It just leaks out when I'm under social pressure. I also know all the US vice presidents in order. It's not a cry for help, I swear. George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and...
I need to go to the bathroom. Come with me, Willie.
Why would I go into the bathroom with you, Ariana?
It's Aria.
She gave me a look. Oh, right. Maybe she just wanted to talk privately, so I followed.
He's perfect. He's a gem. He'll make us rich.
But she really did have to pee. Wait, you actually want me to go into the bathroom with you?
No, you creep. Just stand outside and make sure no one goes in after me.
Goes in to do what?
Kidnap me!
I stood guard. A few minutes later, a very large woman approached. She had a huge coat, big sunglasses, and a wig that looked suspicious. Like movie disguise level suspense. Sorry, ma'am. You can enter once my boss/date is out.
Are you out of your mind, freak?
Oh, no. I've seen this trick before. You yell, I get embarrassed. You get inside and kidnap her? Not happening.
Move aside!
Your heels, red stilettos, size 11. Pretty rare in the women's section, bro. She ignored me and tried to shove past me. I didn't budge. I grabbed the wig and tugged and tugged and tugged. Nothing. She screamed. I panicked. So naturally, I lifted her dress to double check.
This psycho's attacking me! Help!
Yeah, the legs, the body, everything said definitely a woman. I froze. My stomach dropped. Oops. A second later, someone punched me in the face. Security threw me out like a piece of garbage.
I couldn't tell if she was a woman. It was ambiguous.
I sat on the curb outside, humiliated. Then the same woman walked out of the building, her coat bulging like she'd stuff a small mattress under it. She reached the van parked by the curb, glanced around, and casually unfastened her coat. And that's when I realized Ariana was inside it. The woman dropped her into the back of the van. Then she turned to me, paused, and slowly peeled off her wig. Underneath was a bald head, a cold stare, and a smile that made my blood ice cold. Idiot. They kidnapped one of the most important people in this organization right in front of you. It was either that or I got thrown out for attacking a woman who turned out to be a man, but still, Rex snapped. He lunged forward and grabbed me by the collar. Do you even realize what you've done, you stupid piece of dirt? Suddenly, one of the assistants from earlier, huge glasses, sleek black hair, in a perfect silk ponytail, stepped in and pulled Rex back. She raised her eyes in that sharp way Bella Hadid does in photos. She actually looked really pretty. I don't know why I called her average and boring earlier. Darn me sometimes.
Rex, this isn't helping. We need to get her back. I'll handle it, and I'll take him with me.
Him? He's a moron.
A valuable one. Maybe I can convince them to trade her for him. He's a treasure.
Yeah, tell him, lady. Wait, why am I so valuable again?
We're part of a private organization that runs off-the-record research on human subjects. I know how that sounds, but it's for the greater good. Right now, we're studying people who can naturally stay awake for days. The government won't touch human trials. Too much red tape, too much fear, even when the outcome could help millions. We're working to fight chronic fatigue, insomnia, and neurological burnout. Imagine what that could mean for soldiers, doctors, firefighters, people who can't afford to shut down.
Oh, that's amazing. I should tell my online friend to volunteer. His name is Ming Hao. We once stayed up for 4 days straight building a castle in Minecraft. He's in China or Korea. I don't know, but he's committed. He cried when I accidentally set the sheep farm on fire. I cried too. It was emotional.
Get ready, William. We leave in half an hour. Rex, you'll be on comms. We'll talk through the earpieces. You're our eyes. If anything happens to Arya, I swear I'll never forgive myself. She's the reason I got out of bed some days.
Wait. Who kidnapped her?
Our competitor. They're another organization. But unlike us, they run purely on illegal human experimentation. Arya's a genius in the field, and they've been trying to recruit her for months. She kept refusing. So now, They've taken her. They're going to force her to work for them.
You say that so casually. That's horrifying.
It is. That's why we do this ourselves. No backup.
So, secret agents, rogue labs, sleepless experiments, kidnapping, and you're bringing me into this?
Yeah, well, time to be useful for once. Prove you're not just a loser. You're a loser with dreams.
Thank you, I think.
We have to get Arya back. Our idol. Our hero. Our queen.
Our leader. Our guardian.
The rest of the team suddenly joined in, forming a weepy group hug. I swear it looked like a cult.
Our beloved. Our heart and soul.
She's not your god too? The entire circle froze and turned to glare at me like they were ready to commit murder. Soon we were in some fancy sports car. Arya's assistant was driving. It was a long, tense, weirdly silent ride. The kind where you could practically hear the awkward. So I didn't quite catch your name when you told me.
I didn't tell you my name.
Okay, so...
So what?
Your name!
Don't yell at me.
I'm not yelling, girl.
Don't call me girl.
Fine, sorry. I'm sorry.
You can call me D.
D. I like that. Sounds like a baby trying to talk. D-do-gee-goo. Come on, don't frown. I'm messing with you.
Why are you messing with me? We're on a mission. Did you mess with Arya like this? Huh? Did you?
Oh, her? Heck no. She's a total snob.
Yeah, that's what you guys do. The second a woman is competent, confident, and knows her job, you call her a snob.
Oh, God.
Arrogant, annoying, selfish, stupid.
I'm not listening to your rant. Be-do-gee-goo-bee-boo. Ba-ba-ma-moo. Just then, someone slammed into us from behind. A loud honk, honk, honk followed. Whoa! Someone's after us! Dee's face went serious. Her jaw clenched. She slapped my thigh twice and snapped.
I'm not burying you today, dummy.
Then she floored it, swerving left and right to lose whoever was behind us. You think they're armed? Want to switch seats? I drive, you shoot with your rifle?
Rifle? You know what? Yes, let's switch. Just drive straight. Got it?
We tried to swap seats, but we hit our heads hard. Ouch! Oh, it's okay. I got you. I slid down awkwardly, tucking my legs under the steering wheel and gently helped her climb over me. My hand steadied her back and her hair brushed my face. For a second, it felt like the world paused.
Now swing around and block their path.
Excuse me? You said drive straight! She didn't answer. Instead, she grabbed the wheel and whipped the car around to face the other vehicle. She pulled out a gun and aimed. The car stopped. A goth-looking teenager stepped out of the car, and a moment later, her blonde mother climbed out of the passenger side as well, wearing oversized sunglasses, clutching her purse, and speaking in a thick, southern accent as she rushed toward us.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, y'all. She just got her license a week ago. I swear she drives like she's in the Fast and Furious movie. We were chasing after you to say sorry.
You could've just yelled sorry and leave us alone?
Oh, bless your heart. I could never do that. There's a little diner just over there. They've got the best pancakes. Come on now, let me treat y'all.
They got ice cream with it?
William!
What? I'm starving. Guys, it's on me. I mean, I don't have money, but I do have my credit card and a salary of $50,000, so no problem.
Oh, hun, come on, pull over.
Just so you know, it's 50,000 Zimbabwean dollars.
Seriously?
What? What if they're actually thieves? You can never be too careful.
Yeah, just like when they kidnapped Arya.
God, this is gonna be a long trip. We sat in a retro-looking diner with neon signs flickering like they were trying to die quietly. Pancakes, fries, and coffee smelled better than any five-star restaurant I've never been to. The southern lady insisted on treating us, and Dee and I were too exhausted to argue. Her goth daughter, still sulking in silence, sat across from me next to Dee, messing with her black nail polish. The mom kept scolding her like we weren't just in a car chase 5 minutes ago.
Can you stop already? You're embarrassing. No wonder Dad left you for someone my age.
Hey, young lady, don't talk back to your mom.
Shut up. This is all your fault.
How is it my fault?
Mom and I saw you bickering in the car with Dee, and she goes, see, every mother and daughter fight. It's totally normal. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
Wait, Why would she think I was the daughter?
Well, I thought you were the mom. But then she said, no, it's two girlfriends. She wanted to prove me wrong, so we got closer to check. Then boom.
Wait, why would you think I was the female from behind? I don't have long hair or like big dangly earrings you can spot from a mile away or a mom cardigan.
See, Mom? Cardigans are for moms. Stop buying them for me.
Oh, wow. So that's what I get for buying you things. Not a thank you, just a sass and insults. When was the last time you got me a present?
Literally yesterday.
Telling me you're pregnant ain't a present.
Why not? It makes you a grandma. Maybe then you'll finally stop throwing tantrums every 3 hours.
Guys, let's breathe. First, congrats on the baby. What flavor is it?
What?
I mean, what gender? Sorry, I'm eating. My brain used the wrong word.
Ugh, whatever. You're just some rando we almost rear-ended.
Random? I memorized your license plate while you were tailgating us. Florida tag QX51P9, cracked left headlight, and the We Don't Dial 911 bumper sticker peeling at the corner. So, when are you due?
Who cares? I'm miscarriaging.
Ah, God forbid. Okay, listen. Both of you need to learn how to shut up and actually hear each other. You clearly love each other. You just suck at showing it. Don't be like me. Don't lose the person who truly cared.
Oh, honey.
I rested my head lightly on her shoulder for a second. I've been the idiot who didn't listen. I had someone once, loved me for more than I deserve, but I kept messing up, sleeping in, making excuses, wasting time. She warned me 1,000,000 times, and then she walked away. And every day since, I've blamed myself. I tell myself she's still cheering me on somewhere. It keeps me going. That, and caffeine, and Call of Duty, but mostly her.
Oh, sweetie.
You know, Dee, earlier, when you slapped my thigh and said, I'm not burying you today, that hit something, because only one person ever said that to me, my ex. Dee finally looked up. Her lips were pressed tight, and she was gripping her coffee like it was keeping her steady. She blinked fast, like maybe if she did it quickly enough, the tears wouldn't come out. Wait, I leaned in and reached for her sunglasses. She didn't stop me. I slipped them off. The moment stretched. Diana? She looked at me, her eyes full, shining, saying everything she wasn't. You've gotta be kidding me. Her face softened, just slightly, and a tiny smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. What happened to your face? She picked up a piece of pancake and threw it at me.
That's what you say? After all this time? Oh, wait. I'm just a boring, average-looking girl, right?
I'm sorry, okay? I really am. I looked at you again later, really looked, and I swear, I was like, darn, she's beautiful.
And yet, you didn't even remember me.
In my defense, you changed everything, including your voice. New hair, thick glasses, colored contacts. Your eyes used to be bright blue. Now they're dark green. I think you got a nose job and a ponytail surgery and maybe chin filler, some cheek filler, possibly some temple work, also buccal fat removal, though that might just be weight loss. I'm not sure.
Wow. And he was mad we thought he was a female?
Hey, he's more of a man than most guys I've met.
Yeah, tell him, boss.
Yes, he's a lazy, reckless, stupid loser, but he's got a good heart. William, why didn't you come after me?
I tried. You shut me down, remember? I was ashamed, Diana. I'd been letting you down for years. I kept thinking if I worked on myself, fixed things, I'd be worthy again, that I'd show up with something to offer.
How's that working out for you?
I did study something, but yeah, the sleeping issues are wrecking me. I'm trying. I really am. I'm sorry, Diana. Please, let's just be friends. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, come on, hun. Give him a chance.
Diana looked at me. She tilted her head, as if considering it, her eyes softening just a little. Then she grabbed the nearest juice cup and threw it in my face, and just walked out. Diana, wait! Ladies, it was lovely meeting you. Here's my card. Let's stay in touch. And if the baby's a boy, can you name him William?
No way.
Cool. Drive safe.
I'm sorry, hun.
I'm sorry, Mama. Why does the card say he's a babysitter?
Our car ride was painfully quiet. Awkward, too. I didn't dare say anything that might upset Diana, so I kept my mouth shut. At least, until I couldn't anymore. Hey.
Shut up.
I just want to say I'm sorry.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. What more do you have to say? Sorry? Sorry you forgot the so-called love of your life? Her face? Her voice? Sorry you never came back for me? Sorry you didn't work harder on yourself? Even though you knew I was in pain without you? But I did the right thing. I moved on. Look at me. Moving on so well, right? I'm doing great. So don't you dare say sorry to me now.
I was actually going to tell you to turn your headlights on, but yeah, that too.
What is wrong with you?
She started hitting me. I mean, actually hitting. Then she let go of the steering wheel just to hit me harder. Whoa, eyes on the road! She didn't care. She kept throwing punches and random objects at me until, thud, we hit something. What did you just do? Switch seats. I'll drive in case someone needs to take the blame.
Good idea. It's your fault anyway.
We scrambled to switch places, and just as I opened the driver's door, someone stepped into view. It was dark, but I could make out the shape. Tall, broad-shouldered, built like Thor on a bad day. Then he hit us with a flashlight, straight to the face, just like in a horror movie. The guy looked about 60, with wild hair, a patchy beard, and maybe 4 teeth total. Oh, and he was holding a hammer the size of Thor's.
You hit my animal.
I understand, sir. Let me check on your animal.
Why? Are you a vet?
No, but I am, sir.
You are? Oh, yes, she is, definitely. We got out and walked toward the creature. It turned out to be a horse, and honestly, it looked completely fine. Still, the man gave me the creeps. Kept staring like he was trying to read my soul with his good eye. I stayed close to Diana and slid my hand into my inner pocket, where I kept the gun Rex gave me, just in case.
I've had this horse since he was a foal. That was 10 years ago. If anything happens to him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
He's got baby teeth. No way he's 10, unless he's aging backward.
Are you calling me a liar?
Well...
Sir, his condition's stable. He'll need a shot, but he'll be okay. I'll write you a check to cover the costs.
Who are you?
Someone you'll need 100 years to become half of.
Ouch, Dee Dee. Okay then, all settled. Nice to meet you, sir. Have a great night. The Thor man didn't respond. We headed back to the car. I turned the key. Nothing. It didn't start.
It was working just fine. You're a jinx.
You can spend the night in my cottage, not far from here.
That's so generous of you, sir. But we really have to keep going.
I'm coming.
No, wait a second. We stepped into his cottage, and to my surprise, it was actually kind of cozy. Rustic wood everywhere, a roaring fireplace, and a giant creepy picture frame of him with a woman, presumably his wife, and a young boy. Just then, Thorman was carrying 2 bowls of soup.
Eat.
Oh, no thanks. I'm good.
I said eat.
Yes, sir. Soup is great. Love soup. I pretended to eat, but I wasn't swallowing. Diana, meanwhile, was going at it like she hadn't eaten in 3 days. Psst, what if he's poisoned? What if he's a serial killer?
I'm always ready for death.
Would you want to spend your last few minutes with me?
Good point. But for your peace of mind, don't worry. Rex has our location. Anyway, I have protein bars. Want one?
Yes, please.
Then go get one yourself.
Meanie.
You two bicker like you've been married forever. Got any kids?
Oh, no, sir. We're not married. I mean, I wish we were. Well, we were together. I screwed it up. And she'll probably stay mad at me until the end of my life, which might be tonight.
Don't make my mistake. Me and my wife, we were high school sweethearts. Married young. Found out we couldn't have kids. And we were fine with that. Didn't even want any. Then one day, 12 years in, she tells me she's pregnant. I was stunned. So I got myself checked. Turns out I couldn't have kids. And I got mad. Really mad. One night, she was sitting right there in front of that fireplace, her back to me. I walked up behind her.
And shot her?
What? Why would you say that?
Then strangled her?
Do I look like a murderer to you?
Do you want the honest answer or the one that might spare my life?
If you said yes, do you think I'd kill you?
Again, the honest answer or the one that keeps me breathing?
Oh my God! Stop it, William! Sir, if this is some emotional metaphor about not giving up on love, great, message received. But honestly, I'm exhausted. I saw there's a bed inside. Do you mind if I use it? We'll pay for the stay. You and William can bond out here by the fire.
No, I'm coming with you. Don't leave me alone with him.
He's not gonna bite you.
It's not the biting I'm worried about.
Man up. You don't sleep anyway, so you're fine. Not everything is a conspiracy. Sometimes things just work. Arya taught me that. She made me feel like I wasn't a screw-up, like I had a purpose.
And just like that, she disappeared into the other room. It stung, knowing she needed someone to make her feel seen. And it wasn't me. I never gave her the appreciation she deserved. Maybe I was even jealous of Arya for giving her what I didn't. But really, I had no one to blame but myself. So you came up behind your wife and
I killed her.
2 seconds of silence. I nearly passed out.
Ooh, look at your face. Nah, she lived and gave birth to a baby boy. I forgave her. We stayed together, happily ever after. She's actually out doing some shopping. She'll be back any moment. Anyway, I gotta return nature's call. It's poop time.
Just then, we heard Diana scream. I rushed inside and found her backed into a corner, frozen. A cobra was slithering just a few feet in front of her, hood spread, eyes locked on her like it had a grudge. I didn't think. I just moved. I grabbed the snake to throw it away, but then I felt a sharp sting in my arm.
William!
Ow! Okay, that was painful. The Thorn Man burst in alarmed. He took one look at the scene and calmly scooped up the snake.
Whoa there, that's Mini Snake. She's not venomous, just dramatic.
He tucked her under his arm, and I collapsed against the wall, clutching my arm. Ah, she bit me. I saved your life and got bit. That's gotta say something. And just like that, for the first time since I met her again, she smiled, and that made me happy.
Why are you smiling like an idiot? Come on, we've still got a mission to finish.
Just as we were getting ready to leave, Thorman's wife and kid showed up. So, yeah, he wasn't a serial killer, allegedly. Just a strange man with a soft spot for reptiles. He helped us get the car started and waved goodbye like we were old friends. On the car ride, I felt lighter, even though we were getting closer to our mission, which should have made us nervous, but it didn't. So when exactly did you stop wanting to be a doctor and join this weird organization?
After you left, I couldn't feel anything for a long time. So I picked something that didn't ask me to feel. Just perform, fix, solve.
She paused, then added,
Aria was the only one who saw potential in me when everyone else saw a quitter. She personally selected me from hundreds of applicants, spent nights helping me understand the research when I was ready to give up. They were doing real work. Quiet, off the grid, but meaningful. That's why they chose you. And yes, I recommended you. Someone who never sleeps, has a near-perfect memory, a high IQ, and the emotional awareness of a toaster.
You just called me a genius and a toaster in the same sentence.
Because both can overheat and explode if left alone too long.
Just then, my stomach growled loudly. Diana pulled a protein bar from her pocket and handed it over. Oh, you're the best.
Oh, glad you finally noticed.
Right then, a familiar song came on the radio. I reached over and turned it up. It's our song!
No, it's not. Why would our song be Smack That by Akon? With your perfect memory, you forgot our song?
Come on, I'm messing with you. Of course I remember. It's Shape of You. We were in 11th grade. You were crying because you hadn't studied for the history exam. So we made a deal. Anytime you needed help, you'd sing, I'm in love with the two shapes of you, which meant question number 2. And I'd cough once for A, twice for B, and so on.
Yeah. That worked until Mr. Clever kicked us out. Ugh, that old bitter man. I always thought he had a crush on me.
Wait, what? If that guy really had a crush on you, there's no way he would have failed us.
Well, speak for yourself.
No way! He passed you? And I failed? Now I'm mad all over again. Ah, whatever. I forgive you. Still wish you'd studied harder though. Just saying.
Hey, you knew how things were at home. Dad was always sick. Mom worked nonstop. I was basically raising my siblings. If I hadn't gotten that scholarship, I wouldn't have even made it to college.
Yeah, things were rough. You had so much riding on your shoulders. More than any kid should have. I'm sorry. She gave me a little nodding smile. And for the first time in a long time, I felt safe. We reached a quiet suburban neighborhood. Peaceful, almost too peaceful. We parked at the start of the street and walked a few blocks until we reached the daycare.
She's here.
In the daycare?
It's just a front. No real daycare. This is where our competitor's main facility is. All we have to do is go in and negotiate. Civilly.
We rang the bell. A woman opened the door, skeletally thin, with cheekbones so sharp they could cut glass. Her face was tight and hollow, and honestly, kinda terrifying. But I held my expression in front of Diana, who stood calm and professional. She searched us and took everything. Our weapons, our earbuds, even the tiny snack I was hiding. Then she let us in. The entrance looked like a cozy indoor play area, complete with fake toys and posters of smiling cartoon animals. Real baby photos lined the walls too. Those babies better be from Pinterest. If that's their research group, I'm jumping out a window. She led us to an elevator, which carried us 4 levels underground. It was slow, uncomfortably quiet. Okay, so just putting it out there, I once peed in a ball pit. I was 6. I still think about it.
You also peed in the sink when you were 22.
That was one time. The bathroom bowl was clogged and I wasn't feeling great and my medication was out of whack and why are you like this, man? Right then, the elevator doors opened with a ding. We stepped into a cold, open space, warehouse style, and followed her through a maze of metal doors and narrow hallways, one after the other. This is so creepy, Diana. If I had $1 for every time I've said creepy since this started, I'd be a millionaire.
I know. Just hold on. It's almost over.
At the end of the maze was one final door. Behind it, a massive, blindingly white lab, giant machines, blinking lights, wires hanging like robotic vines. With bodyguards all around, I recognized one of them who kidnapped Arya. He looked at me and winked. I saw him mouthing the word idiot like he said before. Then an elevator platform rose slowly from the floor, and standing on it was a man. A very hairy man. Hair everywhere. Head, arms, chest. Even his eyebrows were so thick, they looked like they could support a falcon. He didn't greet us, just walked to his desk and began typing on a laptop. I was staring at him, at his hands, at the ridiculousness of his brows, trying to guess what he was even browsing. It came out wrong. Sir, please talk to us and stop eyebrowsing. Diana elbowed me in the ribs.
Let's cut to the chase. Arya is ours.
She's not some object. Let her go. Tell us what you want. We'll do it.
I'm afraid you're too late.
Why do villains always say that? Can't you say something nice like, would you like a mint, before traumatizing us? He clicked a button on the remote in his hand. A panel slid down behind him, revealing a thick glass window. Behind it, Arya was unconscious on a mechanical bed, suspended midair by wires like some sci-fi puppet.
Oh my god, Arya! Please, don't hurt her.
We gave her a generous offer. She refused, said her principles couldn't be bought. Well, I imagine her principles are laughing at her now, from the corner of her dying brain.
We'll do anything. Just let her go.
What we want is William. He's the final piece, our most valuable candidate, the one who completes our collection.
Diana hesitated. Her eyes turned to me, full of panic. It's fine, I'll go. Either way, I was getting poked and prodded. Might as well get it over with. She nodded, sadly. I stepped toward the man, until my stomach turned. Oh, wait, all this chemical air is making me nauseous. I feel like puking.
No, William, no!
Too late. I threw up all over the floor. And there it was, the tiny metal flask, the size of a peanut I'd swallowed earlier as Diana and I planned. She didn't miss a beat. She snatched it up, bit it open, and grabbed Eyebrow Guy, locking her arm around his neck with the open flask right under his nose. Guards nearby started to move.
Don't even think about it. This flask contains a contact agent. One drop on your skin, and you're gone in seconds.
Everyone, stay back! Stay back!
Let Arya go, now.
Understood. Assistant, release her. Diana, she's fine, I swear. She's just sedated. We didn't harm her. You'll see.
A few assistants appeared, unhooked Arya, and helped her walk toward us, weak but alive.
Oh my god, Arya, you're safe. We were worried sick.
Now, let me go.
Not until William and Arya are safe. Get them out first.
No, I'll stay. Just get Diana and Arya out of here.
Aww. What a noble little sacrifice.
And then, bam! Arya snatched the flask from Diana and shoved her away.
What are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing?
Oh my god, she's a double agent! She's with them!
He's not them. He's my husband.
The look on Diana's face. I'd never seen her like that. Stunned, shattered. And it hit me, right then, how much pain I'd once caused her. But there wasn't time for guilt. I had to move. You just want me, right? Your precious lab rat? Then take me! Let her go!
Let her go? Oh no. She's our puppet. She worshipped me, did everything I asked, trusted me like an idiot.
I cherished you. I believed in you. I'd have given my life for you. I modeled my whole career after you.
Exactly. That's why you were so easy to control. Desperate for purpose, clinging to the first place that made you feel seen. That good organization? Criminals, just like us. There's no noble mission here. We want humans who don't sleep, who don't stop, who don't question. Soldiers, spies, servants, engineered for obedience. Minds sharper than AI, bodies that don't break, and loyalty so deep they'll do anything we say. Whatever the world needs and the law won't allow, that's the future. And we're not asking permission to build it. The difference is, we're going to win. We'll wipe your organization out, dominate the field, and make billions.
You used me.
Oh, Diana, sweetie, I needed you here. I knew you wouldn't join me if you knew the whole truth. So I gave you a mission, a crisis, a little emotional blackmail to save me.
She glanced at me, then tossed a folder toward Diana.
If you want your little lover boy to stay alive, sign these papers.
Diana didn't move. She was still processing everything.
Relax. They just make you the official owner of our newest facility. Unregulated, covert, and completely in your name.
So, if this all blows up, if the authorities come knocking, you would take the fall, not me.
And not me either, darling. Where are you taking me again when this all works out?
Some island with no extradition laws, 5 jacuzzis, and unlimited shrimp.
Ugh, shrimp makes you fart.
Aw, I thought you didn't mind mine, just like I don't mind yours. Your farts are my perfume.
Oh, you're disgusting. I love it.
I know you'd love it. They both cackled like cartoon villains, but I wasn't done. I pulled a second metal flask from my mouth, hidden under my tongue when I puked earlier. I cracked it open, grabbed Diana's hand, and ran. We sprinted toward the exit. As we ran, I punched in the passcode I'd memorized earlier, and before the door closed behind us, I dumped the serum all over the handle. Hey, idiots! I just covered the whole doorknob with that poison! Go ahead! Touch it! I dare you! Then I grabbed Diana's hand, and we bolted.
Do you even know where we're going?
Don't worry. I remembered every turn in that maze, and now that the doorknob's covered in that stuff, they're not getting through anytime soon. Just then, 2 guards rounded the corner. That was fast. Don't worry, Diana. This way. I led Diana down a different path, a narrow side hall. When the guards followed, I quickly shut the steel door behind us and yanked a release lever I'd spotted earlier. That should keep them busy. If not, we better run faster. 4 hours later, Diana and I sat on a bench outside the FBI building. Diana had told them everything. Turns out the FBI already had some clues about the illegal labs, but they didn't know how deep it went until Diana came clean. Everyone involved got arrested, except Diana, because she told the truth and saved lives. I glanced over at her. She looked tired, like me, but a little lighter. She wasn't hiding behind her glasses or her ponytail. She looked like Diana. They said they'll probably clear your name completely, might even offer you a job.
I'm not sure I want it.
You should. You're amazing at this stuff, but only if you want it, not because you need to prove anything.
Thanks.
I think we broke each other a little back then, and I think maybe now we could help each other rebuild. Better this time. Smarter.
You're still an idiot.
And you're still scary, but I like scary, especially when she brings snacks. That made her laugh, for real.
All right, genius. One condition. We don't fix each other. We just support each other while we figure out how to fix ourselves.
Deal. Oh, want to hear a joke? An octopus once said to its girlfriend, "Give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand, give me your hand." She chuckled and gave me her hand to hold. And in that quiet moment, I didn't feel like a loser. I felt like someone who could start over and have a life that was worth staying awake for.
Will love you for it all. Yeah, I will love you for it all.